Vanglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want, what you want, what you want.
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square, solid, and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick your can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is a win-win. 1K, 1K.
They say it takes a village to raise a child. Now, us as parents, when we send our kids out into society and off to school, we're not always necessarily there to provide that extra security blanket, to be that extra sense of security for our children. This is where the KJ13 Anti-Bullying Inc. comes into play. It provides extra knowledge. It gives extra outlets. They do food drives. So for any information that you may have, please contact King James 13 Anti-Bullying Inc. INC, that is, at gmail.com, or contact 463-333-2268 today for all information.
It's no shine in the tail.
Snapping off film.
I'm affiliated. 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 I'm affiliated.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah. On your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
Man, I just gave away the lottery ticket numbers. I had some future predictions and shit. Shout out to the family, man. It's the boy Suave, boss of Snapping Off Entertainment, man. S.V.D.L, Argument League, AOI, a whole bunch of Black Power shit. Shout out to Bingo on the track, Z on the cam. That's the Snapping Off fam. Shout out to my brother Knowledge One Allah. Do the Knowledge Radio, Knowledge One Allah on YouTube. Shout out to Solar Mind, the commissioner of the greatest debate league in the world. the only debate league on YouTube, S.V.D.L. Shout out to the AOI, Holly, Goldmine, Brandon Bay, Wicked Radical, Ampu Pro, Black Ground Zero, Hurricane Katrina, The King, James 13, Anti-Bully Inc. Shout out to the judges, the peers, and the reason we here, man. The people of S.V.D.L. Pro Black vs. Suave Boss today going down 9 o'clock. Did the Egyptians make it to the Americas? I say yay. He say nay. We gon' play. So, yeah, I rob. Yeah, I kill. Yeah, I get them pills at that California hill. Just because I fell back, that don't mean I fell off. I got big dog status. Nigga, knock your head off. Let me put this link out there, man, in case niggas want to play with me today. See, I got to respect, for the sisters. The sisters. Like, real talk, if it ain't nothing, it ain't nothing. I'm not finna do this with no woman, okay? Because women good at doing this. You will never win this. This right here. You see that? My hand getting tired. That motherfucker, their mouth don't get tired. They can do this. We, bitch ass, pussy ass, punk ass, broke ass, weak ass, dusty ass, stupid ass, fat ass, bald ass, ugly ass. Yeah, they can do this. They can do this. They can do this. Now, when it's a nigga, all that. Hey, Chi, come on and play, man. Niggas play, man. Because I keep getting unknown phone calls, right? And I'm not bullshitting. I'm not bullshitting. Unknown, unknown. And niggas think you slow. That shit ain't happening by no motherfucking coincidence. So that you could quit calling me unknown on my phone and leave me, then quit playing with me. Come in. Just because I fell back, that don't mean I fell off. I got big dog status. Niggas knock your head off. In the school, act the fool, get in trouble with the law. Damn near knock my head off. Daddy found out I was GD down there and knocked my chest off. All right, that should be up there right now. Yeah. Yeah, we ain't gotta play no more. We ain't gotta play no more. We ain't gotta play no more. There it is. All right, man. So pro black politics goes down today, man. Suave Boss. Did the Egyptians come to Americas? Shout out to Queen Cascade. She said the truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. How old do niggas gotta get before niggas get real? Before niggas get corrected, they rather get killed. Hmm? Huh? How nigga that comfortable being wrong? So yeah, man, I ain't got that January schedule yet. Let me give Solomon a fucking text, see if he can send the shit through. Niggas love standing behind a woman. Niggas love standing behind a woman. Remember when Young Buck was in the grocery store and that nigga ran up on Young Buck with his phone and then his woman come out the way stand in front of him? That's you, Ching Ching. You remember that? You remember that, don't you? You remember that. Now, I've been stepping my water game up, man. Y'all got to be proud of a nigga, man. For real. I ain't drunk no juice. But y'all know I stay with the apple juice, cranberry juice, orange juice, lemonade, grape juice, ginger ale. Gotta stay hydrated. It ain't what Ching Ching do now. It ain't what Ching Ching did now. It ain't what Ching Ching did now. It's what he did, period. Yeah, he fucked up with me jumping on my panel, talking about some, why you disrespect Nandy? So how I disrespect Nandy? Nigga, you know what the fuck you did. I know what the fuck I did. You not gonna tell me what I did. You disrespect my girl, I'm gonna walk up and say, man, why you call my girl a bitch? Why you hit my girl? Why you steal from my girl? Why you lying on my girl? But see, when hoe ass niggas, weak ass niggas, that survive because all them all the gunfire, the gunpowder, all the gunpowder. See, and then the third, fourth in line, you know, they ain't really get killed. They ain't really go to jail. So they sit here and think they could talk shit at 50, like, nigga, I did this, I did that. And niggas talking about, I'm connected. You connected? I'll disconnect your ass. Shout out to Wonderful Wheat Bread, man. I'll definitely disconnect you. Definitely disconnect your ass. So I don't give a fuck about that. Shout out to Lima, man. It's the mule. You in the building. So, yeah, when a weak ass nigga run up behind them setup queens and the nigga don't even know who he talking to, why he talking to him. He just know he better say something. If you don't want your girl to think you weak, you better say something. So you let her send you off. You let her send you off because you the man. Ain't no woman supposed to be able to send you off. I'm mad. Go fight. And then you walk your silly ass down. Why you disrespect my girl? What? And then she, ah, ah, ah. And then it's, he was so good. He was so good. Then it was, thank y'all for the respect. Thank y'all for the respect. And then it's, this my new boo. Yeah. You froze. You froze and melting at the same time. And she new boo. A whole scenario. So, yes, we got a debate today, Sullivan's Debate League. But yes, hit the panel, trying to hide his face. Got his little money in his face. Neat. You see this? You see this? Nigga, why your room look pink, nigga? Why your curtains look so soft, nigga? That's not you. That's not you. That's not you. That's not you. I've been here since 79. Since 79. I've been breathing, screaming, stayed in my peace, trying to get my shit together so I could mobilize, nigga. A lot of niggas living but didn't survive. A lot of niggas living but they didn't survive. You locked up, you popped up, coked out, all type of bullshit. Nigga told me drop my address. Like a female. Niggas don't ask for addresses. Drop your address. That's what women do. They started that. Let them women gangsters have that. Them women said drop that address. They pulled up and they got their ass beat. Nigga, no, man. I mean, listen, bro. I remember the first time a nigga told me drop my address. I dropped the address to an abandoned building and I posted up across the street, waiting for him to pull up for the second, third time. Like, is that the address? Is that the address? Yeah, nigga, no, I ain't got to watch my back. If we in the same area, I'ma see you because I go outside and I move around. I go to the store, I go to the gas station, I come in a couple places. And niggas ain't hard to find. Niggas really don't hide. It ain't hard to find a nigga where a nigga stay. Niggas really don't give a fuck. Niggas get that information out all the time. I done been out in front of my crib barbecuing. And people done seen that address on it. I done showed the block when the motherfucking drunk chick. Remember the drunk chick pulled right up the street, boom, ran into these barriers right here. Katrina called me, Suave. So I'm like, what's up? So I look, I go up to the car. I see the female moving in there. I'm like, okay. So I try to open the door, see if she okay. No, I didn't even open the door. I knocked on it. You okay? Don't open my door. Don't fucking open my door. I said, oh, that motherfucker drunk. That motherfucker drunk. Police came. A drunk ass trying to get a car up out of there. Police came, arrested a drunk ass. Hey. You, nigga. You. And Rabbi Lou is supposed to come through today. I want to talk about a couple things with him. Other than that, it's just another argument day. That's it. So we do got a debate at 9. So we gonna get it in. We gonna get it in. I don't know. I don't think I still got that. Oh, yeah. I mean February. I said January schedule. It's February. It's not January no more. It's February. I'm in January. I ain't gonna lie. I'm in January like a motherfucker. But yeah, I'm in February. Hello. Ching. Ching. I wonder what they call you in real life. They call me Suave in real life. Suave boss. You can go to Gary. You can come to Indianapolis. You go anywhere I've been. Be like, Suave. That's just how crazy. I might start keeping my shit like that all day. This is the ruler. Shout out to Malik, man. Malik Rain. I wonder what happened to niggas make niggas move that way, bro. Cause I know like a lot of ill shit happened to me. And I still just refuse to be a hoe ass nigga. Quite unique. I hear that. Say wonderful wheat bread. I love to hear that story. Say no echo. I love to hear that story of how somebody named you wonderful wheat bread. Hell no. Oh shit. I don't know. Hit the link. Stuck in the ghetto mindset too long. Yeah, man. I guess that's what it is. I don't know. I I don't know. The ghetto mindset. I'll take that. Ghetto mindset. That's what it is. It's the ghetto. Niggas just can't get out the ghetto. Niggas proud to be in the ghetto. Niggas wanna die in the ghetto. Cut you off from the rest of the world. Told you they don't like you. Now you stuck in a fucking hood, screaming out disciple. Niggas ready to live and die. To live and die in L.A. And then we had live and die in GI. God damn! What the fuck this world coming to? We done steady list to the East Coast. We done steady list to the West Coast. We done steadily listen to the dirty South. Spend all our money on tapes and CDs to watch these niggas blow up like geese. Well, it's our turn now. The mad ass middle. Yeah. Yeah. Niggas love doing this, man. Get from over there with them women talking. What you doing over there with them women talking? Man, let them motherfucking women talk, man. That's her panel. Where your panel at? That's her panel. See, I got my panel. To live and die in LA is the place to be. You got to be there to know it. Everybody wanna see, yeah. Ooh. That nigga died in Las Vegas. That nigga was born in Brooklyn. Where was Tupac born? Was it Brooklyn? Pac! Let me see. Tupac Shakur. born the same Paris Crooks, January 16th, 1971. New York City. New York City. Get the bro. Went out to LA. Went out to LA. Died in Las Vegas. Well, I mean, where you gonna die if you gonna die? Where you gonna die if you gonna die? Say, talk about the great new divide. You saying talk about it, or you saying talk about the great? What is the great new divide? That's some new shit. That's why I don't really be having my head in and out of other motherfuckers' atmospheres because people don't know who they are. They be freestyle. And a motherfucker stood up here and you'll run into a nigga and you'll swear motherfucker who the fuck they trying to be. 6 months later, they ain't even there. A year later, they ain't even there. Now, I don't expect you to be the same exact person from year to year. You should grow and learn and mature and broaden. Yeah. So, know how to tell the difference between that and that. Ooh, niggas hit that link until you want them to hit the link. Then niggas don't want to hit the link. I said, damn. I said, damn. This motherfucker started bug, talking shit, mugging, acting like a thug. But that nigga cried when he fucking lost his cousin. Man, this Lima in the building, man. Shout out to you. What's good, sis?
Why?
Wow, what's happening? What's happening? Say they gonna do me
No.
something.
What? Something new?
Nah.
Oh man.
Nah. I used to always be fucked up at that, man. That New Orleans slang. Woody, you ain't nothing nice.
Man, people gotta get over that. Man, it's just 2022. We talk about we black power and all of this here,
No, they don't.
and you
No, they
still
don't.
want to get somebody
Ain't
hurt.
nobody talking about their black power.
You
Don't
know.
nobody say they black power. You stop that. I'm the only person saying black power.
Well, no, but that revolutionary and all of this here, but you really just hate yourself. You know, what you want to take a brother out who ain't never did you nothing, who you don't know from the internet. I mean, it just seems fake to me. You want to take somebody out
It is.
from their family.
It's fake. It's fake.
That's crazy to me. But you know what else? I done lived a lot of places, a lot of different states. People real
Mm.
everywhere. Don't think because your hood is a hood everywhere.
The world is a ghetto. What's up,
And
out of
everybody
towner?
real.
Southern nigga downer. Yeah.
Everybody real where they at. So I mean, people need to know it ain't where you're from, it's where you at. You better act right. So,
Yeah, I say
but
it ain't where you from, it ain't where you at, it's who you is. As long
exactly,
as you are
man.
who you is, location don't matter. Time don't matter. Long
Yeah,
as you who you is, location and time don't matter. If location and time matters when it comes to you being a real nigga, you ain't a real nigga. You ain't a real nigga.
Exactly. We don't move to cities and people be like, oh, don't go over there. Oh, it's dangerous over there. Be
And
like,
that's exactly where you
you know
end
where
up
we
at.
from? You know,
That's exactly
that's
where you.
that's
We're like, don't go over there. They would be like, all right, man, where that good green at? Well, shit,
that's
we got some
that's my peeps.
synthetic at the gas station. What?
Hell
Well,
no.
we got to, man. Take me to the hood. Take me to the
Straight
hood
up.
right now.
Yeah. People who I work with who don't ever go over there, I'd be like, all right, but where is it over there? So I know not to go. That's the first place I'm trying to go. See what's popping over
Dang,
there. Yeah,
y'all
but
scared of over there.
no, I'm just saying the great divide on in America is the black man and the black woman, and it's so profitable.
No, it is not. No, it
It
ain't.
is.
There's
These
a
people
group
making so
of
much money.
yeah,
Listen, it ain't no
yeah.
great divide.
There you
Black
go.
men love black women. Black women love black men. I don't see it.
Yeah,
I do not see it.
yeah. It's just people really see black people as a whole. We just we rather turn on ourselves than compete. See,
Yes.
some wicked deep shit been done to us. Not to over dramatize it or nothing, but some horrific fucking shit was done to us. The thing is, how do you not make that your whole existence on earth? Where do you see yourself? When is it okay to stop basing every conversation off your hurt? Because hurt people hurt people. We know that. So we really need to grow up, mature,
Exactly.
and we need to get over our slave hurt. Not get over slavery. But people will hear what they fuck they want to hear because that's what their brain does. We need to get over our church hurt, our black revolutionary hurt. We need to get over our slavery hurt. And we need to really start participating and activating in society. That's just is what it is. And I mean, I haven't always been there, but the deal is people exist at a certain space in a certain time, and you're gonna have to adjust to that and be relevant in that. That's just it. Like you can sit around and talk about 400 years until it's 500 years, until it's 600 years, and then you seeing little white and Asian and Mexican children filing their taxes and starting businesses, and your kids is still looking at their parents talking about hurt shit, still talking about hurt shit, and losing and being comfortable losing. And then don't let a motherfucker get a nice job. Oh, I actually went to college. I went to that's the epitome. That's the cat. You graduated from college and you got your career. Oh shit. Ain't nobody talk shit to you. Because
Mm.
they know all they gotta do is just do them couple of steps and then step back. And ain't nobody gonna require nothing else of them. Did you get your degree? Yeah. You got your job? Yeah. That's it. Rest of your life. See you when you die. See you when you die. No collectivizing, no moving as a unit. And let me tell you something. We work harder than anybody else.
Amen.
Black man, black woman work harder than anytime we get a job, we do more than what our job is required. We
Yep.
help other motherfuckers. We come
Hmm.
early, we stay late. All that bullshit. Thing is, anybody ever you ever worked around white people, Lima?
Yes, indeed. It's
Anybody
nipple slip.
anybody worked around white people? No, they don't work as hard. They don't. You go out and you see the motherfuckers working on the road, the construction workers. They standing around, sitting in the motherfucking truck, holding a motherfucking sign, making mistakes, walking back and forth, shoveling this pile of rock stored over there. Shovel that same. Throw it back over there. You go into these corporate offices. They in the office talking shit, laughing, giggling. Went out for drinks last night, gonna go out for drinks tonight. You go to the factory, they forklifting, sitting in the office, hanging at the water fountain. You scared. You scared to go get a drink of water. You steadily moving. I gotta move. I gotta move. I gotta move. Can't stop moving. Can't look like I'm not doing my job. They done already said we lazy, and I ain't that. Anybody truly worked around white people know that they don't work as hard as motherfuckers try to make it seem. But you know what they do? They organize. They organize. If we organize, we all individually don't got to do the same amount of work. We don't. We organize, we figure some shit out together, and we move on and do the next thing together. And that way you ain't over there breaking your back. You ain't over there breaking the sweat. You ain't over there catching the migraine. You ain't over there with your feet hurting. And you can go stand and talk at the water fountain. Every job I had where I worked with white people, I felt like, man, what the fuck is you doing? Cash, don't play with me, Mo. Wow. Look in your cage.
Yes, but I agree with you because you work with people, even Hispanics,
Don't ever talk to me no more.
they always put them on a pedestal and say how hard of a worker they are. They work better. And they are, I won't say that, but a lot of them they work surface work, you know. But I wanted to talk about the great divide. I want to talk about uh what as a collective of people we could do to just improve our own personal situations. Can you hear
Man.
me? I know you was dealing with the dog.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
What can we do at our own personal self to improve our life? And a lot of times I was hearing what you're saying about people who graduate college. The thing that make me aggravated with people who finish school, I say you two nickels out of poverty and you think you can shit on people. You got two nickels more than somebody and you better. That don't make you better than nobody. It just make you better able to provide for your family. That's it.
Absolutely.
You know. But I promote education. I promote higher
You
learning.
better. You
You
better.
know, and just for you to be able to sustain and have your family a better life. But a lot of times people look down on people who want education a little better, like you think you're too good. No, I want better. I want more. That's all that's saying to me.
Now the thing is, black people know in order to get that education, you have to compromise yourself, and there's no way around it. Black people know that. Black people know in order to have a certain tier of job, you have to compromise yourself. Lima,
That's
me
true.
and you know how we talk. We talk to each other. This ain't how we talk when we in a professional setting.
Exactly.
So niggas don't respect that. Niggas don't like seeing that. Niggas don't like seeing they men walk around this motherfucker. What's up, fam? Love, fam. Peace to the gods. And then it's, yes, man, I help you today. And we, what
Yes,
the fuck? Niggas don't like that. They don't respect that. But the fact that we have to do that, or we're targeted in certain working spaces, higher learning spaces, you know, That's all it is. We just know you playing the game. And if it go down, we got to question whose side you on because you know how to switch. And we sitting up here with a mouthful of gold and dread sticking out our head looking like a palm tree. And then here you are, clean cut, already accepted, got a history with them. Whose side you on? Because we seen this before. So, yeah, people gotta. We just been exposed to the traitor side. We ain't been exposed to the spook who sat by the door. We ain't been exposed to the person who, yeah, I mean, I gotta do that because I'm, but at the end of the day, I'm about my people, and when it's time to mobilize, all this shit could go. But
Yeah,
niggas
but
not gonna do that.
I'm tired of this real ninja stuff or a real B. I'm tired of that because we just need real men. We don't want the real ninjas. Listen, everybody. If you push, it's like Tupac said, "I ain't no killer, but don't push me." Listen, everybody is real at a time when it's called to be real.
Yeah,
You can step up and get real, right?
yeah, even white folks. You keep playing with that cracker. That cracker will loke up on your ass and you will have some shit on your hands.
And that's anybody. And so
Yeah.
I just want for our people to do better and to think better. To think all of this here, to be real. Listen,
That's
I
to
know people who
be.
got criminal records, right? Geniuses, right?
Yeah.
Just the image that we have of what's a good person or a bad person. A good person to me, look out for other people. A good person to me, love their family, sticking with their family, raising their family.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't trying to cause harm to their people. That's good people to me. But all of this here real stuff, and I gotta be the baddest, and I gotta be a shooter, and I gotta, as a woman, at my age, I'm talking about going out fighting people. Now don't get it twisted. Leave me will fight. But I ain't looking for that. That's something you did, as a teenager. But that's anybody. We have to figure out what we can do now to be better. That's it. That's it. Focus on educating the young, motivating and encouraging ourselves. That's it. And honestly, most of the men in my family and my husband's family,
Mm.
almost all the men in his family are all married to their baby mothers. Now,
Mm-hmm.
we hood, so they didn't get married first and have the kids second in the order. I didn't even do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I already had a child and 3 years later get married. So I'm not saying, we already had our first child and we weren't married. But
Mm-hmm.
that's how a lot of people are. Black people be together 10 years and then get married. Why? I don't know. But what I'm saying is be with your families. It's always going to be somebody out there that's going to look better. But guess what? You don't know what kind of problems that other person going to be bringing. Stick with what you have if it's good. Unless it's violent, abusive or something, or the person just don't have no kind of get up about them. Because I'm going to tell you this here. It takes two in this economy.
More
It
than
takes
that.
two.
More than
You
that. I
know?
was just thinking about that. Like motherfuckers talk about polygamy, but polygamy is supposed to be an economic thing. And it's like, nigga, why we all ain't in a polygamous relationship?
Hell no.
If it's for real, if it's supposed to be an economic thing, meaning you can have this relationship and it not be sexual. But we know we need each other to be economically safe. You got skills, you got skills, you got skills, I got skills, but we all over here by ourselves. Trying to do it by ourselves, and we supposed to be a team. We supposed to be a family. But it's like No, I don't want him because she might try to fuck my man. No, because he might try to fuck my girl. And that's just not the way to think about it at all. If it's an economic thing, you supposed to, you know, niggas be like, yeah, I saw this sister. She was down on her luck, you know, so we moved in. Okay, so what about the dude? What about the dude? You gonna move the dude in when you see a dude down on his luck and that? You gonna move him in and put him on his feet and have him ready in 6 months? Because that's what it's
No,
supposed to be.
nope. And
But
in real life, let me just be honest with you. If your husband is not working and your family's struggling, if you go to your family, they like, well, what he doing? You understand? They don't even want to help a woman. Your own black family will not want to help you if you have a man who's known for being down on his luck. They'll turn their back on the woman. So
mhm,
sometimes you hear people talk about welfare took people out the home. I have an aunt. She told me she had to leave her husband because he never was able to keep a job more than 2 months. And said my grandma and grandpa told them they're not gonna keep paying her rent with him living there.
mhm,
But I mean, I guess that's kind of hard on everybody. But yeah, you know that's why I say women we do get more help than a guy would. We do,
mhm. Yeah,
but
I just think we should really like our networking skills, our family structure is just through. It's through. Are we like and everybody else is clicking up and getting bread and moving forward. We sneaking off on our own. That's it. Don't make no sense to me, man. Like we really have to break down this mental fucking barrier that we got that stops us from fucking touching anything. Hold on. That stops us from being fucking progressive in any fucking direction. Niggas can't do shit but rely on the system. If the system got it lined up, cool. But you not making no impact. You not starting nothing new. You not creating like all the shit that we historically did. Niggas ain't doing. Like we can't do it. If niggas
so
give a fuck about it, you give a fuck. If you don't care about it, I'm not mad at you. Let's not have a conversation. But then I be hearing niggas say shit. My people, black people. Anytime the cross is burnt on their lawn, oh, racism is a problem. And I'll be like, damn, that's crazy because you didn't give a fuck about what black people was going through as a whole. So now a cross get burnt on one line. You want everybody to rally behind you. It's just easier to do bullshit like that. And all I'm saying is same shit that AOI been saying for years. We need to get some land. We need to concentrate our numbers, and we need to work as an entity. If we not talking about doing that, we bullshitting. If we not talking about doing that, we're bullshitting. We're fine. We're comfortable. We got our job. I know how to get my kids in school. They can get a job. If they don't, it's a judicial system for them. It's a
yeah, but
judicial. Huh. That's cool.
I'm sorry, but my thing is about getting that land and moving on. You have to really have a structure of people, a group of people who you really know. Because let me tell you something.
Then we
I
stuck.
see some people, Suave, who are just downright demonic, and I mean these people, they doing too much, and I just want to know how can you reach them
You don't
because
reach them.
it's scary. It's
You don't
scary.
reach them. You don't reach them. Lena, you're talking. I don't gotta teach you. You don't gotta teach me shit. We ready. I'm looking for other people that's ready. I'm not looking for the motherfucker who wants some lean, who wants some coke, who wants the
Mm.
fourth girl this week. Them niggas dead. Them niggas dead. And if we don't build nothing with the sin, if we don't make a sacrifice, because we not gonna get paid for it, we not gonna see the finishing of it. It's gonna have to be a fucking sacrifice. The other channel hit for like another 9 days. It's gonna have to be a sacrifice. And like you said, it's gonna have to be people we know. We can't. We don't have that privilege. It's gonna be a group of people that we may be familiar with, but it's gonna be some trust. It's gonna be some faith. Just like niggas had trust and faith in that Bible, you gonna have to have trust and faith in your people. You gonna have to trust that Suave not gonna get to the land and be whatever the fuck dark side of Suave you can imagine. But it's gonna have to be proven. Like motherfuckers see the uniformity. It's not hard. It's not hard. Lima get up here every time and be Lima. Lima ain't never got up here and then just all of a sudden cut her camera on, got her titties out. What happened to Lima today? What happened to Lima today? No, she's uniformly who she is. Goldmine, Brandon Bay, Radical, Wicked, Hurricane, Ground Zero. You know, these are like you see people, but we'll never be able to. How long it take to make a bond with a motherfucker? 20, 30 years? You think you got 20, 30 years? No. Because we died, like, eventually. So we got to make a move between. Did you hear him?
Yeah, but you went
Yeah,
out
loud
for a
as hell.
second.
You said what?
You look like to me you went out for a second.
Oh no, I was listening to the birds. Katrina got these birds down here twerking in the backyard.
Oh, she got a bird feed out there.
Man, she's a bird feeder. she she lay that seed out there, man. Them birds wake her ass up.
I do that too. I do
She
that
want y'all
too.
to know that they're Cardinals and Blue Jays. She was, you know, because she that's her world. So to her, that's like top priority. They're birds. It's
Yes, I
birds
do
in the
that too.
backyard. They twerking.
I have two bird feeders out there. I fill it up, and yeah, I like to sit out there and drink coffee and
See,
watch them.
you and Katrina be fucking with each other over these birds. You feel me?
Yeah,
Feel me? And that's what I'm saying, man. I love my people. I see my people. I witness my people. And I accept my people. That's what motherfuckers don't do. They don't accept each other. They want you to look like them. They want you to talk like them. We so ignorant and childlike. We so ignorant and childlike. Oh, listen to
yeah,
Lima's accent. And then we just envision this whole shit. That's what motherfuckers not discouraging people, encouraging people. But when people be on YouTube, they keep their camera on. Motherfuckers envision you. They don't know you. They make you what they want you to be in their head. And then when you cut your camera on and you show somebody your house and your backyard, motherfuckers get disappointed. Like, damn. You know, yeah. That's how childlike we are. I'm no longer impressed by the bullshit. I'm no longer easily amused. I'm no longer distracted by colors and shapes and sounds. I'm focused. I see what it is. I see the moves that need to be made. And I'm like, it's gonna have to be a sacrifice. And
yeah.
y'all may you boy kind of argument league too. I ain't seen you on the panel. Shout out to Yame, man. Black Power. But yeah, it's gonna take a group of people that take that leap and say, I'm finna get this land. We finna move there. We finna build. Now, remember, it was a group of people that supposed to have did this in Atlanta or something like that.
Hmm.
Anybody heard from them?
Well,
Motherfuckers like,
I tell you this here in
mm,
Hammond, Louisiana, they got some acres that's is really not expensive at all. But the thing is, so far from the city, it's so far from the wall. I know people wouldn't want to be that far, but I mean, it's like a two
yes,
hour
people
drive.
do. People need to be that far.
It's like a 2 hour drive from the city, but
The city where the problems at.
yeah, yeah,
The city where they rule. That's their concentration of power. Like, you need to be out there, and establish yourself as the group of people. You the
yeah.
city. Y'all the city over there. We the city over here. And when we complain, that's what get addressed. I don't let no motherfucker from the city send no cop all the way out here to the country and say, well, they don't like what you doing.
Yeah.
And
But
then
let me tell you this here. The in out there, it's the country, but guess what? It's all black people out there. All black people now.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, white people got their section of country.
Yeah.
White
No,
people
I'm
got their
saying in that
section.
little section. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but stuff like that means something. That's powerful. That's powerful.
Yeah.
That's powerful.
My sister, they dug a well. They got fresh well water. All they pay for is the internet and the electricity. But the water come out the ground. It's pumped into the house. They have
Yeah,
a well, a whole system for sewage and stuff.
yeah. And that's what I'm about to say, Azal. Azal say, I know some of the people that put in on that land in Georgia, they didn't think it through and running into problem at the problem. Because yeah, I heard that the land they bought is zoning restriction. So they can't build
Mm,
on it. They can't really do shit with the land. So now that we saw them, shout out to them, thank them. We know better.
yeah.
We know better. So we know when we look at this land, we got to pay a little money for it.
Mhm.
It's gonna have to not be on top of swamp land. It's gonna have to, have um be permitted by the motherfucking state or the county. That yeah, you can move here and you can build here, and it's a problem. It's not a problem with the zoning. So, but motherfuckers need to do it.
Yeah, they do have different zoning type. Like something could be agricultural, where you could put a house there and farmland, but you can't actually have businesses. Like your commercial businesses. Then they have some areas where it's commercial building zones where you can't just build a house, even though you bought that land. It's got to
Well,
be
I
for
don't see no
commercial.
wrong with that neither. Like, cause we all need to build a store and live in that motherfucker. Economy, economics is what it is.
Mm,
Economics is what it is. Niggas can't afford a living room. Niggas can't afford a bathroom, multiple bedrooms. Niggas need a storeroom. That's what niggas need. A storeroom where you keep and you trade shit. And we can sleep in the corner. We can sleep in the attic. We can sleep in the hallway. But that's too much of a sacrifice for a lot of people. They need that California cane with the cloth that go around to keep the mosquitoes out and you know. And you can have it. It's not like it's the 1700s. Like you could definitely like these are extremes. We don't have to sleep in stores. Niggas got money. Niggas got money where they can have a store and have a house on top of it, house in the back of it, house on the side of it. It's just we sit around. This is what I be talking about. A bunch of broke niggas, collectively broke, individually surviving, surviving. If an emergency happened, you hit. If an emergency happened and you have to dump $10,000, $20,000 into something, 34, you hit. You're hit. Those same people are sitting around and talk about basketball all goddamn day. Those same people sit around and talk about goddamn love and hip hop, motherfucking what's the new shit? Whatever housewives of rich niggas. Broke people are sitting around all day and talk about rich niggas. Broke people sit around all day talk about rappers, basketball players, actresses, models, singers. Nigga, you need to be talking about economics, credit, trade. That's what the fuck we supposed to be talking about. Motherfucker, you heard Rihanna pregnant. Did you hear You can get an EIN number and start trading. Do you hear?
You see that's why?
I see.
I,
She
I
getting it
just
done.
painted that accent wall.
She getting it done. Hey, it looked nice too. It looked nice too.
It's not too dark. I said my husband gonna freak out when he
No,
get off.
I don't know. That's a preference of mine. I like that. Like when
And
we
look,
first moved down here.
I did
Huh?
my bricks, and I did these bricks by this fireplace, that color too.
It's
Let me
snowing
show
today.
you.
What you say,
You
Liam?
see
I'm
that?
sorry. Katrina was telling me that her birds got a bowl of water out there. Okay.
That's my fireplace, but I did the
Okay.
bricks. You
Okay.
see?
Yeah. 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 Absolutely. Now, I would get that right up out of there because that's a big contrast. So it'll be like a light gray or some solid that's not as dark as that blue, but accent that blue. But
No,
I
it's not
like
white. It's not white. It's a powder blue.
I'm
It,
sorry.
that one
I'm
right there.
sorry.
That's a
She's
powder blue.
powder blue. Hey, that
Uh-huh.
sounds like a new
And that's a
cocaine.
dark blue.
You talking about blue magic? She done painted her walls blue magic. Oh man, that's the same color inky sea moss is though. That color
Yeah,
your
yeah, yeah,
wall.
yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. So I did the accent wall. Well, he did that light blue, but I did that. And I got that idea from, I think it was Melanated Gardens. Remember, she was showing us her
Yeah,
garden that she had, and she said she do her own paint. And I said, I ain't bold enough for that. I got off the live with you that night, and I talked to my husband, and me and this man been painting ever since.
and that's what people do for each other. See, we don't recognize the strength in being social. We so cut
Hmm.
off and comfortable with it. But when you
Yeah,
social, if you brush your teeth, Lima, and I don't brush my teeth, but we socialize, how long before I start brushing my teeth? I ain't gonna sit
exactly.
up here and just not better myself. And I see you on it. It's just when we dealing with money, that's privacy. A nigga can have sex with your girl, but he can't ask you how much you make. Hey, how you make your money?
What?
And how much do you make? What? What the fuck? But then the nigga see a nigga spit game at his girl. I ain't tripping.
That's crazy.
You ain't tripping. I used to see, because it's different now. But women had this tight social group. It was based around church, but they
Hmm.
would talk about more than Jesus. And so the women
Yeah.
knew where to go get certain food, shoes, clothes, you know. Oh, where you get that from, girl? Oh, I got it from here. Let a nigga have something, nigga. Fam, where you get that from? Oh, this is exclusive. Oh, I can't put you on to that. Like, goddamn. So you want to keep me bummy. So a lot of the times, niggas be feeling like I be overstepping my boundaries. Cause if I see you getting down, I'm gonna get down. I'm gonna get down. Motherfuckers say, man, what the fuck is you doing? Shit, getting down. Man, who told you could get down? Who the fuck I need to tell me I could get down? Are you getting down? Who told you could get down? Well, that's the same motherfucker that told me. Me, myself, and I. I told myself I needed this money. Go to work. Go to work.
Yeah,
I seen the nigga hustling. I started hustling. Can nobody tell me you can't hustle? Nigga,
that's
we
right.
both can't hustle then.
And
Niggas be
the thing is sharing information too. A lot of times I feel like we'll see how we can make a little extra and see somebody who, maybe not doing as well as you. You scared. You don't want nobody to ask you how you made that extra, you know?
yeah.
Uh,
And I be
this,
telling motherfuckers, listen, it's a lot of little knick-knack stores in your city. It's places that I had this one place called Under the Sun. You going under the sun, and it's just random shit. Cookware, electric wear, toys over here. They probably got some food, box cereals, this, that, and that. And then they have a $5 box, $10 box, $20 box, $50 box. You buy the box, anything you can fit in the box and clothes that you can take. So I go in there, get a bunch of chargers, get a bunch of headphones, shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will post them for sale.
Wow. What, like on eBay?
Amazon, eBay, it's a few places. Amazon, you can buy stuff in bulk from one site, have it delivered to you, send it to Amazon, and Amazon will store it and sell it for you. Stream of income.
Really?
A,
That's
a,
good
a,
to
a
know.
simple, what was it? A notary, being a notary,
I'm a notary and a
income,
signing agent. Yeah.
income, and
Uh-huh.
that signing agent. I'm glad you put us up on that because that signing agent is different than that notary.
Mm-hmm.
Stream of income.
Yeah.
It's plenty of things you could do to get, but the one thing we can't do together is come like I mean I can't explain the list of disappointments that I have for myself. Gold, man, melanated goddess. I thought it was gold, missing in the building. But what is it to put a movie together? To put an album together? We could put a music album together, start a label, put the music out. I got snapping off entertainment. We could put a album together with all these rapping and singing black people and put out projects. We should be on our third, fourth project by now, getting some type of revenue off of it. That's intellectual property. It's literally recording your voice over a beat or acting, standing in front of a camera and doing stuff. And then compile it, have people with the graphics jobs, put the graphics to it, and have a project. Man, Gold Man got so many motherfucking ideas, man. That boy embarrassed me. Procrastinators. I ain't the only one, but I'm one. Distracted easily. I come in here to clean my room up, and I start to go live, and then I start to do some rapping, and I start to clean up again, and I end up in the kitchen washing dishes, and I end up outside with with the dog, you know. But yeah, man, like motherfuckers not serious. Motherfuckers not serious, and at least I'm getting more and more, better and better bullshit.
But you know what might help you if you write it down. Because that's what I do. I write stuff down. So I'll say, I need to do this. I have to have a schedule and I have to stick to it. And if I say I'm doing this here for 3 hours, even if I don't get everything done in that 3 hours, I stop. I stop and move on to the next thing I have. I
Mm-hmm.
block out time. Just like for these two walls I did, I said I'm gonna try and do it. I didn't know this color was gonna be this dark, honestly.
You didn't. You thought it was gonna
No.
be lighter.
Well, you know how they have the cards in Home Depot?
Yeah.
It was a little bit lighter than this. It's
Sue
called
they had.
Midnight Blue, but on the card is really a little lighter than this. But I mean, hey, it
Yeah.
almost to me looked like a charcoal gray or something. But
And that's why I say it'll be with some trimming and you put, yeah, that'd be cool. If you put some trimming with that a lighter color but still a dark solid color, yeah, man, that should have pop. That should have pop. That brick already popping. Like, okay, I
yeah, I
see.
did that brick first thing this morning. But yeah, but I mean, you can get ideas from anything and anybody, and I think you're right. I would like to sponsor, you know, an album or going on something like that. Me and my
Mm-hmm.
husband went in with a guy on a restaurant, and I ain't gonna say he didn't do it right. We were really busy working our own jobs and
Mm-hmm.
our family and stuff, and maybe he felt like he was doing all the work. But I mean, we sunk some money in with him, and we never saw nothing.
Mm.
We never saw nothing back. So, but I'm not. I'm adventurous. You know, I'm not scared to try something new. You know,
Uh,
that didn't work, but something else might. You know, I think the next time I do something, I will want more input, or you know, instead of just trusting
mm-hmm.
that you got it. You know, because sometimes people talk like, "Oh yeah, that's all I need," because I'm gonna do everything, and then you so hands off, you don't realize ain't nothing really accomplished. You know.
Oh yeah, man. One thing I did notice is before you had the money, all you need is the money. And once you get the money, then it's time to work. That's where the pressure comes. Cause now you can't say, "Well, I don't got the money.
Yes.
I
Yes.
don't got the money." Now that you got the money, okay, let's go to the moon, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Motherfuckers get scared, insecure, they all unsure they self, all type of shit, man. But that's what happens. But we don't ever talk to people who had these experiences. Like Aesop say, uh, he just do dolo on all endeavors. Like I know Gold Man rapping, singing, and acting by himself. I'm rapping, singing, and acting by myself. Aesop doing rapping, singing, and acting by himself. Tequila, you know, it's just and I
We
am
have the talent.
musically
We have
like
the talent.
we got it. We
Yeah.
got it. We just don't got the organization. Like
Yeah.
we need a cracker. We need a cracker to come in here, sign your name here, sign your name here. I bet we do it then. I bet once that cracker got our name signed on that, we gonna meet that deadline. Oh, we gotta have this shit in by February. Oh, we owe $10,000. Motherfuckers gonna be in the studio. We gotta be
Uh,
able to tap into that without that threat. Cause a lot of time niggas don't do shit till they got to.
yeah.
Until they got to. And you gotta recognize that. You can't just deny, you can't, cause that's just another way to distract yourself. So you gotta recognize, nigga, if I don't do this, you know, but our value system's so fucked up. We don't give a fuck if our grandkids go to college. We like, if I got one of my kids to college, I'm good. I'm finna sit back and brag the rest of my life. Shit, my daughter went to college. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
but
rest
you
of my
know,
kids is drug
listen,
dealers and drug addicts. But
I have 3 kids that graduated college. Only one is actually working in their field. The other two do something completely different. So, but I will say this: that college degree, it can't be taken from you. And even if you don't work in that field, you're gonna get paid more with that piece of
mm-hmm,
paper. That's what people don't realize.
mm-hmm,
So I always still encourage, you know, the you know, and the experience of college, you know, is a good place from you going from being a child in your parents' home to your adult with still some type of structure and some type of people having some kind of accountability and responsibility for them grades and stuff on you, you know? So I always encourage people to go there because you're not just going from being a child at 17, your parents waking you up for school, for high school, to being 18, 19, now you thrown to the wolves by yourself. No, at least in a college, they're maturing and that adulthood is kicking in to
mm-hmm.
where they have to be responsible, but it's still some type of structure that they have to, you know, especially, you know, for the freshmen and sophomore, they have curfews at
Yeah,
most of these universities. Like they have freshmen and sophomore living in a dorm, they might have to be inside at midnight, you know.
yeah.
So
That makes
it
sense.
it's really a great place to me, um, for
It
that
is.
that stage between childhood and that. And I hate when people say, "Oh, at 18 you done." You ain't done. These kids gonna need you probably to they 30. You know, I mean, even with an education, they need your wisdom, they need your support, they
Don't
need
need
your
you
encouragement.
forever. They never stop needing
Yeah,
you. They never
yeah,
stop needing you. Because guess what? Soon as they get a hand on life, they make kids.
yeah,
Uh-oh.
yeah,
Need you again. Need you with
yeah.
them grandbabies. So it's like you never if once you have children, they will never not need you.
Hmm.
So it's just they don't need you to wipe their ass no more. But they need you to hold their hand. Or they don't need you to hold their hand no more. But they need you to point them in the right direction. They don't need you to point them in the right direction. But they need you to help you with the obstacles
Yeah,
that's in that direction. You know,
yeah.
it upgrades and matures, and and we like I said, we got to get used to that. Black people just don't have a collective experience about what life is. We're all individually dreaming. We're all individually in our own corner fantasizing and fucking, thinking of fairy tales and over exaggerating and being extreme or straight up lying.
Yeah, and
Believe
especially our black boys, because I think structure and people telling a girl what to do. My daughter, honestly, she never rebelled like our sons did. The boys, something in them gonna rebel. I don't care how if you could have mama and daddy there. That is a myth that people think because you two parent, oh, it's just gonna be no. Them boys, I don't know what it is, 13, 14, they
that
start wanting to hang
system. They
out.
gotta have that system.
They
Even
want to
sex,
do
it's not about
things.
sex. It's not about gender. You gotta understand the difference between the girl and the boy. You do. But a lot of the times that system for the girl is there. So she don't have to rebel.
I don't believe that. What system is there more for a girl than a boy? The system is the same. They both in the same system. You know what? Boys at a certain age, they don't want mama telling them everything to do. That's just the truth.
They don't want mama
They
telling
don't.
them to do shit they don't want to do.
Yeah.
That's what they if mama tell you, hey, take this $100 and go get you a skateboard. They ain't gonna be like, Ma. But if you say, give me that $100 you just earned from that job, I'm gonna save it to buy you some books. You see what I'm saying? It's the
Hmm.
system that's in place. When girls hit a certain age, girls look to start taking care and providing for shit. That's what they do. If it ain't nothing there, they gonna rebel until they create something to provide and take care of.
I don't know
Boy,
because my daughter, she would just talk a lot of noise to me. Boys, my sons, they love their mom. They never talk trash to my
who the
daughter.
oldest?
My sons is older. I have two older boys, then a daughter, and then a younger boy.
Mm-hmm.
But let me
Mm-hmm.
tell you something. Them boys, they would say, "Yes, mom, I love you, mom. I'm the greatest thing," and go out and do what they want to do. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm riding in a car, driving all around, looking for them. They would deal with they, but they were good. They always were good kids, always.
In
And
front of you.
so in front of me and even to the neighbors and stuff. Everybody always say how well mannered they were, but I will say this with my daughter would talk a little more reckless to me, but she was always at my hip. I was scared for her to go off to college because she didn't even. I'm telling you, we went in Walmart. She was 16. And I said, well, go run over there and get this here milk, and I'm going to go over here so we could be in and out. And she was like hugging on me. You want me to go by myself? And I never
Black
realized that
power.
she just was always at the hip with me, even though she talked the most noise to me.
Yeah.
But boys is opposite. They, oh mama, you the best mama, this, that, and other. Don't do this here, okay? Stay
Mhm.
inside. Don't, while I'm
You
at work, don't go outside.
can't listen to that. Mama can't whoop me. I
Yeah,
gotta listen to that. I respect it because I don't want no smoke.
Yeah, and
Mama
see,
can't
my
whoop me.
husband was still in the military, so he would sometimes be gone 8, 9 months, or 3 months here on a tour or something
Uh,
in the Navy. But so it would just be me. But I always tell people it does not matter if it's two people. You have to stay on top of those kids. You have to, stay on top of your sons and your daughters
yeah,
because
they supposed to be cut off. That's what I
the
say. If it was up to me, My kids won't watch TV. It'll be like everything that they watch and listen to will be controlled. I wouldn't have them just randomly exposed to bullshit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, because I
Because
don't know what it was, but their boys do rebel. They do rebel, and they rebel sneaky. In your face to mama, you the greatest thing, and they love you so much and give you all this respect and go out and do exactly what you beg
because
them not to do.
outside they getting props. Outside they getting people waiting on them to come outside and call them the name that they created for themselves. I'm Charles in the house. Niggas outside waiting on Suave.
Yeah.
So, okay, mama, and I love you. Okay, daddy, I appreciate you. And then it's time to go outside and establish my motherfucking ranking in this world.
Yeah.
That's
And I
just
think
what
it's
it is.
also them not wanting to be called you know, uh, a lame. You know what I'm saying? Because my sons were so smart, but they would get out there and you know, as a teenager, you see their friends going to jail. Oh my goodness, I would just be crying. And I think another thing is we
Uh,
think once they get to be teenagers, people
you gotta
think,
let
well,
them
they're gonna
speak.
do what they're gonna do. No, that's the time you really have to stop them from destroying themselves. You know.
Yeah, they supposed to
So
be a part of somebody here. Jack, shout out to G that. They gotta be a part of something. It's just the family structure is not a business. Like when you already know when times was simple. Let me put it to you like that. And it wasn't so many damn distractions. And you didn't have so much access to shit that you were mature enough to be exposed to. It was obedience. So you have to maintain that despite what the environment around you is doing. You have to know, well, okay, this is what it is. And I'm gonna establish this, and then the family gonna work it, and the family gonna progress off of it. And so once the kids grow up and the kids say, well, shit, I need this. And you say, well, you need money. If that family not providing a way for them to get money, they're gonna go find money. They're gonna go get a job. And now they need to go to sleep and wake up because of their boss, not you.
yeah.
I got work to do. A girl will tell you that. I'm paying my women, they maniacs like that. I ain't paying my bills. I got work to do, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. And I'm gonna sleep in my car because if you don't let me sleep in this motherfucking house. Because I know if I keep doing this, I'm gonna have my own motherfucking house. If I keep doing what you telling me to do, I'm gonna be maintaining your motherfucking house for the rest of my life. I need to take care of my own. That's just that's my experience, you know. And I didn't been a stepfather 2 times over.
Shout out to the stepfathers, to the good ones. I'm telling you,
Yeah,
our children need love, man. Children need
man,
support, and children need love.
yeah, that's a fact.
And the
That's
stepmamas. I'm a stepmama. I mean, you know,
for
I don't
sure.
consider myself a stepmama. I consider him mine. But guess what?
Hmm.
Shout out, you know?
Yeah, motherfuckers just haters, man. It's just
Yeah.
black people just haters. Like
Yeah.
in that fashion, it's just
Mm-hmm.
like the family structure ain't what the family structure is supposed to be. Niggas don't realize if you have a baby with a woman and that woman and you break up and she get with another nigga and he start raising your child, that's your co-parent.
That's right.
That's your partner. That's who you need to be in communication with to make sure your child grow up the healthiest. But motherfuckers is no. I'd rather my child grow up a bum and in prison before I sit up here and co-parent with another nigga. Like, goddamn.
And women got to get out of that too. I went through that for a few years when me and my husband first got together. You know, with his ex not wanting her son around us, around me and stuff, and
And you
then
not
when
wanting right? Yeah. Hey,
no, I
tell the
always
whole
wanted
story, Lee.
him. No. I always wanted him because it wasn't like a thing where it was a cheat baby. This was just a baby that was made a beautiful child before me. So I mean, it wasn't no resentment on my part. But I think it'd be a resentment when there's still feelings involved on other people's part.
You so you was perfect. It ain't nothing nobody can learn from your experience.
The only thing I can tell you that you can learn from what not to do, what I did, was I was dumb. I felt like, oh, he got a child. He asked me to marry him. Oh, okay. We, you know what? Bring him over. Now I'm treating him like he mine, and let him call me mama. And now I got to get cussed out for that. you know, and yeah, because I think I was doing too much. And then especially when I had my son. This right before we got married, but when I had my son, I wanted to make sure that the first son didn't feel. I wanted him to make sure he was a part. So I kept saying, "Hold your brother," and you know. And every time he would be there, I just was trying to. And I think I did too much, and I feel like that caused me and her to have problems. But guess what? Now me and her cool. We do, holidays. I think 5, 6 years it took for us to get it better. And then eventually, over time, she remarried. I mean, she got married. But I think sometimes a step parent do too much, like taking too much control. And I didn't know, I didn't understand
Okay.
to gently go into it. I jump into anything. Me, if your son come to my, if your kids come to my house, I'm gonna treat them like they mine. That's just me.
You gonna bathe
But
them and whoop them.
yep, they're gonna get fed. They're gonna get
I
chastised.
already know.
We're gonna do some math problems.
Like, did she do my daughter hair? I know that used to burn women. Oh!
Oh my God.
Oh,
So
let another motherfucking female
so
do that
listen to
daughter
this.
hair?
Take your son to get a haircut with your son. Oh my gosh.
He said, "Oh,
Ooh. And I let him pick out his own haircut. And who told you to let him get that?
yeah, yeah."
You
That
know,
he don't
but
look like
yeah.
my boy no more. He look like your boy. You
Yes.
try to take my son. It's the nigga that's supposed to protect me and provide for me when I get older. Come get my
Yes.
groceries and shit. And you sit up here. Now he want to come get your groceries. Like,
Yes. And I feel her on that because I have all these extra children and she only have that one. So I always
yeah,
back off, even with uh his kids, because he gave us grandkids now. I always make sure I say, your grandmother, because that's her only
right.
child, that's her only grandkid she getting, you know.
Yeah.
So,
And that's
but
why y'all should have been a close knit family, and she was supposed to start looking at your kids like us too. Cause this her kids, brothers and sisters.
exactly,
So that's supposed to unify and it's supposed to be like the babies, the children. That's just my child.
yeah,
They supposed to come through there. What's up, mom? We dropping off our brother or whatever.
yeah. And
And
see,
that's
my
supposed
two
to be
boys, they idolize their big brother. You know what I'm saying? So,
her.
of course, I want him over because they look up to him.
Tequila in the building. Shout out to the sis. Yeah.
Hey, Tequila.
We got a lot of growing up to do, man. And the thing is, we had it before we regressed. We regressed because black men acted like white men. We thought we had that privilege. We thought we had that privilege. We looked up. It was a straight shot. It was open. Wasn't nobody in the way. And they ran and started acting a fool with that clarity. And it was like, yeah, of course, the women not knowing what the fuck going on. Yeah, that shit was okay. That shit was cool. They even start lying to themselves. You know, they even start lying to themselves. But yeah, niggas just gonna have to do right by their influence. That's just it, man. And a lot of us don't know how, because we don't know. First of all, what's our power, and we don't know in what direction to point it. That's just it. That's just it. I was watching the Craig Smith show. He said, who was the black guy that has something to do with the invention of electricity?
Oh,
Damn.
damn. Was he working with who? Tesla, Nikola Tesla, the other guy. Anyway, all them ideas came from us. You know that.
Yeah, but I can't remember who the fuck it was, and I really need to find his fucking name because this is important.
I done unplugged my TV and everything. I mean, my computers and everything, so I can paint, so I can move everything around.
Is that who it was? Was it Latimer?
Yeah,
But yeah, and today a lot of these motherfuckers will be athletes, rappers, singers. A lot of our inventors, because when we came into consciousness, it was like, black people invented the refrigerator, the
yeah,
doorknob, the lock, the stop sign. The motherfucker just started telling you like, damn, for real, for real, for real, yeah, yeah. Black people invented, white people patented,
yeah,
market and distribute. Them
yeah.
same motherfucker, it's the same shit. It's just basketball and rap and music and sports. We invented, they popularize it, market it, and sell it.
But black people won't have rap too much longer anyway. We done lost R&B, jazz, hip hop.
Man,
So they in
long
on
as
rap.
white people
They
can't
in
say
on rap
nigga,
now.
long as white people can't say nigga, we good. But you know,
Wow.
long as they can't say nigga, we got rap. Nah, you got to
Oh
say nigga to be a rapper. But
man, they taking over that rap. Eminem tried it. He
Eminem,
apologized.
oh, he did that shit. All them little white motherfuckers said nigga when they was kids. White people are victims of white supremacy too. Because when a baby is born, they have no prejudice. When a baby is born, they're not racist. Somebody tells them, hate that person, don't like that person, feel like this about you, feel like that about them. And then they catch it and they catch on. The next thing you know, I saw that little video of that little white girl talking to the little black girl, and the little black girl had a little baby brother. And the white girl pointed to him and said, he's a nigga with the
Oh,
ER. And she said, what you just called my brother? And then the little white girl got silent with a little smile on her face, like she got away with something and shit. Like, yeah. But somebody taught her to do that. But you'll witness her do that and be like, I want to kill that little bitch. For real.
yeah, but they get it from somewhere.
Yeah. So white people are victims of the same shit. It's just a system is created behind it that they benefit off of, you know? And they benefit off of it for the majority and oppressed in the minuscule, but they care about that minuscule. We're oppressed in the majority, but we benefit in the minuscule. And we care about that minuscule. Look at my house, look at my car. Like, nigga, do you know? Like, I don't think people to step back and actually look at what happened. It was like he was born in 19 something. He was born in 2000 and something. And you think the world started off the day you was born. Everything before is irrelevant. Got nothing to do with you.
Yeah, but it got a lot to still do with us. The past always have something to do with you, right? But
Mhm.
it should not determine who you are. We can talk about the reality of the past and know our history, but don't
No, it's not.
condemn ourselves to have to live in it.
Hell.
And don't be like you're not real if you this. That's
Yeah,
the
but
whole
that's not what
problem.
the problem at. The
Not
problem,
keeping it real. I'm so sick of hearing that. I'm a real thug. I'm a real. Like,
Man, I mean, but you, and then they don't be all because I ain't even gonna get into that rap shit because that shit is crazy and fake as fuck. But Katrina say she think they should take it out of the books. Do you think they should take slavery out of school books?
no, ma'am, absolutely not.
Because she said
I
the
need it
problem
to be
is
more horrific, more gruesome.
more horrific.
I
And what's
think
the
it
purpose
needs to
behind
be
that?
shown because you know what? I think okay, culturally,
Mm-hmm.
I may not be I'm to myself considered I consider myself a true African American because my biological family is
Mm-hmm.
from Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel like wanting to forget the hideousness of well it because it lingered for so long and it still have laws that linger today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um so I don't ever want us to forget. It's just like they 9/11. It's like the Jews. You will never make them forget the Holocaust. I don't ever want nobody to forget what they did. Ever. I don't ever want to not have that in part of your mind, the horrific, things, but also look at how great of a people we are. I think they say like no other race of man got educated and did so much 50 years outside of slavery with all the Jim Crow laws, with all of the hangings, with all of the stuff that just the success that we are today.
Mm-hmm. We
With
instantly started becoming millionaires.
yes, and so I always tell people look at slavery like they so ashamed to say the ancestors. That's man, look, them people smiling down. They so happy they can't believe it. If you look at stuff in a negative, I can cry. I watch sometimes slave movies and cry. And I shed happy tears at the end because I'm thinking, my God, look how far we've come. You have to go through things, being a daughter of immigrants,
Mm-hmm.
and being poor and stuff like that, and getting teased and being called African booty scratcher, and you just got off a banana boat.
Mm-hmm.
And this was never by white people, mind you. This was all by black people. And if you know anything about East Africans, we supposed to have this pretty hair. So in New Orleans, yeah, y'all not real Africans, y'all Indians. Y'all not really this, y'all that. No, we from Africa. And they got people in Africa that look all kind of ways. All different types of ways.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear a lot of people say like East Africans think they better. The thing is, I
East
think
Africans think they better than West Africans. Man, we is
I
not
hear a
finna get
lot of
no Bloods
people.
and Crips in
Man,
Africa,
I'm
man.
telling you, I have heard
This is
that so many
crazy.
times on these platforms where they say Somalians or Ethiopians think they're better than, or look better than. But I'm gonna be honest with you. My dad would always tell me, "My beautiful girls, my beautiful." It took me to get around other people and realize their family just don't praise them like that. So we all probably a little more conceited because we grow up and our parents tell us this. So I think we may do have something subconscious thinking we pretty, but I'm black, I'm very dark, and it was never a color thing. It was just my dad always thought I was beautiful, always told us we were beautiful. Oh, you the most beautiful girls, my most beautiful girls in the whole world. But my husband tell my daughter that. So I mean, I think that we just I don't even know how I got to that subject, but what I'm trying to say is don't ever let them wipe your history away. Your history is your found, is a proud thing from look at where you were to look at where you at now.
Yeah,
You
but
understand?
couldn't you just have Black History Month that teach you that? Do it got to be in this school every year at every grade?
Every year do they need to learn about George Washington and the history of America? So every time that they
That's
got
a
to talk about
negative.
the history, if they got to talk about the history of America, if you got to take a history class, you should. We part of history. Don't wipe us out. That's my thing.
Yeah.
I believe it should be more inclusive in regular history. I don't really, to me, like the taking the black out of the history, like for Black history. You understand? It should be
Mm.
hand in hand. If you're talking about George Washington, talk about the people who was there with him, because they had black people fought in all of those wars. If you talk about this, it should be hand in hand, and that's just my thing about it. I
Mm.
don't think it should be. It should have never been allowed to be separated from the fabric. It's almost like it's two Americas. When you learn their history, it's whitewash. We're not really in it. Or if they talk about it, well, he had 170 slaves. Thomas Jefferson had 100, and that's it. It's
So you
just
gonna
like,
take history out completely?
no. I'm saying if we're
No,
gonna
I'm
have
talking to
history,
Katrina. She said you take it all out.
certain things.
Certain things. See, I don't think it lie in none of that. I think it lies in the system that you're able to live in. Like, if it's something wrong with the system, of course you're gonna find shit within the system and say this need to be changed. This need to be changed. But it's the system. It's the fact that when you grow up, the acts from this history is still being perpetrated. It's not, if you take away the history, you're more ignorant. And you're growing up in the world and you don't know these white kids at home being taught hate the black
mm-hmm,
people.
mm-hmm.
You think these white kids being raised like you. They mama wake up, kiss them and praise Jesus, and they daddy get up and whoop them and go to work, and that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Like, they're being taught family importance, economic importance, spiritual importance. They being taught and walked through some, and it's a institution
But
that's was
Suave,
existed
not to cut you off. I
that brings
wanted to know
value
how
to what's
Sister
being said.
Katrina feeling now. How you doing much
You said
better?
how you feeling now?
I'm okay, thank you.
All right, I'm glad to hear that.
You said what?
I'm glad to hear that.
No, I was talking to Katrina. You said do the same
Oh,
thing.
Yeah.
Wow,
Start telling your kids.
man, that's what
Have
I'm saying.
have
But
a month like it is now. What you learning in Black History?
I do think she got a point.
Like it.
Like my husband, he cannot watch a slave movie. He don't want to hear nothing about slavery. All of that just make him mad. It like enrage him.
because
But
the system is still being perpetrated.
yeah, but for me, I look at it, it just break my heart, and I always pray and thank for they went through that and we don't have to. But I never
Uh,
want to forget that they went through that. You see what I'm saying?
mm-hmm,
So I
mm-hmm.
get where she coming from. Cause my husband,
But
let me
the
tell you
thing
something. When
is,
he was in high school, they played roots. He went out the classroom into the hallway and beat up a white boy
yeah, for what?
for nothing. I was
Yeah,
like,
that's not good.
I'm like, why did you do that? I mean, this is 35 years ago, but I'm just saying he cannot take slavery movies. He cannot take nothing like that. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm,
saying?
mm-hmm. Because when you look around and you see where all the economic power, all the political representation is at, you say that's crazy. The thing is, too, they start history off there. They start history off as slavery. They start history off at the beginning of America, right?
Hmm.
And the beginning of American history is embedded in slavery. So that's where your book starts. They don't start you, well, you were, you had institutions of your own. You had schools and universities. You had, an economic system on every land. There's
Yeah.
not a piece of land on earth that black people were not building. And it wasn't relying on the white supremacist system. You
Hmm.
could you could look, you will never find a group of naked white people living in a mud hut. Nowhere. What that mean? They wasn't there when that hustle, when that was life. They wasn't there. So now you look through history and you see them people have a people within them that progress, they advance technology, and then there's the group of people that stay and don't, and so that will always be embedded and represented. And then them people advance, have a group of people within them that advance technology and spread out, and they have a group of people that stay. They don't tell that story. You don't learn that story. You don't learn about the Shanghai Empire. You don't learn about the true history of the Native Americans and Africans that was in America. Motherfuckers still don't know Africans came to America.
True.
They think everybody was just stuck on land and just walked to the edge of the land, saw the water, and put their feet in it. No, motherfuckers wanted to get across that bitch. Like I don't understand how I did not understand. I kind of do now better. I did not understand how ignorant our people was. Because when I was being exposed to information, I thought everybody else was being exposed to the information. So when I came outside and I started talking and people didn't know it or people weren't interested or people thought it was wrong, you bump heads. But I had to see like, damn, motherfuckers really just wasn't reading or watching boring TV. Because when I was young, I watched documentaries. I watched history. I watched the History Channel. I watched AME. I watched all this boring ass shit. To the point, that was the joke. That's what everybody would say. You know what I'm saying? But that shit was fascinating to me. It was like, damn, that's crazy. Like,
Yeah, but so far as you saying about Africans coming here, look, Africans was all over the world. If you look at them statues and with them big heads, what that is, the almanacs?
the Olmec.
Olmec. Yeah, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but come on, man, that's my people, man. Look, I joke
You
with
know
my
where the
husband.
Olmec
One of them
statues?
look like my husband's head.
You know where the Olmec statues are at?
In Peru?
And
Well,
Nigeria.
what?
Nigeria. It's the Olmec head in Nigeria.
Wow.
Yeah. And the thing is, because we've been taught from, once again, the white version of history, because they started in Africa.
Yeah.
They started in Africa. I don't think we started in Africa. We were a global people who, due to the Younger Dryas event, regressed or sought refuge back in Africa. And then that mutation happened. Albinism, they separate thousands of years, white people. And that's where history starts. They don't care about the history before them. It's history. We're a prehistoric people.
Yeah.
We had culture before history existed. History was created in the 100 BC. And then they would go back and fill in the prior year. Herodotus is called the father of history. He's 400 BCE.
Wow. Yeah.
400 BCE, history was invented, and we got artifacts and sculptures that date about 12,000 BCE.
Exactly.
Tequila in the building. Peace to you, sis.
Hey, Suave. Hey,
Hey,
Mew.
hey, T.
How you
Tequila.
doing?
Doing good.
That's good.
But
Suave.
oh,
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
no, go ahead. I just wanted to make this here. How you knew we were a global people? Look at Australia. Those people over there, the indigenous people, those were just regular black people. I mean, they all mixed up now, so they real light. But that was regular us. We truly were a global people, or are a global people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not just in Africa. We everywhere. We was already here in America. We was everywhere.
That's a fact.
Okay.
Okay, I came up here just for a little bit of pushback, y'all. Just a smidget of pushback. So I do believe, I agree with y'all when we say we were a global people. I do believe that. But I still do believe the outer Africa theory. I think we did all originate in Africa in the beginning. This is what I think. But I think our intelligence, we traveled and we started off in different. We started going to different places, like the Aborigines in Australia, and the people that came to the Americas, like the Olmecs, and the people who populated the Asian countries, because you know there are Black Asians too that look just like us too. So like I believe we literally went everywhere, but I do think we did start in Africa. I just think we went everywhere before everybody else and cultivated the land and built cultures there. If that makes sense.
Do you believe in Pangea?
I do. I think we were all, I think it was just all one continent. And I think we all just started
So
spreading out.
that's what I'm saying. How do we all start in Africa if America,
I mean,
South and North?
Pangea was the middle. It's the middle of the earth. If you start piecing all the earths, all the continents together, they all look like they
That's what I'm
fit.
saying. Pangea
So
was the only land on Earth, right?
right. So what I'm saying is, I do believe we all started in like one, like an area, but we all started branching out, doing our own thing,
I agree with you.
during
But what I'm saying
prehistoric
is
time.
when Pangea split, the land that we now know as Africa, how do we know we originate there? If all of this is one land mass, remember,
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like the very first prehistoric people, period.
yeah,
I think all originated from that one land source that was the middle of
I
Africa.
agree. I
Because I mean, I do, and I think it would. I think it is Africa because Africa sits in the middle of all the continents, and it holds the most resources.
Now,
I,
see,
So
I don't.
I do in my the way my brain is put looking at it. I think we all started in that middle round, like in that middle area of the world, which is where Africa is, and then we all split out. We people went different places.
But how now let me give you some pushback. I don't really believe in that Pangea, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. I have always been taught that we're all the same people, and white people come from black people, and Asians come from. I don't believe in all of that because why we look so different.
No,
That's just my pushback for
I
that.
think
I
we're the
don't know where those
same.
people come from.
I think we're the same. We're similar species, but I don't believe we're all one people. I don't believe in the whole one human race. In
Cause
my opinion,
why
I
how
think
can
we
we
are
look so
total.
different?
I think black people genetically. I mean, and science will prove that black people genetically are different. We're different genetically than whites and Asians,
Yes,
the
I
white looking
believe that.
Asians. So I think they're a whole different species
but how
of
do you think man came to be?
how do I think man came to be?
Hmm.
You already know how I think. I
Okay,
think the Lord made us.
in Africa, in the part of Pangea that is known as Africa.
Yes, I think the part of Pangea is was known as Africa. Like I think that was the beginning of everybody. We all, and I really believe that we all spread before the continent spread, and we, we cultivated those different lands.
Hmm.
Therefore, we are a global people. I do believe in that. I'm not gonna say we just all are
But no, I
like
don't believe we started off on the landmass we know as Africa. I believe we started in what is known as Antarctica. I believe that
what?
I believe we
Why Antarctica?
because it's the one place it's we already know how they protect it and watch over it in Antarctica. Okay? The thing is there is a landmass. That's not ice. There's a landmass there. They're finding pyramids, they're finding artifacts, and they're older, but they not breaking bread on that information with us. Now, the way that I look at it, because I don't I believe the earth I believe we are people that are um extremely old. I don't believe in the new earth shit. I don't believe the earth is 6,000 years old. I don't believe it's 10,000 years old. I go into the hundreds of thousands and I go into the possibility of millions of years old, which means that's the difference you see between people. You leave a people alone for a million years and they branch off and change diets and climates and this, that, and the other. Your body isn't stupid. It's going to preserve itself. So it will lose pigmentation. It will gain pigmentation. It will lose a fucking limb. It would gain the ability to hold your breath longer, take more heat, take more cold. Your cells are intelligent as shit. They created you. So when I look at the Younger Dryas period, which happened like 10,000, 11,000 BC, the a meteorite, they found the meteorite hole, hit the earth and devastated the earth, clouded the skies, temperatures dropped, all type of shit started happening. People had to desert their land. What area took the less damage? Africa. So the only people who really survived are the people who ran into Africa. And then once we ran into Africa, all of us being from different areas with different genes and different germs and different, the body started mutating. So that's where the albino come in. Boom. And then black people not knowing what the fuck an albino was, thinking we was cursed or is diseased or nuclear or whatever the fuck. We murdered them. Those people, as we got more progressive and started keeping them and loving them and raising them, because some people from the beginning never did kill their babies. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's an albino. No, they understood like it's my baby. But the culture grew into murdering them. The cannibals ate them because they looked at them as part of some gift or some shit. Those people went off and decided to do on their own. And through breeding over thousands of years, however.
You think white people come from us and they are albinos?
Yeah, white people come from albino.
Because I think they're a totally different species. I don't
I
even
mean,
think they're the same entity. I can't even talk right now. I don't even think that they're the same entity. Why didn't I say this word?
but like in Yame said, two different
Same
species
at
can't
all.
mate. Two different species can't mate. A white man can't sleep with a black woman, or a black man sleep with a white woman and make a goddamn basketball star.
I think we are two different species. Like you have different species of like I think we are you- I think white people and black people are cousins or something genetically. I do
Yeah,
not
but that's the same
but
species.
no no
That's
no no. I don't think we originated as the same people. I don't
I
think they
mean,
I
no,
don't
no,
think they
you didn't.
differ because albinos, you got white albinos.
No, you didn't. Albinos is not the original. You come from a blue and purple people. This is how what I see. We come from a very highly melanated people that were what you would say black or blue or purple or green. Like they was that hue. It wasn't like no alien or no reptile. It was just you see the people today. The one model chick. She so black, she blue. You know what I'm saying? You see it in the Indian people. When you see the green tinge in their skin, they exist today. So it's like that's who the war was against, because those people were like the Avengers. Like until, as long as we ate from the earth that was provided to us by the creator, we had intelligence. Our body had intelligence. You had senses. Once you stop being obedient, you move away from that diet and possibly that geological location, because we know the earth has ley lines, and those ley lines are, it's like Wi-Fi. They're streams of information that your cells use to survive, adapt, learn, and evolve. Once you move out of that, you losing that information. That's a theory of mine. But I know the diet, leaving off of that diet, motherfuckers lost the gift of telekinesis. They couldn't talk to each other from the brain to brain. You know how you talk in your head with your voice? And I could talk in my head with my voice? We could open that path and talk to each other through our head with that voice, but we lost that. So we had to start writing. And now, here we are depending on writing. And grandma can't even, grandma used to be able to tell you what the fuck you was thinking. Grandma used to be able to hit that shit spot on. I know how you feel. I know motherfuckers so disconnected now. Do this. Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, but not different species, but a different category of man, a different obedience system, a different set of laws. Because we could walk for days in the sun, they could. So they can't live by the same laws as us.
Well, they are not the same entity as us. They are totally
I
different.
don't know what the word entity means. All I'm saying is biological.
I'm saying genetically, like they are completely different. You
Not
know how you
completely
know
different.
how you know how you know how like different species of dogs can still mate.
Uh,
That's
um,
why we can mate with them because
yeah, but they're not a different species. They're different breeds. Like they're a canine. They're a canine. That's their species.
right. So but I believe. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is there were different types of people. I don't necessarily believe that. I'm sorry. I don't think white people were actual humans. I think they were a type of people. I don't even know if I'm making sense to anybody, but I do believe like they're genetic. Uh, I do believe that they are related in ways. I
They're
do.
related, but they different. Yes, I understand. It's
Okay,
just the
so what I'm
terminology.
saying is that they're not like us. I mean, because even you have. I don't even believe in this. Believe in. I don't even believe Asian is a race. In my honest opinion, I believe because you got black Asians, you got white Asians. I think it's either you're black or you're white, and when you're white, you got subcategories of white, different ethnicities of white, and you got different ethnicities of black, and that's just what it is.
Uh,
In my opinion,
okay.
I don't
Yes.
think it's white, Asian, and black. I think it's white and white. You got white Asians, you got black Asians. You got white
Yeah.
people, you got black people. I just think you're
Yeah.
white or you're black.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
I think
But
that
that's go ahead. I'm done.
maybe we were the same species. Let me take that back. Maybe we were the same species, but we were just totally different.
Not totally, but we were we were we were we were different. We were what's the word? We were a something. There was a difference between us that could not. It was what's the word? Like you couldn't ignore it. At this point, they can't play it off. We can't play it off. I can't act like the sun not burning you up. You can't act like you know what I'm saying, had the ability to fucking see stars and planets and shit. Like
I mean,
you can't.
they didn't even have the same intelligence that we had.
That's what I'm saying.
So
That's what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying is, I mean, you know how our hair can is I do believe spiritually, like our hair connects us to God as well too. Like so, I believe we get spiritual downloads through our hair as well because it's going to our brain or our third eye, all that other kind of stuff. So, um, their hair doesn't even go upwards. Their hair doesn't have the same electricity that our hair holds. If that even makes sense to some people.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at
So
that.
they don't have the same intelligence. I think what the problem was when we decided to mix with them originally, um, that's when everything got confusing. And honestly, I think that's when they became kind of human when we mixed with them.
Uh, where you think they came from? You think the creator made a different man?
Yeah. Or
Come
maybe it's
on
true.
now.
Maybe the devil. I honestly, what sounds crazy is I really believe, I believe. You know, I told you I talk to God and he
Mm,
talks back to me.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not trying to freak nobody out. But I definitely believe that they were created with God. I
By
don't think
faith.
God created them.
You don't think God created them. So another God created white people?
No. I think the devil did.
I mean the devil is a God. So you think you think the devil created white people because of slavery?
No. Mm-mm.
What makes you think that?
Because they were I believe we were made in God's image, and I believe, and we have the intelligence. They were less evolved. They were less intelligent. Um, Anything that's natural, that's to the earth, they have most of their genes are recessive. The fact that they're
Uh-huh.
white, a lot of them got the colorful eyes and the blonde hair. All of those are recessive genes.
Uh-huh.
We do have some of those traits in us, but not really. So I think I believe that the devil tried to create what God created, but he couldn't because he's the devil.
Mm. Yeah. Well, I definitely don't believe the biblical narrative. I
You
believe in a
don't believe in
creator.
aliens? You don't think some aliens got dropped off?
Nah, ain't no aliens neither.
You know, they say Ezekiel saw a spaceship.
Yeah,
He saw,
I don't,
saw the
I
wheel
don't,
way up in the middle of the air.
I don't look at the Bible as fact. I look at the Bible as allegory,
They
esoteric. I look
kill
at the
her.
Bible as, the Bible is a
Kill
lot of
her.
things put together.
They
It's
came
a,
from
it's a
that
melting pot.
wheel. That wheel.
The wheel way up in the middle of the air.
Yeah, I like to stay away from that because long as you got that in your brain, that's gonna always affect any fucking thing else you come in and relate. Like the moment you see something bad, you're gonna relate it to the devil. Something good gonna be related to God. You're gonna see if you see a ghost, you're gonna say it's an angel. So it's like somebody already predetermined how you fucking see life. Off, you know what I'm saying?
I
Something
mean,
that
in some ways, yeah. But remember, I told you that I was open to learning so many different things. So,
yeah,
and even though, like I said, Christianity is my base, I do dibble and dabble into African spirituality as well. I add that on to it, and a lot of what I will say is a lot of Africans do that too. Yeah, they may go to church, but they still kind of practice their own indigenous religion as well, if that makes sense.
yeah, some of them, but they deep in that Christianity and
Oh yeah,
Judaism.
they real deep in it. Oh, I
Yeah.
know. They real deep in that Christianity, but a good portion of them still, even like I said, they may still go to church, but they may go to church and dibble and dabble in their Africans, like their indigenous religion. Um,
I think that's the
Uh-huh.
best. I think it's best for you to research and do things that's more from nature, and
exactly.
don't look for none of these books. You can look for all of I done read a lot of them. You can read them for inspiration, but never take it as fact for me. So
They read them as inspiration. You can't
yeah,
inspire yourself.
and look, inspire yourself because
I
it's
could,
so
I could look
much
at a motherfucking
evil.
caterpillar
It's so
turn
much
into a
hate.
butterfly. I could look at a caterpillar turn into a butterfly, getting inspired without believing white people better than me, and my soul is the devil and all that shit.
And somebody is this God who you gonna worship,
Oh
chosen people, but you not them. I mean, why do we fall for that? It's like
shit,
craziness.
you ain't fall. They kicked your ass into it. You ain't fair. They murdered to get that book. That book has been militarily enforced on the world. Nigga, I'm gonna kill you. They
Yeah,
went
but
around and killed motherfuckers. You gonna believe in this book? I don't give a fuck. You gonna get this church? You can go in there. You can sing whatever the fuck you want to
But you
sing.
know that book holds a lot of spells too.
Yeah,
Holds a lot of spell work that a lot of the original religions still do to this day.
Yeah, yeah, and then some of them because the Bible has been enforced for thousands of years, and we as Black Americans, we think just because an African do it and they in a goddamn straw skirt that was original. Nah, Black people were being fucking murdered and pushed into these religions thousands of years ago. You know what I'm saying? So with you being a person that was born in 1970 some, 1980 some, and looking at an African person, they say, "Oh, these people been here since." Man, you like, "Oh, this indigenous." Hell nah, they fucked Africa over. Africa got fucked over. I'm telling you, man, this shit wouldn't have been possible. Africa was the place where, like I said, people regressed into, and that's when knowledge blew up because everybody from all over the earth brought their fucking knowledge and their writing systems, they cosmology, they medicine to Africa. And that's what you see. The Asian, the African, the American, the Australian. And then once people start
Come here, son.
going,
They
when
all
people
have
start going back,
all religions, and knowledge and stuff all have the same, almost the same base. The indigenous stuff, almost the
the,
same base. So what I'm saying is, I still don't believe that they regressed into Africa. I think they came out of Africa and they went different places.
mm-hmm,
And over years, over years, cultures change, people change.
mm-hmm.
I
Things
just
get
don't see them
rearranged.
regressing back into Africa. I know you said that in what you say in Antarctica they had artifacts that um older than the ones in Africa, right?
Yeah, you don't think
But you know that it's a
nobody
bunch
ever
of
did?
lost cities in Africa too that's underground.
Absolutely. There's
You know
there's
that
there under
too.
there are underground
So those
cities
are
in every
probably older
continent.
than the ones in Antarctica. I
Ain't
cannot
no
I cannot
ain't
put
no
my
reason to
wrap
talk
my
about
brain
ain't no
around them coming from Antarctica and regressing back into Africa.
well, that's you admitting that you have a handicap. You just say I cannot wrap my mind around. I can't argue with that. I like to go on evidence. I can't go on what people are comfortable with accepting
No, I'm
because
not
you'll forever stay ignorant like that.
accepting that. That just sounds crazy as hell to me.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
it
what about
does.
history ain't sound crazy as hell? You telling me you
But
believe that the Most High created the world and created the people and walked on water, but this sound crazy as hell?
but
You're comparing it to hell. You said this sound crazy in hell, and you
Well,
get
that
hell from the
sounds
Bible.
crazy as earth.
okay, but have they found any human remains or like in Ethiopia they found what they call Lucy, and then they found somebody even older than her. So in Antarctica, has they
hmm
found that anybody older than?
hmm
No,
I can't recall. But
no,
me,
no.
I go on because just because they found it don't mean they published that shit in no finding that you can read. We got history of that. We have history of them finding things and then covering it up and trying to create an artificial. Remember the goddamn time they took a fucking human skeleton and put it with an animal jawbone and shit and tried to push that shit up? That's what we're teaching our kids today. Like that shit is real. So we know if they first of all, the biblical narrative is what all these institutions are bagging. The religious powers control the world. The Roman Empire was never conquered. Never. They didn't just deteriorate, get old, and die. No. They still rule the world. Through what? Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. Simple as that. So all of these educational institutions are being funded by who? The rich people. Okay, well, who was the rich people? The motherfucking Romans. The people who stole everybody fucking riches and never had nobody beat their ass and take the shit back. So all these institutions are paying people. It's just like the hip hop game. You could write an album about the truth, or you could write an album about I'm gonna kill a nigga, I'm gonna fuck his bitch, and I'm gonna do some dope. Which one you think the white man gonna pay to get distributed? So when you come out here and you say, hey, I found some shit that go against the Roman biblical narrative, they ain't finna put no money behind that shit. They gonna pay all these motherfucking archaeologists, all these historians that say, "Oh, this shit kind of correlates to Moses. Here's $10,000. Thank you. Keep it up." That shit is real. I don't gotta make that shit up. So when you looking for real for certain shit, you gotta know everything ain't Googleable to be, compiled in a way that goes against the narrative that is being set by the dominant motherfucking society. This they shit. Like they literally wrote history in front of you. They had Josephus and Herodotus and Tacitus. Where's the African historians? Where's the Asian? How many people know about the Asian historians?
Well, they have a bunch of them. They were called, what's the name? I forget what they called. They got a bunch of them, but they didn't write it down. It was in their family where they had to learn I cannot think of the name of the people, like what they're called, but they had to learn their land history. And then they would teach another person from their family, and it go down, and so they still have some of those people even today. I can't think of the name of those people though.
I think one of the Asian historians is Confucius. I think, but that's what I'm saying. We reading the history written by openly, admittedly, the Greeks and the Romans. You know what I'm saying? Their terminology, their narrative. This is how we feel about it. This is what it is. As simple as that. We can't run from that, and we shouldn't want to, because it's the truth. And if motherfuckers want some feel-good doctrine that tells them you right, then they might as well quit. Go get high. Shit, go get high.
This how I look at it. All throughout the world, every indigenous group had a belief system of some sort. So I always say, even here in the Native Americans, right? Every indigenous group all over the world had their own. Why now do we need books? When did I think we just got disconnected, like Tequila said, from and like you were saying, how maybe people could talk with telepathy. I'm not sure about that, but I think we did lose some senses, and got disconnected from nature and from the true essence of what we should be doing. Let's following man.
Okay, now let me ask you
man,
this, just the way my logic against yours. Let me ask you this: What do you do? Is it sane? Now listen to this. Don't try to just shoot it right up the middle. Are you crazy if you talk to yourself?
No.
Absolutely not.
No, I talk to myself every day.
You talk to yourself every day, and you have a conversation with yourself. You say, myself, super duper califragilisticexpialidocious, and then you say, well, self, super duper calif. You don't do that. You don't.
Well, I
do
don't say
that.
self, but I do call myself by my name. I say Tequila Girl.
Okay.
And I talk to myself like that.
What you say?
Tequila Girl.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But you're not talk like me and you talking right now. You don't do
right
yourself.
But no, I do have full conversations to myself.
Now that when you not a foot, no, it's a one way. It's not a dialogue. It's a monologue. It's a one way. Cause I do it like, man, damn, man, what you done did now? I don't say, well, I don't know what I did now. Man, you gotta know what you did. Now you did it. No, I'm gonna see that. Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. We don't talk to ourselves. You see what I'm saying? So now we got this voice in our brain, and you could use it. I could use it. What we need it for? What we need it for? What we need that voice for? Because we don't
It's
talk to
called
ourselves.
thinking, Suave. It's called thinking.
Yes.
That so you use that voice to think.
Yeah, I use that voice to think. I use my voice to converse with myself.
It's like I told you earlier, I have to write things down. I'm a schedule type person. So I'll be thinking, okay, girl, what you need to do? And I put it in order, and sometimes I rearrange it, and I'm like, no, that don't. But I'm talking to myself. It's not nobody else I'm talking to.
Yeah, because there's been plenty of
Okay.
times where I'm like, well, maybe I should do this. And then I'm like, nah, maybe I shouldn't. Well, if I did this, okay. Oh, that sounds all right. Okay. I do that a lot. Sometimes even out loud. If no one's around me.
Yeah. You in the store?
Yeah, I can't give you some black.
Oh. Yeah, but I always talk to myself, and they used to say it's okay to talk to yourself as long as you don't answer yourself. But I find myself not even answering
Yeah,
myself.
I talk and I answer myself. And honestly, a lot of the times I sit in meditation and I'll pray and then literally I'll meditate for maybe an hour at a time or so, and then I'll get like a big spiritual download, or I'll pray and really ask God to reveal whatever I'm asking Him to reveal to me, and it'll be revealed to me through a dream or something will wake me up like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then all of a sudden I understand. And a lot of the times, sometimes I may have to write it down or speak it out loud so I don't forget it.
Uh,
I do believe in that power of meditation. I had one son, he had kind of anger issues and was fighting all the time in school.
oh,
So,
my bad.
so I started going to this Buddhist temple a friend of mine recommended. And when I tell you, we went there for about a year every Saturday. And, they don't teach you anything. It's no scriptures, it's no praying out loud. It's just somebody who gets on top on the stage in the front, and they ring a chime bell, and you sit there with your legs folded and in a dim lit room, and you just sit there and you think, and each time they hit that bell you think is. And I love that type of structure, because it's no man reading and telling me what I'm supposed to be thinking, feeling, or anything. And I will tell you this here, meditation, it took a while, but I'm telling you, it will calm your spirit, and it make you not as, I don't know why, but sometimes kids will get very aggressive, and he was just fighting all the time. That's why I say I agree. I like that you say you'll meditate for an hour. We did that every Saturday for 2 hours, and it works.
Yeah. And honestly, it clears your mind. Anytime you have any kind of confusion or
Mhm.
it clears your mind. And that's literally God speaking to you. That's God speaking to you right there.
Yeah, and I don't even know how that religion survived, because there's nobody praying, talking, nothing. It's a complete silence. But anyway, so meditation does work, and you can do that at home, and it's a good thing to go and I do it still. I do it routinely still, at least twice a week. And two of my sons still do it.
I need to meditate. I wish I could. I
Honestly,
just be doing too much. I
look,
meditate when I
Swab, you
sleep
could do
or
this
when I
just
wake up.
you could do this yourself. You could do it at home. You have I can tell that you have a good singing voice. So what you could do is vibrations help you meditate. You could just go
Yes, yes.
and just keep breathing deeply and go.
And
Do that the whole time and just think.
and
Just
why you think that?
relax and
Why?
breathe
What you think
because
the science
it's
behind that is?
vibrations and the vibrations is calming you and it's connecting you to that higher power. Whatever people believe in is
And every
connecting you to that higher power.
and every time a thought comes in your mind, like, oh, you should be doing this, that's to clear it out because you want
Mm-hmm.
to have a clear mind. And your
Mhm.
mind is always busy trying to work. So that's the reason why you either ring the bell or you hum. And that's to erase what you're thinking of, so you
Yeah,
can focus on nothing.
it's a clearing of energy.
Yeah. Hmm.
Man.
It's
Yeah, I
very
think it got
powerful.
something to do with because the earth vibrates at a certain frequency, and I think if you can like whatever relationship to what you vibrating at to the earth, like that has an effect on you cellularly. You know what I'm saying? Like your brain cells, your skin cells, your organs and shit. Like that's what I believe because I know the earth. That's where I believe the came from. That's the sound that the earth makes. That's the vibration that the earth makes. So it's like getting in tune with the earth gets you in tune with the universe, gets you in tune with the creator. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's just how I believe because the creator set the earth up perfectly for us to sustain us.
To
So
inhabit. Exactly.
yeah.
You're right. I agree.
Yeah.
Except for the outer Antarctica theory.
I
Yeah,
don't
I'll
get
be in
that
the
either.
future with a lot of shit, man. A lot of shit that I think definitely won't be proven true until after I'm gone. But yeah, I mean, remember, especially you, Tequila, you believe in Pangea. So one time, Antarctica was a part of the same land you call Africa. You telling me
Right.
nobody ever
But the
wandered over there
climate
before?
that's what's making me think like,
But
okay,
the
I
climate is
can't
modern. Antarctica hasn't always been frozen. There's maps of Antarctica with no ice.
Oh, but you know what? One time they did find like a complete woolly mammoth still with the fur they claim, in a block of ice somewhere. I'm
really,
trying to think. Yes,
you know what? Well
I think
maybe.
this was
Well
like 20
I
years
think
ago.
maybe I don't know. I don't know. I ain't gonna say it's true. I just haven't been able to wrap my head around that. And I know you gonna say something, Swell, so just be
I ain't
quiet.
gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing.
That dude
Yeah.
said that's an intellectual
That's
disability.
a
You told
handicap.
me that's
You a
an
mentally
intellectual disability.
I'm just mentally
Yeah.
handicapped in that way. I can't wrap my mind around that. I say, damn, you gonna admit it just like that? All
Yes,
right.
because I can't. I'm with you, Tequila. I can't. I don't see that. I don't believe. I believe more of the out of Africa, but I don't believe in we're all the same race because that's something that years ago that would beat us down where we're cousins to the
All the
white
same
people
way.
and the Asians. I don't see that. I,
No,
I
race
don't
is a
understand.
social construct. Race is a
Yeah,
social
it's a
construct.
social
So no,
construct, but we are different. We are different.
racist.
We are different. Okay, we are this. Okay, we are people, but we're different sectors of people. We are different.
I
Okay,
don't
all right.
know.
We are the race of people, right?
I say
But we are
the energy that our physical flesh is able to contain comes from a different source that the energy that they flesh is able to contain comes from. Like I just don't think and then that coupled with what they had to like because when they came into being, black was popping. You know what I'm saying? Like you couldn't sit up here and explain why the sun is boiling your skin to a group of people who can withstand the sun for days. Like they gonna jive on you, they gonna beat you up, they gonna pick on you, they gonna bully on you. And so you're gonna say, fuck that shit. I hate that shit. That's just how life goes. That's just how life goes, man.
I'm back to the wheel.
Yes,
they
Ezekiel saw that wheel.
they got dropped off
They got dropped off.
off
Hmm.
a spaceship done dipped and said and
He
kicked
saw that
all of that.
wheel.
Look, and kicked off all that undesirables in. They done
Mm.
came in and started slaughtering people. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Child.
I have no clue, but I just don't think they're the same.
You not
I don't
ready to
believe that.
admit that white people are your people?
They are not. They are not. And honestly, I'm not, and I don't even mean to be funny, but
Hmm.
they just are not. They are not.
Okay,
But
what's closer to you than a white person? Anything, any other living thing on earth? Is a white person closer to you than a monkey?
Yes, yes, they
exactly,
are.
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, just like you have different species of canines, dogs, you got different species of humans, and
Hmm.
there are different species of human, or a
I won't
different
even say that.
species of people.
Maybe let's run with tequila theory that a different God made them
I
because
do believe that. I truly believe that.
What that
it
mean physically? Okay,
they
that's
just
a belief system. That's a belief. You believe that another Most High, another spiritual man that's not a man, but he is spirit. Okay, you
Get
believe that.
a different entity that was that was trying to compete with the Most High. Made
mm,
that.
oh my gosh.
Uh,
But here's the thing, like I really don't have any malice against white
I don't
people. I could
either. I
care
really
less.
don't. Yeah,
I can
I
really
don't.
care less. But I do definitely believe that we're different. And that's just we are just totally different. And like I said, it's only two races, you white or you black.
I
It's
agree.
different ethnicities of white and different ethnicities of black.
But I just agree that
Better.
melanated people, I don't care. Uh, I just think black people is black people, straight up. And I think we were all over the world.
Me too. I definitely believe we were all over the world. I know
So
that for a fact.
I hear a lot of black people like, this was our land before. I can believe that. I really, I feel them on it. I think the Native
I do
Americans
believe
was
they
just regular
and
black people.
I believe we were the first ones there too. I think we all started in Africa. We branched out to different land masses, and they were the first people to inhabit that land. That's
Yeah,
my belief.
yeah,
Even though
and
Suave ones say we all came from Antarctica. That's where the dinosaurs and the Millie Mammoths and all of them was at.
they sure wasn't in Africa. Mm-mm. I got a picture, y'all, of my father petting a leopard in Africa. The zoos in Africa, do you know they walk around with lions and leopards and stuff on like dog leashes and you walk.
Mhm. And they
I,
wear like fur and stuff. Like they be having like leopard skin, like leopard fur. Well, do they have fur?
but wait, in America, you'll never go to a zoo and see a lion being walking on a leash past past the people.
They have the most experience with those animals, so they know how to tame them and live with them. And mm-mm.
My dad actually be petting them. I said, these people over there, they're a different type of people.
They sure is.
Here, they
What's
keep
cra-
up.
What's crazy to me though, y'all, is I think we was having a conversation. I don't know. It had to be a few weeks ago, but I was explaining like all the places of the earth where my when I did my DNA test, so like all the traces of where I'm from. It literally said I was from all over Africa, some parts of Asia, and some parts of Europe. I was like, what the hell? Like, what was my ancestors doing?
I can believe that because Somalians is nomadic people historically. You know, they was
Mm-hmm.
real nomads. So I
Most
mean,
most of my DNA is Bantu people though. That's the majority of it. Hold on, I'm about to pull it up now and let y'all know, like hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. I did this like a year or two ago, so it might be different now because you know how they always update and stuff. But yeah, like whatever. I got some Sweden and Denmark in me. I have Cyprus, and all those places are in Europe. Then I got Southern India. Then I got Southern Bantu people, and then I got Dramatic York,
dramatic
and
York.
then the rest is Cameroon. Well, the majority, I'm 30% Cameroon Congo, and then 24% not.
Hello?
Hello,
Yeah, you went out.
I went out. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, oh my God, I just closed out of it. This
Hello? I'm not sure, but I heard you say you have some Cameroon in you. Cameroon people are some cool, beautiful people. And the Congo, the Congolese, they speak French in the Congo. So, I have some real cool Congo friends. I don't know if I'm kicked out or what. I don't know if you hmm.
Can y'all hear me now? Cause I had to go out. My phone was acting dumb, and I don't feel
Yes,
like getting my computer. Um, no, but I was saying, hold on, let me see if I can go to.
I was saying that I know some you come from some good stock. I know some people from the Congo. Oh, beautiful. So just big hearted, good hearted people. Really. And the Cameroon. Very beautiful people, very good hearted. Tequila? I don't know. But anyway, that's what I love about a lot of our people from Africa. I mean, they just want to share and give, and you could be doing better than them, and they just want to share and give to you. So you come from a good stock. Oh, I don't know if I'm talking to myself, but I'm just gonna keep going until somebody come back. Suave. Let's see. Tequila. But anyway, I got on here earlier. Was trying to talk about I forgot. I don't know. Yeah, I wanted to talk earlier about people with all this division and making so much money off of the division in our community. You know, it's I call it the Great Divide, and it seems like it's so profitable that and I just don't know where it's going because I keep hearing about uh black women don't need to be with the black man, and to the black man, the black woman ain't good enough, or the black man ain't good enough for the black woman. I just think everybody is getting into these sections, uh, and it's all foolishness to me because we gonna really die off. I mean, it's self destruction, it's self annihilation. But it seems to be big business. It's so profitable for people. It's you know, it's just not normal. I don't hear any other race talking about their counterparts the way we freely talk about it. Mhm. Suave. So, but anyway, since it seems like I'm on the show by myself and I cannot see the chat, MJ is in the back. Suave. Suave MJ is in the back. Um, but mm, so anyway, again, I just feel like I think that both sides have some good arguments. I just don't think that the men argument is as accurate as the women's argument because I think that if the community and women feel loved and got better protection from the undesirable people who are out there to rob, rape, and kill, I think that if the men could curb some of that behaviors, I don't see that we would be at such a great divide. I really don't. I think that a lot of the complaints I hear from the brothers do have some validity, but I think it's all superficial with them. You know, it's they want a woman to do this and to do that, and that's great. You want if that's what you're into, that's great. But it should be a reason why she should want to do some things for you. You know, and if you're not coming at it as a team, as you her oppressor, and she better know her role, or she needs to know her place, then to me, that's only a foolish woman. That's a woman without a brain who would fall for something like that. You know, what is she getting out of it? And that's the way I feel like with a lot of these religions too. Since I'm rambling, let's jump on that. I think it's foolish for women, especially black women, to be in any organized religion that make you lesser. You know, I was watching a debate the other day where they was talking about if a woman jump in a fight, if a group of men is beating up your husband, and the man's wife jumps out and beats up one of the men and hurt his manhood, make hurt his pride of his manhood, then his wife, then the husband who just got his butt whipped, have to take that wife home and chop off her hand. I mean, it's just insane how we follow religions and stuff that really don't place no value on you. And then the parts that they do have for like Deborah or you know Ruth, and it's almost it's almost like in the next chapter they take all of that away. So I mean, hello,
Hi,
Sheila.
Lima.
Hi,
Is
MJ.
how are
Yeah,
you doing, ma'am?
rambling.
That's good. That's good. I just came up for a few minutes before I have to head back to studying, but I was listening to what you say. I'm in agreement that it will be self-annihilation, if black men and women don't get their mind right and fix this situation. However, we're at the point right now where it is it's a life-threatening situation for black women to just wait until the situation improves and then hope for the best. We're far past that part right now. You have our women out here dying. You have our children out here dying. At this rate, we won't even be enough. There won't even be enough of us left, and we will annihilate on our own anyway. So, like,
Listen.
so I think that the black race in general will still survive, because there is other different people who are black. They might not necessarily be African American, but they're African descendant nonetheless, right? I think we will survive, but if you want to just break it down to um America, just leave it within America, or maybe the main parts, like maybe in Europe where our black people are, in the Caribbeans or so, like that. Yeah, we're going to see some disparities. We're going to see, and I predict within 2 to 3 years, because of everything and all this foul talking amongst each other about how black men are viewing black women and how black women are viewing black men. 2 to 3 years, we're going to see the real results of all the things that people was doing and all the rhetoric that it was spewing on social media while we was in the pandemic, because it did give a lot of people the chance to think about things that they never thought about before. It did open up their eyes to, like, you hear rumors about, oh, people might say stuff like that, but that's just boys talk, that's just man caves talk, or that's just women's talk, that's women's talk, that's kitchen talk. But now it's actually things that used to be done within small circles of close group friends are actually having conversation on large platforms. So we're going to see the results of it. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting indeed. But yeah, but in regards to women, yeah, we're past that point. We're past that point.
Well,
We,
I
if, you
agree.
know, yeah,
I agree because I tell you what, I watch the news in New Orleans, and it's almost like not every day, but at least 2 to 3 days out the week, it's a funeral for a young black, beautiful woman shot
right,
by a loved one. And
right.
it's weird to me. When I grew up there, you would see the guys killing each other, and that was horrific. You know, but it's almost like now a lot of their anger is turned to the women now.
Yeah, but that's because of the platforms that we have. You have all these male platforms that is geared towards dating advice, dating issues, how to continue to manipulate women and things of that sort. And because that is the constant conversation that's being always brought up in our community, the relationship or the intimate relationship between black men and black women, that's all everybody's thinking about. Like, literally everybody's just running around here a bunch of sex deprived zombies where the only thing they can worry about is I need a woman, I need a woman, I need to procreate, I need to procreate, I need to have sex, I need to have sex, I need to have sex, I need to have sex.
But I think
And
it's also because our young boys feel played on jobs and feel like they don't want the man or anybody telling them what to do or having, that kind of power or authority over them. So, I don't know if I mentioned this. I know I told Suave this before, that I've in 6 months lost two of my husband cousins to their boyfriends. And the last one, it was because she kicked him out because she was working 2 jobs and she was just tired of him never being able to provide. And when I tell you, she was madly in love with him. And all she wanted was for him to, I mean, they were together for like 7 years. But after a while, you struggling and working 2 jobs, that gets old that you try. You know what I'm saying? And
Absolutely.
I
But
think
that's the problem.
if
See,
he would have
that's
left
yeah.
and got a job, she would have immediately took him back. I know that in my heart because I don't know how she took it for so long working so hard for him, but he killed her. He killed her because cause,
Right.
cause he said he had nowhere to go and she knew he didn't. But I mean, for
Right, but
7
see,
years.
now it became her responsibility, and this is what I'm talking about. He has this entitlement that now, because of his situation, she knew what his situation was. She was supposed to endure the simple fact that he could not do anything for her, but she could do everything for him. And she's stressed, she's struggling, her hair is falling out, she's
Yeah.
tired, her back is hurt. And because when she was like, you know what? I see that you're not taking as much initiative as you supposed to, or going all the way out to fix the situation. I'm gonna have to step out. Now there's a problem. Now she's not loyal, but she was loyal for 7 years though. But now she's not loyal and she's an ungrateful bitch because she finally put her foot down and said, you know what? I can't stand with you like that anymore. You're gonna have to walk on your own. And what are men doing? Men are being aggressive. They're becoming violent. They're having like a psychological situation going on where they cannot accept certain truths, and they're taking their issues out on the women that is around them in their
Yeah.
circle. And it's not even just the intimate ones. You see how many young men and boys killed their mother during Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Oh my
What,
goodness.
or killing their mothers on their birthdays? So like
Yeah.
they're attacking women in general who's in their proximity.
And it's all, it's something with them from what I see, about not wanting to, not being able to take. We come on now. If you're in the real world, you work, you take stuff from your boss. You get aggravated. You get a little stressed out on different occasions, right? But it's like they can't handle that. It's almost like we can maintain jobs for 20 years and stay in, but you know, and feeling like.
I'm not gonna I'm me personally, it's not my responsibility to understand the deepness and of what is going on within men's mind and their psyche and the things
But
that
I
they're
think we
going through.
need to. I think we need to
No.
because how can you fix it if we don't know?
But that's the thing. We're really not supposed to assist with that. That is them to work out. There's so many avenues where they can go help themselves. Men cannot, no matter how you have all these dating coaches to be out on the internet and stuff, men cannot tell women what they need to do to get the right men. They're
But this is
always
the
giving
thing.
bad advice.
I think that is we've been too hands off with our men. When the men were talking all that trash and making all these songs, women, we say, well, they're not talking about us. But they were saying, oh, we don't love them hoes. And we just was silent. It was so silent
Now,
behind all of the
we was
disrespect.
loud. They didn't. I mean, from what I seen, Lima, we were loud, and we was always involved with telling men, well, why you're doing this and why we doing that. We need to be standoff. We've been too involved, and every single time we got involved, what the first thing they tell you: mind your business, stay in a woman's place. Nobody asked you to do that. Nobody told you to do that. Fall back. You're doing too much. These are the verbiage that they use. We really need to just step the fuck off and let them handle themselves. We got to
But
stop
they're
being
not.
too involved in
They're
it.
not. That's the
And
whole
that's not
thing.
our problem. That's not our problem.
It
And
is
this
our
is why we're
problem
out here.
if they're taking their hatred and their anger out back on us, or
No,
assuming that
the
this
only
young girl is
problem, but
supposed
see,
to
that's the,
support you.
but here's the
You
thing,
know.
Lima. The only problem, the reason why it becomes our problem is because when we put ourselves in their situation that they need to check, and then we have our own issues that we have to deal with, they're going to come back and be like, you know what? You're not perfect either. You got shit that's wrong with you too, and
Yeah.
you shouldn't be telling me anything what I need to do as a man. So now they're gonna think that you're trying to control them. And men don't need to be controlled by women. They don't.
I
They
agree.
need to
And
figure shit out on their own because you are the fall. You're gonna be the fall guy when your situation and your plan goes south. They're gonna blame everything on you because I gave her the reins and she said she wanted to drive the car and she drove us over a hill. You see what I'm saying?
I
Like
think that
we
they drove us over this cliff because all of the complaints they have about the women, and even if some of them you can agree with, they're superficial. The complaints we have about the men are extremely devastating. These things need to be fixed. This here murdering of the young ladies and the
right, but
violence.
that's what I'm
These
saying,
things
Lima.
are
The best way,
they have
the
to get
best
fixed.
way. Well, I would say, in my opinion, the best way for it to be fixed is to let men handle men and let men handle their own issues. And women stay out of the way. We got to stop trying to tell these men what to do. They don't give a fuck what we think. We hear them every single day. Ain't no panel you can't turn on, a man platform and panel. They tell you to your face they don't give a fuck what these bitches think. It doesn't matter if you are or if you're an actual whore or not. They still all call us bitches. So why are we in the mix of it? We cannot fix them. We can't. They're not our sons. We can't do it. We gotta let them figure it out. And the best thing for us to do is to keep ourselves safe. And the only way to keep ourselves safe is to keep ourselves out of these bad situations while they're trying to figure it out. Because it's always the innocent person that get the fucking who gets the gun, the unnamed bullet to the gun. Never the one who's a part of the situation. We got to let them figure it out on their own. And by them figuring out on their own, they will be stronger and better men. And they will value it more because they thought about it and they did it on their own. They don't value anything that a woman tells them to do and they got it correctly because they don't want to give the graces to the woman that, she put me on. They don't want that. They do not want that at all.
And I mean, I
That's how
listen. I
resentment
see where you're
starts.
coming from, but I mean,
That's
it's
where the
something got
resentment
to be
starts. They
done.
start to resent you. They start to resent you. Now they starting to hate you. Now all of a sudden you talk too much. You see what I'm saying? Now, she always got an opinion. Why she can't shut up? You see what I'm saying? And it could
Yeah,
be everything that you're doing and just trying to help them. But now all of a sudden it's an issue. It's a problem.
no,
It's
and
a
I agree
problem
with
when you.
what you're saying. But if you look at YouTube, everything is a divide. It's like they want to have the men's spaces here and the women's spaces here, and there's nobody together saying, "Nah, that's not how life should be." It shouldn't be a men's space here and a one. I mean, it should. I have no problem with men having their space there and women having a space there, but somebody got to come up with some type of commonality to say this ain't right. This got to change because
But that's a collective, and that's a collective that has something to do with how men wants to govern their communities and what they want their communities to look like, and women govern what's going to be going on with the children and amongst themselves. So if you have a community that's coming together saying, you know what, we as a collective of women are not going to be, let's say, just as an example, we as a collective of women are not going to be dealing with any man who is going to be a part of the drug trafficking. This is
mhm,
what we agree on. Or if you're any man who deals in pedophilia or like younger girls, we will no longer have you around children. You will not be bearing children from us or anything like that. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
If we set that tone as a collective that we agree upon, that we can move like that. And then men is like, listen, this is how I want my community to look. We don't want any pedos. We don't want any drug bangers and gangers. Y'all getting kicked out of town. That's how it's supposed to go. But it's never really a communication sitting down between men and women because men should be wanting to protect and provide for their community and their children. That's just something that's supposed to come natural to men. And women will want to protect themselves and their children. That's just something natural that comes to women. So that's not really a discussion that men and women should be having. If you're, if you're a functioning normal man and woman, that's what you would want. That's something that doesn't need to be said. So for us to even be having those type of conversations about who should be in our community and who shouldn't be in our community, or we're already at the lower end of the whole issue. We don't even have any solutions of fixing the problem. We can't even agree upon that. We don't need to have that conversation.
Well, I feel where you're coming from, but I still feel like it just needs some more normal, regular people in this world. Honestly, everybody's on one extreme to the next extreme, and it's just
No, I understand, but I totally understand you, Lima, and in a good reality, we were all on the same board and all on accord about real concrete issues that we have, but we don't. We have a lot of people who loves to manipulate the situations and the issues that we have in our community for their personal gain,
yes, I see
and
it.
and
I see it a
and
lot, MJ.
and it takes
They just
precedence.
it's
It definitely takes
profitable.
precedence. Yeah, it's
It's
profitable. It's everything. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if you really think about it, you have more people in our community that is working towards quote unquote white supremacy, especially when they love to say that white supremacy
yes,
has this whole big ass hidden agenda to destroy the black race. Well, you work right into their plans.
yes.
You're working right into their plans. You know, they thought if they had 1,000 years to plan all this, then you don't think that um, none of this was supposed to happen the way it was supposed to happen.
And
And if you
honestly,
had,
I feel that a lot of these people on YouTube, honestly, oh my goodness, you're gonna think I'm crazy. It's COINTEL. I think some of these people are fake propaganda people who just put out and saying just the radical, extreme things uh to to fire people up or to stir up more hatred. Honestly. So
yeah, but I would just say it's not necessarily like it's for some people you could tell that it's hatred, but a lot of people is tired, and we just have to consider that our community is dealing with some severe trauma.
so
Okay,
what's your solution as a
severe.
woman? As a woman. What is your solution for a young girl who's in college or whatever? What is your solution for her? What, not to never date, not to never trust a black man? What
No,
is the
that is
solution?
not my solution, because here's the thing. There is a certain type of level, and this is what young girls learn when they have a father figure in their life, whether it's their actual father, stepfather, a uncle, a grandfather. Those men who are in your life who are positive will tell you that there is at some point you're going to have discernment for all men, and there is certain ways that men will manipulate you for their benefit, and you have to protect yourself in a way where you're not being used and or being put in a worse situation. um if, like I said, if men were really focused on fixing the community, you don't have to be per se in that young girl's life, but you can be the image that she can see. Whereas, okay, this is how a functioning normal man acts, and this is how a non-functioning unnormal man, or a man who has psychiatric problems, or he's a narcissist, or he's a violent person, this is how they act. They will have more examples of men that you could actually talk to, and men or deal with, and men who don't. And we don't have that, because what got a lot of con artists who knows a lot of words and verbiage to say to get women guards down. They could put on a facade for a certain amount of time before something triggers in them that they start to react the way how they really want to react. My little sister. My little sister is a professor at Harvard University,
Mm-hmm.
and she studied psychology. And when she was studying psychology, they told her that a person could put up a facade of who they really are for up to 3 years before their subconscious takes over. So just think about that. Most people
Exactly. But by that
relationships,
time, it's too late.
yeah,
You so deep into it now.
right, exactly. And most relationships, like even people getting married, most relationships and most marriage, you wonder, this is why you have those situations where you be like, dang, they seem like a cool couple, they seem happy every single time they was around people, everything fine, and then later on you hear on the news a couple months later that he devoured her body, or he decapitated her, or you found her body dumped in the trunk, or she set him on fire. Like you wonder why that happened, because if someone's putting up a facade to be in a relationship, and then when their subconscious takes over, and especially if that person that you're in a relationship with might have ways and stuff like that will offend you or trigger you, or you don't even know what their past history is about, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
that's how those situations play out. And because a lot of people be like, dad, didn't she know the signs, or didn't he know the signs? Well, you can have an understanding of signs and symptoms, but you're never going to know what's going to happen until it actually happens. So in that I would say, as a woman, no, I'm not saying that our young girls should just like stop just talking to black men or being with black men. I think
But
that
but that's what I hear all the time. And I don't try to judge anybody for whatever they feel like they want to do, but I just feel like, at some point it should be, hey, this is not normal for people to think like this. This is not normal for the majority of people not to want to love and be with each other. I just think that a lot of people need help. A lot of people need psychiatric help, and especially these religious fanatics, because they really have been beaten down in their own brain, that believe in all of this here slave. Not saying don't believe it, but that's not our reality. None of us were slaves, right? So you can learn your history, you can know where your people come from. If you want to pick a religion, you can, but for your religion to want to oppress the woman, or tell you you're better than another person.
no,
Hello?
I totally hear, no, I totally hear what you're saying.
I just think we need
Like,
to get normal people.
well, see, that's the thing. Like, the only problem with that is that um normal, or what is perceived as normal, is someone's perspective of what is normal and what is not normal. People who are in religions and they believe in what their religion teach them, they are perceived as being normal, and anybody outside that could be deemed abnormal. So it's all based on perception and society acceptance. So that is what creates normal. So with that being said, um the young girls today, they just need to be, you know, they just have to be alert. Like us as older women, we just have to make sure that our young girls are aware, alert. They know the signs. They know things that they need to worry about.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Um
It's depressing for me. It's depressing because my daughter is big on this here YouTube stuff, and she's always telling me, like, like, it's no good black men. And I'm like, girl, my dad, your dad, no, don't, you can't count your family. And I'm like, well, who else can you count? You know?
Yeah, but see, you know what? In a way, that's just that's her experience, and you can't go by your experience to lower her experience, because your men, the men of your day, are not the men of today, right? She's in a whole different era, and she's dealing with a whole different other sub microaggressions that you didn't have to deal with, or your parents didn't have to deal with when they were younger, or young adults.
So when you
So
went to
I don't.
school, did you feel like the black men only really went after the other races of women?
So when I went to school, black men, black young boys still dated black girls. They
Hmm.
definitely did at that time favor more of the fair skin or light skinned girls, but predominantly it was black women, and that's fine. But in a way, I kind of understand what she's saying, because when I speak to some of the younger girls today, like, the young boys don't want to deal with black girls at all. In fact, they're actually ridiculing them in school. Some girls have took suicide because of that, especially if they're dark skinned.
That's what she's
And
telling me. That's what she tells
yeah,
me
no,
all
they
the
have
time.
committed suicide. They get bullied. They get bullied on social media. They get bullied on IG by classmates. Like, they know who the classmates are who are bullying them, terrorizing them and stuff. Their parents go to the school. The school don't do anything. They don't suspend these students. They don't suspend them for cyberbully or anything like that. They just like, oh, that's just kid stuff. And then when a kid dies, it seemed like it's so much protection to the abusers instead of the person who was the victim. But the victim is no longer there to speak for themselves. But to say, like I said, the kids today is different. Like, the boys today are hearing that rhetoric that you're hearing. Yes, the girls today are hearing the new rhetoric that's going on, but just think how many years have boys was being heard of, don't date black women, or this is the type of this is the type of black woman you should date, or black girl you should date. Oh, those girls are good for pump and dump, but I'm not going to bring her home to my mother. You know what I'm saying? Like, this has been the culture for decades. So the what you're seeing now with black girls, or young black girls, and young black women, like, I'm not even gonna waste my time to go to try to even talk or figure out whether or not this black boy or black young man is a good guy for me to date. I'm just gonna go where I have other options, and where other men have always shown attraction to me, and I didn't have to change anything about myself, but just be who I was. It's a response. What you're seeing now for young girls and stuff is a response to all the messed up negative rhetoric that's been said to black women and young girls for decades. And now you just see everybody getting angry and ups in arms about the response that women have been dealing with for decades. Where was all that smoke in between then? You know?
Now I agree
Where
that
was the
it is a
smoke?
response. I do feel that it is time for it been past time for the response. And I think that because my generation let a lot of that go, or just ignored it, you know? And I think that my generation of women, we just felt like we're busy. We're trying to get our money up. We're trying to get our education up, our life up, right? So we just ignored a lot of stuff and just kept progressing, right? So I think that the guys just stayed stuck and just complaining. Just stayed stuck complaining about what the man was doing, and then it's almost as though they want the young girl to become their mother. Like, they don't have to work or help out or anything like that. She should know I'm down on my luck. She should be able to carry me. But for how long?
But not even that. The whole point is they don't have no drive and initiative. And I'm not saying all, but a majority of what we're seeing and what is being pushed out there for women to see is that they have no drive and initiative but only to control and manipulate women. And that's the only drive and effort that I'm seeing being kicked out here on a lot of these male panels and space and male spaces. is to
Do you
control
think?
women.
Do you think society is make them feel that they're weak? Suave was saying about code. You know how you turn it on and turn it off, and how you have to be different at a job than you are at in your
Well,
regular
not
life.
necessarily, because here's the thing. I would say that society does play a role of our psyche, and that's just not just black men. Also with black women, it plays a role in our psyche. But I don't think that society is telling them that they're beneath anyone else. I mean,
No,
a Indian man and a Hispanic man has to go to work to feed for their family just the
no,
same.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it in the context of you're not keeping it real. That real ninja stuff. If they see you on the street and you talking like, "What's up, bro?" and this, that, and the other, and then you go into somewhere and they're like, "Hi, how can I help you?" You know, so it's like, oh, that switch. So they feel like they gotta be fake, and so maybe that's why they can't hold jobs down long. I don't know. I'm just throwing
No,
theories
that's
out.
not it. They
I
don't
don't
they
know.
don't hold down. I know you try to like, see
Figure it
the other
out, girl.
side
Trying to
per
figure it
se,
out.
but
Like,
I
what
don't
is
think that's
up
it.
that you cannot maintain provisions for yourself, let alone a family?
Right. But like I said, everybody else can work and everybody else can hold a job. Like I don't hear anybody telling Indian people that you can't speak your language when you're on your own time, but when you come to the job to speak, English is the best of your abilities. No, I mean they're not saying stuff like that. A Hispanic man, whether if he's Mexican or he's a Latino man, he goes to work and he provides for his family. Mexican men do a lot of free not free labor, but they do a lot of hard labor where they don't mind looking scruffy or dirty and hopping back in a van to go work at somebody's construction site for a building and stuff like that. So they don't care. They just do whatever they have to do to take care of their family or provide for their family. So we have to really understand what if the situation is that they just don't like the jobs that are what they think that is available to them. And if they don't like those jobs because there is a boss above them, then that's, like I said, that's a psychological problem, because everybody, if unless it's your own business or you're your own company, everybody has a boss.
Yes, but I feel that it has to be something, because there's no way this amount of the black unemployment rate is so high, and it's not us. Who not employed. You know,
Right, but then you got to understand, Lima, who is not black women that's not unemployed like that. It's black
exactly.
men. Right. So that's them. That's on them. That's not on us. Like the other day, I was on a panel. Matter of fact, I wasn't on a panel. I
But
saw a panel.
as their mothers, as their sisters, as their friends, it's something that needs to be figured out to be able to say, hey, you know, maybe we didn't train them and tell them, hey, you're gonna take shit, you're gonna take crap in this life, get over yourself, or maybe we pump them up when they little boys on a football team and tell them you the man, and now they go somewhere and now they feeling like they're not the man, so they can't take it. You know what I'm saying? It's something in the psyche of these guys that live artificial. They will have $500 worth of clothes on and $2 in their wallet. I don't understand it. I don't understand
Right, but
how
see, like I'm saying, that is for them to figure out. Where that disconnect is
MJ,
for
have they
them.
figured it out yet? They need us,
And
okay?
that's not our problem. That's not our problem. Is what is our problem is making sure that women know what's going on and removing themselves from a bad situation. That's our problem. Our problem is not to fix theirs, because they're nowhere in a situation they're trying to fix our problems. They're not trying to fix our problems.
Yeah, and that's submissive stuff.
Are
That's
they
for the
out there
birds.
fighting for? Are they out there
K
fighting for
Michelle.
black women to get paid? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was about to say K Michelle said it the best. Can't fix a man. You can't whatever. Grow a man, fix a man.
Can't raise a man, girl. Can't raise him.
Raise a man.
He's
Here we go.
already
Can't
You
grown.
raise
can't do
a
none of
man.
that. You
No.
can't do none of that and
Yes.
expect not to have
You can't.
pushback, resentment, and for you to be for you to be used as the whipping post. I guarantee you want to continue to play that role of trying to be Mrs. Fixer Upper. You're gonna find yourself 6 feet down in the ground.
MJ,
That's what's
I'm the
been happening.
mule. I'm the mule, girl. I'm gonna lead everybody to freedom. I'm Harriet Tubman.
I know you're gonna try, Levi. I know you're gonna try, but like you're gonna break your back doing it, ma'am. You're gonna break your back doing it. You're gonna
I
break your
do. I
back, and
wreck my
nobody gonna
brain, and I just be
and
looking at
nobody
our
gonna give you
beautiful
your
boys, and
flowers.
I go, "What is
They're not
going
gonna give you
on with
your
our
flowers when
beautiful
you're supposed to
sons?"
have them.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, just think about it. You got everybody crying about where Big Mama at. Big Mama ain't here anymore. Big Mama ain't in the kitchen anymore with the turkey elbow and arm cooking up the good food that nobody know what Big Mama is. They cry about Big Mama now, but guess what? When Big Mama was around, they didn't care for her. They
So
didn't respect her.
Didn't
They didn't help
fix
her.
our
They didn't
house
tell
up.
Big Mama sit down, rest your foot, rest your feet,
Mm-hmm.
stop standing up all day, slaving in the kitchen, making sure all the kids was clean, had clean clothes, and went to school. They didn't praise her, but now when she gone, now they like, oh, where's Big Mama? Big Mama, where you at? Y'all don't make these women like they used to anymore. Come on now.
The
Two of
problem
your grown
is
60-year-old uncles still living at home with their mom.
Yeah, and like
the
I said,
problem.
we're go ahead, Tequila.
No, go ahead. That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, MJ.
No, I mean I'm just saying, like, we're just not there anymore. We're not there anymore because of the situation that we've been. We really don't even have to tell a lot of our young girls anything right now. They see it in their eyes. They see it when they go to school. They see how these young men and boys are treating them. They don't care. They don't value marriage. They don't value a relationship. They don't even value their kids, their own offspring. They sit up there and they demonize women from having children, but in the same breath complain about women getting abortions. You can't make this shit up.
Yeah, I hear
Close
all of
your
that
legs,
foolishness.
but don't kill my child though. You see, like I mean, like I'm telling you, they have psychological issues. They want it all and they can't have it all. And if you can, and unless you let them figure it out on their own, you are going to be the sacrifice.
Yeah, I never understood that because they say,
Exactly.
okay, you should not have an abortion, right? But if you have a baby, now you're a single mom and you're worthless. It's like, how is this what? I don't know.
Let's think about it. Let's think about the men today.
Exactly.
How are they even enticing younger women to even want to get married or even to want to have their kids? If the first thing that's coming out your mouth is, as soon as you have a kid, your stock go down, your value go down, you have stretch marks and all this stuff like that. So they put you in a situation where if you have a kid, well, you better just stick with that one dude. Doesn't matter what he does to you. He could be abusive verbally, physically, or emotionally, or financially. You better stick with him because you ain't gonna get nothing better than that. That's as high as you went, and you gave him a kid, so you can't go nowhere. How is that enticing to any young girl to even get into a situation with a man who thinks like that?
It's not. And what
Yeah,
I
that's
can say is,
crazy.
it's so upsetting because I didn't work out with my kid's father. We were together for over a decade, and now that I'm on a dating market, and I don't even date at the moment. I don't even want no part to date, to be completely honest. But like like you both like you were saying, MJ, your stock does go down. They look at you like, oh, you're a single mom, you got kids. Yeah, I had a life before you. Like, what in the
And
world?
let me be
Most of
honest
y'all
with you.
have children.
If a man is 40 or 30 or 40 or 50, I ain't gonna say 30, but at least hitting 35, 40, and never had a real relationship or have no kids, that's a red flag to me.
That's
Because
a big red
at
flag.
40 or 50, you don't have no kids, what deems no woman to want to procreate with you?
But
It's
these are the
something
dudes.
abnormal.
Yeah.
But these are the dudes who are quote unquote life and dating coaches on these fucking platforms telling men how to get women that they couldn't get, how to keep women
Weirdos,
that they couldn't keep,
weirdos, weirdos.
and men are listening to them. And they're bringing that bullshit into the dating field, asking women stupid questions about what you bring to the table and shit like that. Like, that is like the biggest red flag. Like, you just better say, yo, I'm going to the bathroom and never go back to the fucking dinner table. Like, seriously. Like this is, but this is what they're teaching young kids. So they're already setting up in place for girls and young girls to not even want to go down that route. They telling on themselves, which is perfect for young girls, but it ain't perfect for them when they hit 40 and 50 years old and they're in the nursing home alone, defecating on themselves, looking out the fucking window.
And that's a real
And
thing.
wishing they
That
had
is,
somebody there
yeah,
to
that's a
visit
real
them.
thing.
Right. I mean, seriously, if you're going to
But
limit
honestly,
women, go ahead.
I was going to say, black mothers, we really do a disservice to black sons. Like, we really got to stop spoiling them. We really do. We need to teach them when they're young, like, you have responsibilities. So it's not this big old like shock when they when they become of age or finish college or whatever. So it's not like, wait, whoa, I got responsibilities. Yeah, like, we got to do better in that regard. We have to. And I will say, like, my my uncles that had like big responsibilities since they were children and stuff, I'm not going to say that they're different, but they are different. They're not like most of the other older men in their categories that are pretty much, I'm not going to say losers, but jerks, losers, and all of that. They don't behave like that. They understand that they got to work hard, that they have to provide for their family, and they understand what the meaning of being a man. And I think we need to really instill that in those young men when as little boys, as
Yeah.
young as toddlers. Let them know,
And
like,
teach
you
them
got work
that
to
the
do, not
world is not
spoiling them.
easy.
You can, yes, the world is not easy. Stop spoiling these boys. And
And
we treat the girls a little too harsh.
yeah, and another misconception I keep hearing on this YouTube is, yeah, the white man, they give the women the degrees. I have never met one sister who said, girl, they gave me a degree. We have to go to class
No,
and
she worked
study
hard for
and
that.
take these tests and work hard for everything we get. But for some reason, it's this myth that's going around like they gave you that. They gave you that. And I'm
Because
like,
that plays into the boogeyman white man supremacy storyline, right? Because in his mind, in those men's mind, is the white men are making black women very independent, so they do not need a man, they per se the black man, and they think that that is the reason why everything is wrong the way it is, because we're too educated, because we're too financially stable on our own, or have been doing it without the help of the men of our community. Then because they don't believe that they need a man, so now they won't even work with a man. That's their whole rhetoric, literally.
yeah, but it's
So
not true because listen, if you're making a decent living and you are with somebody and they're working, then it's two incomes. It's always how they say two monies is better than one. And what if you get sick? What if this person gets sick? I don't believe that it's one person nowadays. It
Exactly.
should two people. It takes two because if you get injured or you get sick, and you can't work, you have support. You have somebody who should have your back. You know, if I can't work, my husband have my back. If he can't work, I should have his back. I don't get what people think. You know, listen, anything can happen, especially when you don't own your own companies. If my husband lose his job today, I'm holding it down. You understand? And I joke and I tell him all the time, you know, baby, I'll sell work two jobs and sell popcorn on my break for you. You know, because he's shown through all these years that he'll do it for us. But what I'm trying to say is just because a
But
woman
Lima,
have more
you know what?
education, it does not mean she doesn't need a man. It's and maybe financially, honestly, if I wanted to live a little down, I don't need a man, to be honest with you. You don't need a man because we can support
But you know what,
ourselves.
Lima?
Hmm.
I was going to say that you you've been fortunate to have that beautiful relationship that you speak of,
And I
and
don't think it's
some
fortunate because let me tell you,
people.
we had a lot of problems in them first 10 years. Listen, they
Hmm.
used to have a joke. Are y'all together this week? We would be living in the same house, not speaking to each other. So, you know, the thing is, I feel like I was lucky that it wasn't cheating because I'm big on loyalty. So, because it was never another person in our thing, all our problems that we fought and argued over, we kind of could overcome. But some people, you know, have problems that because they're inviting other people into the relationship with the cheating or something, then people sometimes can't overcome that. You understand? Because there's no loyalty. I believe if you have loyalty, you can keep
Yes,
trust.
ma'am. I sure do.
Even when you looking at that person and you can't stand their
Hmm.
guts no more, you know I still can trust that person. You see? So it's not about being lucky, it's about being able to stay when somebody make you sick. You know, somebody aggravating your
But
nerves.
that's it.
But as
But
long as you have loyalty and there's
that's
no
what I'm saying. That's
violence,
the beautiful part
you
of your
can stand
relationship.
you
It's
can
the
kind of work out things.
it's the
I'm sorry.
and that's what I was saying. That's the beautiful part of your relationship is the fact that you all were able to withstand the test of time. You all fought for each other. Some people
Girl, we ain't fought for each other. We could have
give up
we
on each
girl
other.
used to be ignoring each other. You know, but
But
I mean,
y'all still together. So
yeah.
y'all still made it. Y'all still together. So that's what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying.
I'm
Like,
just saying
and
it's
it's a
not
love
fairy tales where
where y'all
people
would.
think, oh,
No, no,
you
no,
know,
no.
no, it's
I'm
no
not saying
fairy
that it's fairy
tales.
tale either. I just think that it's just. I just think that it's beautiful. I think marriage is beautiful. Whether you have extremely hard times and stuff, but if you manage to, find a compromise and work together and love one another, I mean, that's a beautiful thing to know that that somebody got your back and that you can trust them. That's what I
Yeah,
mean by
and
it. Not that
yeah,
it's
and
like
that's
super
that's what
fairy
I want. That's what I want for
tale.
more people because life is hard enough with two people. You know, I just going through it and having to do everything. And let me just say, it is so admirable for single parents, which is the majority mothers. It is so honorable to raise your kids to the best of your ability. And you know, I hate when I hear somebody down in a single mother. I have a sister who is a single mother, and this girl busts her butt for her kids. And at times, because she was trying to work to provide them a better life, because she had to do it on her own, because her two children's father got murdered. It wasn't really him leaving her, but still, she still at the end of the day is a single mom. But you know, and sometimes working all, and you've got people, daycare centers, and all that's here trying to help raise your kids with you. They're not getting your full best. You understand? But it should never be something that a
Hmm.
woman ever is put down when she is sacrificing her body, her time, and earning this hard living and doing everything, cooking, cleaning, the doctoring, the staying up late at night, and running to the emergency room. You do everything by yourself, and these guys get on the internet and because they raised by single mothers. Well, she didn't abandon them. She didn't leave. You know, we have to put respect on people's names for real. It's like,
But that's the thing, they don't. But that's what I'm trying to explain to you, Lima. Like the men out here do not. do not care or respect the plight of women who caught whose situation was not ideal, but they did the best to their abilities
Yeah,
of how to make it flow. They don't care because the first thing they say is, "Well, you should have chose better. You chose them.
Hmm.
You chose to have that kid. You chose to put yourself in that situation. It's
yeah,
your
but I
fault."
hear Tequila dote on her girls. You know, she got those two precious daughters, and it's honorable because listen, we only can live the life that we have, right? And you know, it's good that you're saying you out here dating or you're available to date. But let me tell you something. When somebody say that your value went down because you have those two beautiful blessings, girl, that's a great thing for you to know to run. You don't need them in your
Exact.
life
I
anyway.
agree. I agree because honestly, I agree. And I'm gonna tell you where I heard this notion from. It wasn't so much the guys that I dated, but it was
Hmm.
guys that I went to school with, like guys that I graduate. Well, yeah, guys I went to school with, and they have their professional careers and all of that good stuff, and they look for younger females. They look for women that are in their 20s and stuff.
To
And
abandon
they
them
say
with kids.
pretty much that's what I'm saying. But
Huh.
they be like, they say stuff like, Tequila, you might as well, you need to just try to work it out with your baby father. Just maybe y'all could work it out, get back together because like, and I'm like, I ain't never going back to that man. Like he wasn't the worst. Like I don't hate my baby father. I do love him still as family, but that's it. I don't want to go back to him. But they be like, you might as well just try to make it work with him because I mean, look, you got them kids. And I'm like, what the hell?
Again,
Motherfuckers agree.
that goes back to me saying, like, what is the initiative that men are putting out there for women to even want to be in a relationship with them, let alone having their children? If you being a mother to a relationship that did not work is now a strike on you, or you being a woman who is not married at a certain age for them and not in still in that marriage, now is like, oh, how many body counts you have, and oh, you had a child, so you have scars and stretch marks and things of that sort, or you're getting up in
Well, you
age.
might got a
Like it,
fupa.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if
Hmm.
you have all these strikes against you, for you to progress to even become a older, matured, and cultured woman, then what the fuck is the point? Most of these young girls are just gonna be continuing to live their life and jet set. They're not gonna want to settle down. They definitely ain't gonna want to settle down with you if you think so poorly of women, when these are the things that you say that you want women to do, to become a wife and to become a mother. If you're only going to sign everything up to that, what incentive is there? There is none. So what are
And
you complaining about? What are you
let me tell
arguing
you
about?
what some of those young girls be doing. They be tricking off with their money. I know for a fact they do. I know
I'm
for a
telling
fact
you,
they
I
do.
know for a
They
fact.
be using them.
And they feeling like holding these guys down, and I
Right,
think
but then
the ex
now,
is
but see, then
scared of them.
again,
You know, they're scared of them.
but then they get crucified for that too. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You get crucified for you becoming a mother, or being in a relationship, being in a marriage, right? Then you also get crucified if you're not married. You get crucified if you're at a certain age and you don't have any children. You know, God forbid, don't let you actually be medically barren. Oh, that's just like a wrap. You know, so if it's damn if you do, damn if you don't, then what would
What's the point?
why women would not be incentive to be in those situations with men? If it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. So like I said, they're setting up the plate. They're setting up the story for women to be having that. Like, oh well, guess what? I'm not even going to deal with a man unless he's financially beneficial to me. If all he can offer me is finances, then he has to have more than what I have, because if I could do it by myself, then there's no point of me having you there. If you sum everything up to your to sex And if you sum everything up to whether you being able to produce a child, and you're saying that, well, I'm the one who has all the option because I have the money. So you're gonna have to just deal with that, and that's it. You the one who set up the story, and you get mad that some women are following the setup that you created.
Yeah,
Well, I'm gonna
because
tell you,
I
I'm that
remember
woman
in
that's
the
following that
90s,
setup.
I remember in the 90s, they were like, you would hear the stories of black men, oh, because, the black women, they get on welfare. And this is when I was, young and in college. And you would hear all of this shit. And then guess what? Now you don't have that scenario. Like, I mean, you still have some, but it's not the majority, nowhere close to it. And now you see them, working and being productive citizens. And now, they think because making money, they don't need us. It's like, what can you do to win? What can you do to really win? Everything you say you
I'll tell you
wanted.
the easiest thing: stop participating. This ain't no
Yeah.
motherfucking competition. Stop participating with these dudes who want to compete with women. They're not trying to be out there competing with men. They want to compete with women. And then by them competing with women, that's how they feel that they get control. When truth of the matter is, you naturally get control when you lead shit. If you ain't leading shit, you don't get control. You don't just get control because you got something swinging between your legs. You have to earn it. You have to
I don't
deserve it.
think so. I think it's the mindset. I think we have to do away with this here. I'm a real B and I'm a real ninja. Oh, I gotta keep it real. And this hood stuff. I think that is so detrimental. Because if they can't,
But this is not hood stuff, Lima, because this was happening in the 70s and in the 60s and the 50s. Men was doing the same thing that they doing to women today in those times. This is not hood stuff. So what was the excuse then?
and I
Back
ain't trying to
then,
knock
women
the hood because I am still, in my brain hood.
it's not
Trust me.
about knocking. It's not
But
about knocking. It's just
but
about
I
taking.
know how to compartmentalize myself too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I get it, but I'm just saying it's not about knocking the hood. It's just that a lot of people use the hood or the hip hop culture as an excuse for bad behavior and
Mhm.
and mistakes and not
And
doing anything to
degeneracy.
correct it. And this has been the mindset for a lot of men a long time, decades before hip hop culture even started. There was a lot of single married mothers back in 40s and the 50s where their men used to tell them that they was going for a job, didn't see them for 2 to 3 years, and or find out later on that they had a whole fucking other family across the way.
I'm
They
gonna get a
all
loaf of bread, honey.
yeah, exactly. They always had this type of mindset. So that's the big problem. It's a mindset that's been transitioning all the way to now, but the only difference is that women are not in the same situation as they was before. Women didn't have a lot of women didn't have no choice
Yeah,
back then.
back
They
then they
had to
were
stay in
totally
those bad
dependent.
they had
Yeah,
yeah, they had to stay in those bad relationships. They had to
yeah.
stay in those lonely marriages or abusive marriages and things of that sort. Now women don't even have to. And now a lot of younger women are learning that they don't even have to even be in that type of relationship. They don't
But
even
that
want it,
all
especially
still correlates to why they're getting killed so extreme. That's why the violence is it's just it's it's
right.
heartbreaking.
But see, with that violence, so like what we should do as women with that violence is do what we've been doing, making it a national emergency, making it an international emergency, getting laws put in place. You know what I'm saying? Getting laws put in place, getting law enforcement involved, the government involved. Like that's what we can do as women and a collective because of that situation. But one thing I'm not going to tell our young girls is, well, they killing us because you don't do what they say. I think you need to just get in this relationship and pray for the best that it doesn't turn out you don't end up ending losing your life also in the process because there's no win situation. Some people get in those bad relationships just to have a man because everybody told her, oh, you need somebody, you can't be out here like that, and that person ends up killing them because everybody pushed that girl or that woman towards that person. So
Honestly,
you
I can say I was gonna say honestly, I can say I'm so grateful for my grandmother because she was a true sovereign woman. When I say sovereign, sovereign, she didn't kiss no behind. Like if you did something dirty to her, if you were a man, she just said bye, and that was it. Bye. And to this day, when if I'm having some kind of issue, some kind of trouble, she'd be like, you know, you ain't got to stay in that relationship. And that was very revolutionary of her to be thinking like that back in the 50s and stuff. Like
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
that was really different. And she was like, don't put up with nothing. Don't put up with it.
and she's right. She's absolutely right. You shouldn't. You shouldn't, because when you do put up with nonsense, it literally, it can really kill you. It can actually kill you. You know what I'm saying? It could be short or it could
Hmm.
be a long-term kill.
And what I
A
can say
long-term
about
one.
her is that she is so happy right now. Like in her 80s right now, she is just chilling. She just living a good old fabulous life. She just be like, I ain't worried about nothing. I had my share of men. She had my grandfather and the man before that. But she was like, I had my share. She said, I don't even want no man. I was young and I lived my life and it is what it is.
And let
And
me just
she
say this here to that. So y'all, this controversial. Okay, so me and my husband, we like the same age, but I have a bunch of older aunts, like your grandmother, in their 80s, right? And they
mm-hmm.
all had their husbands, and they all husbands were like 10 or more years older than them. And all of them been single for the last 30 years because all of them are widows. And I don't understand why women are taught to get with older men, knowing we outlive them. So if you get with an older man,
You're
your
gonna end up single
possibility,
longer.
you're gonna be single way longer, and you might as well get with someone your age, or maybe it's better for a woman because we outlive them by such a drastic amount younger.
Women are, but those women are taught by men to think that way.
Because I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at them, and I mean, they've been single
Men
since
are
they're
the ones
50.
who are pushing that. Men are the ones who are pushing or running around to young women's high school, parked in the parking lot, waiting for these young girls, or at these clubs where they know there's only like 20 years old, 21-year olds, and 22 years old, telling them that you shouldn't be dealing with men, or young boys or young men your age, because they can't do anything for you. They can't take you out. They can't, take you to dinner. They can't buy anything for you. So you got these older men out there, quote unquote, pimping younger women to be with them. And
Yep.
this
Yeah,
is what
but
they
I think
literally
we're
tell
taught
these young girls.
opposite because all my aunts were married for a long time, but they're all widows. And I'm like, why would we be as a society taught to? It's like it's backwards. They've been, widows for all these years.
Mm-hmm. And like MJ was saying, it's because that's how men teach. But I mean, and a lot of the reasons why our elders did what they did was because of financial reasons. Like MJ was saying too, like those older men had finances. They had the money to take care of a woman and to sustain a family or two or three families. So they had the money, so they it was like they had the deal.
Yeah, but like I said, but that's all for the benefit. And like I said, this is something that's international, and this is something that is historic. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's still in African countries that still, pretty much sell their daughters, to be married to older men. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And that money or that dowry is good for the family. And it's only literally a family transaction to build wealth. And in this case, that same type of mindset here is like, hey, she has the younger womb. We want the younger womb because she'll have less of a chance of having any problems with birth. You know what I'm saying? And they can mold her. They can mold her to the woman that they want to grow old with. She'll know everything that I need her to do. And I'm training her from scratch. She haven't been touched by many men or no man at all. So that's the ego, striking that ego of them. And this is what they've been teaching. And they also have been teaching women to also indoctrinate their daughters to think the same way. Why are you getting with that young boy, or why are you crying over that young boy for? That young boy can't do nothing for you. Oh, this is an older man. You should be dealing with a more established older man if you're going to deal with them. I have heard so many aunties say that.
Yeah, certainly. I'm not gonna lie though, most of the men that I've
Wow, I'm
dated have
sorry, girl.
all
You
been
hit it on the head. I've
older
always
than
heard
me.
that my whole life.
But I've never gone over a certain age bracket. Like the oldest man that I've like ever like even kind of considered seriously he was about 10 years my senior, maybe, or between 8 to 10 years my senior. I can't remember. But that's about it. I really can't go over that age point because at that point, like, we're not even in the same generation. Like, it's too different. It's too different. Now, I have older men pursuing me all the time. All the time. And I'm like, sir, like, you're almost 50. Like, I'm in my mid 30s. No, thank you.
They're looking for a caretaker.
Yeah,
They looking
and
for
I'm like,
They don't
a
want to be in that nursing
home
home.
caretaker. That's all they want is a home caretaker. Because most of them can't fucking get it up anyway. They sitting up there dealing with ED, talking about, yeah, girl. Yeah.
right. I'm like, I'm good. I'm like, I
Yeah,
don't want
that's
you.
too
I'm like,
funny.
I'm like, man, you up there with my parents. My parents are in the 50s. I'm like, I'm not, I can't wrap my head around that. I just cannot. I can't.
There you go, not can't wrap your head around something like it.
But that is the truth. Like, I cannot, because I just keep thinking about my dad. I'm like, oh my God, you're my dad's age. Ooh.
She
No,
said,
never
ooh.
mind.
She
Yeah,
said, no,
because I
no, no,
think,
never mind.
right, and it's not that they look bad, because some of those older men are handsome and they look good, but I know that you're gonna age eventually. You're gonna get older. So it's like I'm not gonna really be able to really enjoy our relationship like that because you're gonna get old on me. I'm good. I'd rather stick to my age range.
I would say, anything around from 10 to 15 years is cool. And the reason why I say it is because, some women are very mature, very, very mature intellectually. And the type of intellectual conversation they might have to stimulate them will come from an older man versus someone that might be their age who still wants to do things that's within their age. But it does depend on the women. It does, it definitely does depend on the person. But yeah, when it gets around to like 30 years apart or 40 years apart, then
20. Uh-uh.
yeah, you know what that situation is all about. That situation is all about stability. It's all
Right. It's
about, and
about stability.
it's all about stability at that point.
And him being nasty. That's it. She wants to be stable and he's nasty. That's how I look at it. Mm-mm.
Yeah, but like with our girls, like I said, our girls are getting it. Our girls are, the young girls now,
Who are
they're
you
making
telling?
they're making choices and better decisions than the other generation did. You know what I'm saying? Our
Way better than what
generation
I
in
did. Because my baby sister, she's 22. Oh my God. That girl, she a baby. What's up? What? I gotta focus on my career, myself, and Me, myself, and I. That's all she worried about. Getting her coins and herself, and living life and traveling. That's her worry. She like, girl, I saw what it was like for you when I was a little girl and you had your kids, and she was like, I don't want that. I'm not trying to be tied down like that.
And that's what I was saying before. That's what these young girls are seeing. These young girls are seeing their moms, the ones that these men left or pumped and dumped, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're seeing their moms go through all that. And then you want to run your little tail around these young girls and tell them a different story than what they saw? And you really
Right.
think that's going to fly with these young girls?
Mm-mm.
It's
They don't
not.
want no parts. They're so much smarter. I just sit there in amazement. Sometimes I sit and listen to their conversations and they'll talk with me and I'm just like, wow. I wasn't thinking like that at 20 and 21, 22. Mm-mm. Nope, sure wasn't. But at that point I was a mom anyway, because I became a
Right.
mom at 20.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's nothing wrong with that. That's nothing wrong with that at all.
yeah.
You have beautiful children.
Thank you.
You have beautiful children, and I think that everything. And but you see, you got married young too, right?
Well, here's the thing, man. Him and I never got married. We played married, like we lived together, but we
Oh,
weren't
okay.
married. And
No,
that was a big thing that kind of upset me because he knew how much I wanted marriage and he never took that next step. But he wanted to keep having kids, and I just was like, I'm good. I stopped that after the second one. Mm-mm, no more.
absolutely. I totally understand that. So I would say that if anything, that was your one mistake. Your one mistake was is that you you stayed knowing that you wanted to have married and you played house without getting that want,
Right, and
because
I
if
thought,
that was something, that was something important to you, so for him to be dismissal of that, then I would say that would be the only mistake.
right, and honestly, like I was thinking, like I don't know, it felt like I just had to keep proving myself to him, and honestly, I felt like okay, if he honestly finally see my worth, he'll finally do what he's supposed to do and marry me instead of just saying we're already, because he used to say we already slept together, we already consummated, like we're together, like we're pretty much married, we share children. He was like, I don't understand why you got to have this paper, and I'm like, are you kidding me? So, but you know what? All things work together for good, and in some regards. And I'm actually so happy I did not get married. I'm so grateful. And like I said, I don't hate my baby father. I love him dearly as my baby father. And I, like I said, I look at him as family. But we just, our mindsets are just too different. We wouldn't be able to get along. We would argue literally all the time, and I don't want that in my life. I don't need nobody arguing with me, yelling with me, and being grumpy and grouchy. And what I will say is he was a provider. He definitely took care of the bills and finances and stuff and made sure we were good. But he was just grumpy and I'm good. I want to be happy. I don't want to live around somebody that's just grumpy. And then it seems like I'm not good enough. So I'm good.
No, that's what you're supposed to do. Like
I'm so
there's
good.
no reason why anybody should be in a relationship where they feel that they're not good enough for the person that's in the relationship, because to me that is a oxymoron. What is the purpose of the relationship if I don't fit the cut? And that's
And
men
that's
on
how I
men. And men have the right to feel that way as well. You know what I'm saying? If they're around a
hmm
woman, who's in their life, who's telling them constantly that they ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? But she still have you around, and you're saying you ain't shit, you ain't worth shit, you ain't gonna ever be shit, just saying all the shit. Then I would definitely, if I was that man, you don't need to take that emotional abuse. You need to, actually separate and go your own way at that point. Nobody should be in any form of relationship where they feel that they're being emotionally abused.
Exactly. And honestly, like I wasn't, because he comes from a very educated bourgeois type of family. When I say what's that HBCU in Florida? I think it starts with a B. I cannot think of the name of it. Um oh my God, I can't think of the name of it. But some of his family members
You talk
founded
about
that
Boward?
HBCU.
Boward, right?
No, it's not
Not
Boward.
Boward University?
No, it's what is that HBC? I'm about to Google it right quick. But it's a HBCU in Florida that his family um helped found it. Hold on. HBCU in Florida. Bethune Cookman.
Okay, I heard of that.
Yeah, Bethune Cookman. Yeah, so that was some of his family members founded that college. Um, and his grandmother, his actual grandmother on his mother's side, she she was one of the first women to work for the government. You remember the women, the Hidden Figures women, like the movie? She was one of them type of
Yeah.
movies. She was one of them type of women where she helped the US government build tanks and stuff. She could do calculus in her brain. Like she was just that lit. Like she was super duper smart. So he come from on both sides. From his father's side was the Bethune Cookman side, and his mother's side was they had a lot of stuff too. Like a lot, he comes from long lines of college educated bourgeoisie people. So, when he met me, I'm a little hood. I'm a little hood, and I was a little different. He was, but I didn't know he came from that long line of people, because he presented himself as hood too a little bit in college. To like went around his family, and they kept correcting me every time I would speak. And I'm like, well, I know how to speak. There was one time, I'm not gonna lie to you now. I remember one time when I first met his mother, she was like, do you know how to write a proper sentence? I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, she said, because you don't talk proper English. I was like, I know I don't. I was like, I can speak proper English if I want to, but I mean, I was comfortable. So I'm talking like how I talk. So yeah, like I think I just never lived up to that. I think I could never live up to his mother or some of the people in his family. And I'm okay with that.
But see, the women in his family don't have nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? And for him to put
Hmm.
that, for him to put that on you, that you're supposed to be, at that type of level, then if that was the case, then why get with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to date your mom,
Exactly.
date your mom.
That's what I
That's
feel
how I
like.
feel
He
at
was
that
looking for
point.
somebody to be like his mother. And honestly, I was never going to baby him like his mother. His mother, what I will say, like I said, he is the type of man that he is a great provider, great father to our daughters. But his mother will bend over backwards for him. And I'm not doing that. I'm not your mom. I'm not your mom. I won't do that for any man. Just not doing it.
So, Lima, what do you think, as pertaining to our young people going forward? What do you think that they should be doing that will help us or benefit us?
I think she must have stepped away.
Oh, so what about you, Tequila?
Peace to you,
Um,
MJ. Peace to King. Well, peace, MJ.
Suave, I got
hey,
smoke for
Swab.
you, Suave.
I know I felt it. I felt it when I jumped on. I was like, man, listen, today ain't gonna
Suave,
go
I
like
got
I
some
think it.
smoke for you, Suave.
Okay,
What
bad.
been happening for the past 2 days? Why was you torturing us? Like, I will have a long day of studying and in the classroom, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna go see what's going on with Suave and them. And you put that out, I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm in the
Oh,
chat
man.
just dying.
I've been trying to stream and work at the same time, so my
Okay,
bad.
okay. That's cool. That's cool. I was just like the other day. I was like, "Why are
Swab,
you
he be
torturing
trying to
us?"
torture us sometimes. I be like, what in the world?
I
What
No,
was
is
like,
going
"Damn,
on?
what I do?"
phone call just messed my. I can't hear y'all no more. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I be like, man, what is he showing?
I was like, "Not this
Sorry
long
said
winded."
I felt like he was punishing us. We was
I
punished,
did. I
yes.
thought I was being punished. I said, "What did I do, yo?" Like, I was like,
We don't
"Dang,
deserve
man."
this. Mm-mm-mm.
So,
I'd love to
what do you
know
think?
what was
Go
the
ahead,
question again?
Skilla.
I'm sorry. What was the
No,
question?
I was. The question was, so what do you think our young girls, or I'll say our young people, should be doing nowadays that will actually like help the black community? Because when the reason why I asked that, because Lima earlier was saying, like with all the rhetoric that's going on, she feels that everything is coming to black annihilation, and that is keeping the divide per se. And she said that's not helping us. So I wanted to get an idea, what would you think that they should be doing?
Honestly, if I think this is a parent thing because if they weren't taught, okay, how am I trying to word this? If they weren't taught, like if black men weren't taught to appreciate black women as a child and vice versa, I don't think that's something you can just learn once you become, 19, 20. Like you're not going to have that appreciation for your own people, or for one another. So I don't know, because
I
honestly
just
I
think
like
that
the fact that I see young, like you were saying, like I like the fact that I see young girls not putting up with bull crap that I put up with. Like I know for a fact my baby sis would never stay in no 11-year, almost 12-year relationship like I did and go through some of the stuff I went through. She would never do it. She thought I was crazy when I was going through it. When she was a teenager, she used to be like, "Sis, why are you even still with him?" Like, what in the world? So like, I don't know. I don't know what we could do. I mean, what they could do. I don't know.
I think that me personally, my opinion, I just think that they need to just go ahead and YOLO. Go ahead and
Hmm.
live your life. Do the best that you can possibly do. Become more cultured, become more experienced, know yourself in and out, be successful as whatever success looks right like for you. I don't think it's the youth's responsibility to pick up the mantle for where we fucked up at. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
Like, I don't think that that's their responsibility. That's not their job. I think that if we put the focus of them being the best that they could possibly be, that they're gonna naturally gravitate back to each other. But we cannot continue to let degeneracy keep on play around by telling our youth to keep on going in the midst of the fire of the degeneracy. and thinking that it's going to turn out right at the end. It's not. We're going to have to find a way to put an end to it. And the only way that I feel that is going to put an end to it is by creating those boundaries that will no longer be be stepped on. You know what I'm saying? Putting up those walls that's no longer going to break. Like, this next generation ain't taking no shit when it comes down to women. And then this generation, when it comes down to men, they're really more focused on getting that bag, getting that money, and also trying to go to school and stuff like that. So they're going to gravitate to each other later on. We might not be able to see it, but I think eventually it's going to work itself out. But this toxic culture that we have, it has to die out first. It has to die out first.
I totally agree with that. It has to die. And honestly, I think it really starts at a young age. Like, we need to plant these type of seeds in our children. We need to plant these type of seeds of self-worth and self-love, especially in our girls. And in our boys, we need to plant the seeds of self-love too, but also work ethic.
Yeah, I think we need to, because it's the adults. Because, I mean, you can always be like, child, do this. But unless you doing it, it's just talk. You know what I'm saying? So I think the people that naturally have that intelligence in us to just not be pieces of shit, their children should be the ones that shape the future. Let everybody else just get mollied high and do. But
exactly,
we need to make sure that those children are the people who, as an adult, despite their environments, still maintain stability and logic and just become wicked and consumed. Those are the children that we should be putting in a position of influence.
I agree.
I totally agree. I do. And like I said, like, because, one of the biggest things on our panels, though, when we talk Black men and Black women, we talk about, well, how are we going to fix this? How are we going to get back together, get on path? Well, I don't think that we're going to get on path unless we let the shit that we know that is fucked up die. It has to die at some point. You got to let it die. If you're trying to hold on to it, all you're doing is feeding new children and new youth into the same bullshit. And it's going to continue, it's going to still create that cycle that you're trying to get away from. I think that if we just
but what
make
does
sure
that look
that,
like though, MJ? Because you said you gotta let it die. What does that really look like? That's like
so for me, letting it die is like, for example, you have a lot of men out here who is all for the pump and dump community, right? They're all for pump and dump and creating single mothers, and they're even in the process of where they're trying to go to the court where they don't get to pay child support and stuff like that, right? So if those and then they have the argument of women who are abusing the system, right, for child support and stuff like that, or quote unquote having numerous of babies with different type of men. So like after, like in their mind, they're saying after the third or fourth child from a different man, if you don't realize your patterns is wrong, there's an issue, right? So like if you're saying like we have to put those particular type of people that we feel that are an issue in the community, we have to suffocate them to the only ones they're dealing with is each other. Like the men who are creating quote unquote bad single mothers that are destroying the community, you shouldn't have no option but to deal with the same fucking mothers that you create. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
if you're
I'm with
and
you
if
on that.
you and if you're a woman who is basically just having children like with many different men and stuff like that, and everything is all within the system, or you're abusing the system or whatever per se, deal with it accordingly, like, in that situation. I just think that the people who are having that we're having problems with should only be in a situation where they're dealing with each other. They should not have the option where they're able to taint another person. And I think by
Now,
them
how do
dealing with
we
each other,
stop each other from being attracted to them people? Because if like one thing I notice is that the dudes and the women who have sense, they're not trying to deal with the dudes and women that have sense. Like they're trying to deal, and not all, but they're trying to deal with the people. It's like a tame factor. It's like a chase factor, a hunt factor. Like, you could easily just line yourself up, but to them, that's like boring. The girl that goes to the office in the library all day wants to date the dude that goes to the club and he's a motorcycle rider. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do we stop people from being exposed to that lifestyle and saying, I'm tired of the 9 to 5. I'm tired of going to church every Sunday. I want to live on the edge, experience life. And then here's the cokehead dude that introduces the woman to coke, or something like that.
well, see, the thing about it is that's only thing with that, Suave, is that is under the perception that women still gravitate to bad boys. And me being a woman of my age, I can honestly say I have never gravitated to bad boys in my entire life.
Okay,
In
that's good
fact,
to fucking
I
know.
despise I
Neither
despise those
have I.
motherfuckers. And the
I
I
don't
don't,
reason
have
I don't
nothing in
why
believe you,
common with them.
Tequila. Ching Ching know you, Tequila. Ching Ching know you. He said you know his girl
No,
Emma or whatever.
I don't. Mm-mm.
Nah, that is good to know, and that makes
I don't
sense.
know
You know
him.
what I'm saying? Because the stereotypical thing, one thing I'm learning is that we never fail for that. We always like walk the other way. You know what I'm saying?
right.
So
I never wanted to be with the bad boys. And the reason why is because I was a tomboy. So I seen bad boys around me all the time. I knew what they was doing. And me having a lot of brothers, I was hip to the game. Me having a very active a father and mother, I was hip to the game. I understood it. So there was nothing that was enticing about me about being with a derelict ass dude. And there's a
derelict.
lot of women that are like that.
Nothing.
There are a lot of women who have never been who never wanted the bad boy. And most of the time the girls who did go after the bad boys, the reason why is because they was having daddy issues and problems at home. They just wanted to feel loved and special in some kind of way. And then somebody gave them attention and they ran with it. So that's like I said, that was like a
Exactly.
trauma. It's based off of a trauma. Then
Okay.
nobody's waking up in the morning talking about I want to be with someone who's wearing a leather jacket and running around motorcycle and always running from the cops. Ain't no girl waking up in the morning saying, "Ooh, that's sexy."
Unless
You
they're
know?
being rebellious. Because sometimes if you are too
Right.
sheltered, you rebel. So there is a
That is
fine
correct.
line in
That's a
between it.
fact. You could break a nice person. Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I saw that. But I do agree with you on those sentiments. Um,
I mean, we can only do as best
I
to
mean,
our
because
ability because,
honestly,
like I said,
I didn't
people are
have
gonna
brothers.
gravitate.
huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying honestly, I don't have brothers like you, MJ, but I have male cousins that are like brothers. And I always talk to them and I would see, and some of them are not the best humans. Like they suck. They are the three trash bag derelict nakers that we talk about on YouTube. Um, though I love them as my
Okay,
family, I would never want to be with a man like that. So and then I have a few good black then I have some men in my family that are good black men. So I saw it from both sides and I just knew that I didn't want to deal with derelict men. I
right.
ain't want no parts of
And
it.
here's the thing though. Derelict and here's the thing, and this is for GDAP. Derelict men or the bad boys is not only just what you see from the outer appearance. It has to do with their personality and character too. And that's where when you understand
Mm-hmm.
what is a quote unquote bad personality or bad mindset or bad morals or bad character, you're only going to get that conversation if you have that conversation with that person or you're in that person's proximity to see what that person is about to do a correct assessment, right? But it's nothing wrong with you looking at someone from face value and being like, you know what, he look like he has run-ins with the law, and I'm not about doing that. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I just off of the basis of what he looks like, I don't want to entertain that.
But
That's
what would
fine.
you
That's what you.
say? But what are the characteristics? Because when you look at someone, if you say black male, 20s, dreads, criminal, that's wrong.
No, it is wrong. That is wrong because
Yeah.
but see that's like you're saying that's bringing it on like race and appearance. But at the end of the day, people do judge people by their appearance, right? They shouldn't judge by their race, but the people do judge by appearance. You're not going to go after a woman if she looks like she haven't washed up in 3 days, if she looks like her clothes is stinged with blood stains, and her nails is unruly, her hair is unkept, and she looked like she didn't wash her face, you're not gonna holler at her, Suave. So you're basically
No, I'm
judging her
gonna
off
find help
appearance.
for her. I'm gonna call the authorities. This woman has been kidnapped and recently released, and she needs. I don't know
What
what
I
the hell
will
going
say
on.
But you don't
is,
know. But that's what I'm saying. But see, like I said, you looked at her and you assumed that she was in distress
Danger.
and you
Yeah.
needed to find help. But that was nothing sexual, though, right? That was nothing intimate. Why you at that point of you trying to find help? You wasn't trying to F her. So this is what I'm saying. We all based on appearance of who we want to deal with. That's just a natural thing. Later on, when you get to the conversation level with someone, that's when you start to knock off other things that you hear that they say and their mannerism and how they treat people. And that's the steps that you have to go, you know. But would never ever be look at somebody and say, oh, that black dude with dreads, oh, he must be a
He
criminal or
got on
something
the
like that.
black Air Force Ones. This nigga a doken.
Right, I would never do that. No, but I do have the right to say, like, yo, if I see somebody on the street and he has on Air Force Ones, and I know I don't rock sneakers anymore. I like to rock shoes and stuff. I'm not trying to go to a restaurant with somebody running around with Air Force Ones. So that might be a dub for me. I'm sorry.
exactly.
So what type of shoes does a man
But here's
have
the
to
thing.
have
But here's the
on when he
thing.
meets
I agree
MJ?
with the. But let me say something real quick. So here's the thing. I do agree that educated lanes can be the worst sometimes. Sometimes they are worse than the hood men. But educated lanes can also be derelicts. It's all on how that person morals are set up and their personality.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we have to be fair across the board
Because looks.
because, like I said, with women, a lot of
Mhm.
the rhetoric is that with women, don't you have to look past how that man look. You have to look past who that man surrounds himself with. Just because he might surround himself with a bunch of dirt bags, he might necessarily not be that dirt bag. It's just that he's cool, but he's not sitting up there dick watching another dude per se. That's what they say most of the time, right? But the thing is, women have the right to choose who they want to give entertain, or see going further whether or not they want to entertain them and anything mesh. Like I said, men don't go after women that they're not attracted to. Most of the time, men who's looking for a woman that they want to date
You mean
or be in a
physically?
relationship. Yes.
I don't think that's true. Well, I know that's not true. Because I mean, physical
She
attraction,
said
isn't
most. She
always
didn't say
the
men.
first line of attraction. No, do you think it's
She
most?
said
You think most
most.
people? But I'm saying you think most people go. This the physical attract.
Most
Like
people
that's
go
the
off of
first thing that
attraction,
attracts them.
the physical attraction.
most
Yes.
people most
Damn.
people go by attraction. Most people go by
Face, and
appearance and
body.
how that person looks good to them. And and when I say the other people who don't, if they're not going off of attraction, they're going off of what they need right now. Meaning, if they need to get a nut off or whatever not, then that's what they're going to. They're going to the place where they know that can be fulfilled. But when it comes down to relationship or wanting to be in be in somebody's proximity and talk to them or date with them, you're gonna go off of attraction. That man has to be attracted to that woman. She gotta have something
Mm-hmm.
that he's physically attracted to her for. Because at the end of the day, when you go by both men and women, ain't nobody know each other until you sit down and have a conversation with them. So how do you even get to that point if you wasn't attracted to that person in some type of way?
Some type of way. That's what I'm saying. You could be attracted to someone's nature. Like I want somebody
But
like
you
that
know
in my life. Like
that
you can
does
see how
take
they treat their
time.
parents,
That's
and
not
you
the
see how they.
initial. Wait. You that does take
Uh,
time. That's not the initial attraction. Your initial attraction is usually physical. The other stuff always comes after you speak with a person or you see their characteristics.
Well, this is why when you first
Because I
initially
mean,
meet someone, when you first initially meet someone, you shouldn't be just stopping there. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when you have the
mhm.
first date and you're asking questions and stuff like that, you shouldn't stop there, right? Like, you have to
mm-hmm.
really start to go deep to find things about, to find or understand things about people where is a no go or it's a go, right? And you only can do that by putting yourself in that situation where you can, view it or see it for yourself.
Because let me just tell y'all something right quick. I was a little what's the word? I was a little oh my god, it just left my brain. What is it when you superficial? I was very superficial when I was young. When I was like like late teens, early 20s, extremely superficial. Now that I'm in my 30s, I'm not as superficial. Like I told y'all in the past, like I don't mind dating an ugly guy. I really don't. I mean, but I have to find
But
something
he's
that
not
I'm
ugly
attracted
after you
to.
met him. Okay.
I have to find something that I'm attracted to. So my initial attraction may not be there for him physically, but it was something else once I talked to that man that I saw, well, he's a nice person, or he's this or he's that. And whereas though I'm definitely open to dating him, but no, I wasn't physically attracted to him. But what I will say is, I went out on a few dates with this one guy that I thought was absolutely ugly. He was just really ugly to me, completely, to be completely honest. But I was really just trying to not be shallow, and I went on this date, and come to find out, he was a douchebag too. So it just does not matter. And I agree with you, G. That I don't care about educated lames or the pookies, because some pookies, to be completely honest, some pookies, they may present as a pookie, but they can be amazing men. You have to get to know a person for who they are, and I think that's what MJ and I was saying at first. Like, we, I mean, if you see somebody that's acting extremely hood initially, you're not. I know for me initially, I'm not gonna want to date them, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't befriend them, talk to them, get to know them, and grow an attraction. And when we were speaking, I forget what we were actually speaking on earlier.
What,
Oh
just
no,
now?
I mean, just right now.
Mm-hmm.
We was talking about, do you have to, the approach of being physically attracted to someone initially, and then, because like, to me, like, still being amused by shapes and colors and sounds and stuff like that is a weakness, because you're forever gonna pick your spouse off of something they didn't choose, the features they got from their parents, and then they get to hide behind that with all their bull crap.
Yeah, but honestly, I
But yeah,
hate to
you
say,
can't hide
Swab. I
behind
think
me
that
with
that's
beauty.
something. I think that that's something that's pushed more towards women than it is to men, because I don't really see anybody promoting men to look beside look past a woman's beauty or what they're attracted to, and get deeper into knowing the woman from the inside and seeing that she's a good match. Because normally, even back in the days when men had arranged marriages and they married women that they weren't attracted to, they still ended up cheating on them women. They still ended up cheating on the women for the women that they wanted. So Like, I really just think that that's something that's pushed on women to give men an advantage of getting women per se that they wouldn't, them they might not have been able to get if you're conditioning her mind to look outside of what she might want for her betterment. But at the end of the day, it's really not. Sometimes it's not really for her betterment. It's really just for his.
Yeah.
I just like, I'm not saying that it's
Yeah,
something
yeah,
bad.
yeah.
I'm just saying that it's just something that needs to be equal. Like, it shouldn't be, women need to look beyond, right? And play hopeful, but men get to get what they want.
Because what I will say is those educated lames are jerks. That's what my baby father is. He is an educated lame. And he is an extreme jerk. An extreme jerk.
Like, let me tell you something. Like, I have went on dates and dated people that I wasn't physically attracted to, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
me going ahead, giving this person the benefit of the doubt, seeing whether or not if their personality will click more than anything else. And then I know that naturally I will find them attractive. They will become physically attractive because they're an embodiment of what their personality is, right? It will portray, it'll fall over their face, right? And those those men that I have dated ended up having one of the, like, even the entitled or the worst type of personalities ever. You know what I'm saying? They even started to act like what quote unquote educated lames are considered to be. You know what I'm saying? They think they're
Mm-hmm.
all that, they're entitled to your time and everything like that. And then the son is like, but wait a minute, like, like, if you only knew the circumstance, you know, like, I gave you a
Like, do
chance,
you not
son.
know that I really am not really that attracted to you? You're really not cute. Like, y'all know
Right.
what
And that's
really
what,
pissed me off with this
yeah,
one
that's what I'm saying.
guy?
Yeah,
He
that's what I'm
he
saying.
took
Like, it
me.
doesn't. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He went to come. He went to my house. He came to my house after he got off of work, and he said, "I just want to see you for a while. Just come step outside." This big grown man came to my house with a ketchup stain on his shirt. I swear to God, I never talked to him again after that. I said, "What? Why you got that big old stain on your shirt?" He was like, "I was eating a cheesesteak sub, and when I bit into it, the sandwich, ketchup got on me." And I was just like, that is a huge stain. And I just couldn't believe it because I'm like, well, I was like, well, where is your work? Like, where's your work shirt? Because it was like a white tee. And he was just like, I mean, it's in the car. I was hot, so I just took it off. And I was just like, well, I would have put my work shirt back on so I wouldn't have saw that. When I saw that, I was just completely turned off. And mind you, I wasn't even attracted to him. I just thought he was a really nice guy. Like I said, once again, he was kind of ugly, but I just thought which I thought he was a really nice guy. Him and I are still friends now, but like dating, you had the nerve to show up at my house with a big old ketchup stain on your shirt. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't know what you was doing, sir.
Yeah, I mean,
What you was
What
that's
if he
funny
just
though.
stopped off at McDonald's so he wouldn't come to your house hungry, got a small fry and squirted some ketchup on it? It's over with.
He was like, I don't know if she can cook, and I don't. If I get
I
food
mean,
poisoning,
here's
I
the
want to be all
thing.
right.
No, here's the thing. If you're just getting to know a young lady and his work shirt wasn't even dirty. It was sitting on the back seat. It was sitting on the back seat of his car. He could have put his work shirt back on. I wouldn't have never known about the ketchup stain. But it was like this big old glob of ketchup. And that's all I could see was this big glob of ketchup. And I just could not get over that. I just was like, are you serious?
Well,
You
just
got to
think
be
about it like
kidding.
this: the way that he presented himself to you will just go to show how he actually see about you. You know what
Shay
I'm
said
saying?
that's kind of snobbish. Nah,
No, it's not
Shay.
snobbish because think about it. Like, if you're meeting someone if you're meeting someone and you're supposed to be putting your best foot
Yeah.
forward, you know, you're not only are you putting your best foot forward, you know, for yourself, you're putting your best foot forward for that person. You're showing that that person is important to you and you want to get to know them. You come to somebody's house with a stain-filled ketchup shirt is also not saying that you don't really give a shit about yourself. You not really even give a shit about the person that you're presenting yourself to. That you think that she should accept something like that. Like, oh, I don't have to be clean
Cause my
cut and crisp for her. You know what I'm saying?
cause
I
my
could just
thing
come any old
is
kind of way. And she gonna just take me exactly the way I am. And I think that that's where a lot of the fucking problems come from.
my thing my no, it wasn't his work shirt. It was a white t-shirt. And I said he could have put his work shirt over top of that white t-shirt and I wouldn't have never seen that ketchup stain. I would have never
Nah,
seen that
Tequila,
stain.
man, we can't let you ride with that, man. You're not finna
Come
cancel this
on.
good man over a misplaced amount of
You
ketchup.
don't know that man is good. Stop saying that, Swab. You don't know if that
No, I
man is
don't.
good.
But I assume because
No, but here's
Tequila
the
let
thing.
him come to her house.
He's a nice guy. He was a really nice guy. He didn't come inside my house. He stayed outside my house because I don't let people in the house with
Sorry
my
to say.
kids. I don't
Mm-hmm.
let nobody in the house with my kids. But no, I'm looking
He
like
is
this man.
snitch.
I'm like this man took off his shirt so he could eat his little cheesesteak sandwich. Cause I could still smell the sandwich too. Because mind you, I sat in his car. I got in his driver's seat, so I could still smell the sandwich. And he was like, I was like, what, you
Absolutely.
just got something to eat? And he was like, yeah. He was like, I was hungry. I'm just getting off of work, but I just wanted to stop by and say hi and see your face. And I said, okay, cool, cool. And then we're talking, but the whole time I'm supposed to be looking at him, I'm looking at his stomach with that big old ketchup stain. And I'm just
Big
like, and
old.
then he got his nice so clean. Then he got this nice clean work shirt on the back seat. I said, well, why you ain't put your work shirt back on? Oh, it's hot. And I'm like, sir, you don't even know me like that to be coming around me with some big old ketchup stain.
Like like I said, and your first impressions is your first impressions. You know what I'm saying? And it does not only set an example of how you care of yourself, it also shows the example of how you feel about that person that you presenting yourself to. I mean, like, we're not gonna act
Yeah.
like we haven't lived in a society that you have to put your best foot forward. You have to do it when you go to an interview for a job, or any sorts of things of that sort. So I mean, it's just it's the society that we live in. Your appearance matters.
And let me
That's just
tell
what it
y'all
is.
too, what took it over the edge. He had a Mountain Dew.
Oh
He
yeah,
was
he
drinking
through with
his
that
Mountain
Mountain
Dew
Dew.
and then he burped. And I just was like, oh my God. I just said, come on. And the whole time I'm just like, as soon as I get out this car, that's it. But like I said, him and I, we cool. Like, that's still my friend. We still cool. But dating, he grossed me out. He burping, ketchup, all everywhere. Like, what is going on with you?
Yeah, see, no, that's just that he would have to he would have to leave out
But
my
you
damn
know what? As
presence.
as 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 a former ketchup stain bearer, I tell you, I no specific incident, but to me that was just like when I was younger, and you'd be like, oh, well, yeah, can I come to a see you? She'd be like, my hair not done, my nails not done. I would cut her off because that to me, I just couldn't deal with somebody who was that mentally strained. Like, you know, I just looked at that different. So now it's like, okay, the presentation, I get it, but I guess that shit matters. Like that fakeness to me, that was fakeness. It was like, no, let me
I'm
all the
sorry.
props,
He could
lights.
have put that work shirt back on and I would have never seen that stain. And
Can
I
y'all
only
hear
thing I
me?
would have
I got a phone
experienced was
call.
the burp.
We can hear you
Of course,
now,
they
I
messed up
Suave.
my audio.
No, but I mean,
all
I understand what Suave is saying, right? I mean, but you putting your best foot forward and presenting yourself like you care about yourself is not fake. And I really think that we need to get away from that type of logic You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to like dress like you're going to a club or you're going to some big social event to every single day. No, but you should look like you care about yourself. Like you should not be stepping out looking like you haven't washed your hair in about a month. You should not look like you have barely washed your face and you have crust on your side of your mouth, you know, saliva crust in your eyes and all that stuff like that. You shouldn't look like you ain't never touched your iron board ever in your life with iron, you know, and iron your clothes. You know, there's certain things that you should look like you care about yourself. And I think it's detrimental if one person look like they came, you know, to present themselves like they take care of themselves, and then the other one does look all, you know, trashy and look so unkept. That would give the impression that you're looking for somebody to take care of you.
Exactly. And honestly, I wouldn't have never gone around a guy for the first time with a big old ketchup stain. I would have just been straight up honest. Like I was just eating and I got this big stain on me. So please excuse me. I would at least warn them or
And you
something.
And you're right, Shay. Most of the people who do look like that do have deeper issues, and if they do have those deeper issues, that's what they should be focusing on, and not dating. Dating ain't it. But yeah, no, that's not going down. You should present yourself the best way possible, and that doesn't mean you have to be dressed to the nine. It doesn't mean that you have to be, flossing and all that stuff like that. But you should definitely look like you care about yourself. You know, a good presentation about yourself. And if you do have any other issues where you can't present yourself like you care about yourself, then you should not be in a dating realm. You should be working on, fixing yourself and, feeling whole. Feeling whole and comfortable within yourself. You know what I'm saying? Showing that love to yourself.
G that girl, I would have thrown up too. Like I would have went crazy. I think I might have cut. I would have cursed him out. How dare you come over my house dirty and funky and stinky and musty and leave a dirt ring on my toilet? Are you kidding me? That is nasty.
Now, yeah, Shay. Now, sister Shay, I would do the same thing. Like if someone is in my presence and they look like they're distressed, like they're in distress, like everything is all messed up, everything's unkept, they have a smell or whatever, not like that. The first thing that I'm going to do is try to get them some help, you know. But nothing in me is gonna ever scream that I'm supposed to be dating this person. It's not. I'm. It's nothing will register to me like, oh, dating them or whatever. Not. I will get them to the proper help that they need, but I am not that help. And I think that what happened is a lot of women, they see someone and they're down and out, and you could tell they're dealing with mental issues as well as other things, and they want to be the super saver hoe for this person, and they put themselves in a situation where not only have they have to battle their issues, they have to battle somebody else's issues, and to me it's not a winning situation because that person gonna have to do the work. What if that person has always been in a situation where somebody always carried the load for them? And because that person decided to walk away from them and not carry the load and wanted them to figure it out, you come along and you like, oh, I'm just gonna pick up that load. And it doesn't help that person. Get that person to the proper help that they need, but you ain't it.
Suave, we can't hear you. Yeah. Now, it's personalities mostly for me. Like a guy, he don't have to be dressed to the nine. He don't have to. He does not have to. But if I feel like your morals align with mine, and I feel like you are respectful and just an overall good person, and that we mesh well together, we have the same belief systems, and I don't know.
Can you hear me
Like,
now?
I mean, yep, I can hear you.
Okay,
I would
MJ,
definitely date him.
you'll date somebody
Yep,
ugly,
I
MJ?
got. Huh?
You'll date somebody
I,
ugly?
yeah, I dated somebody ugly. What you mean?
Would y'all date somebody broke?
No,
I dated somebody who was broker than me.
Okay, bet. Would you date somebody fat?
I
I
did.
love teddy bears.
I did. I dated ugly and I
But that's
dated
not
fat.
good. He's fat. He's going to have a heart attack, cholesterol problems. He's gonna die early.
But
Like you'll see that as a problem. Mate with that,
it
though,
is a
right?
problem. I mean,
Yes
but
and
you know
no.
what?
I'll say yes and no.
You know what? The fat guy that I dated, he was so clean. He was actually like he was super clean and super tidy. I wasn't gonna say he's cleaner than me. I don't know, but what I will say is that he was super tidy. He was so and he was the cleanest person I knew. Like he was so clean, and I was glad about that because he was big. He was big. He was like 6'4", and he was big. He was big. That was a big man. But he always
So
smelled good and he was always clean.
so like for me, it would be like if I was to date somebody who is overweight or a big guy, because I like teddy bears, right? If they were trying to, remain healthy, because some guys are just naturally just big, just like some women are just naturally big. They're big boned, whatever it is. If they're trying to be healthy,
That's
and
a
I
fact.
and and if they're trying to be healthy, and I see that they're staying active and they like doing enjoy the active did, then that's definitely not a problem. Like I'm not gonna body shame nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. But I do understand if you're thinking about like future long-term situation, you do have to take that into consideration, because if a person is overweight and they're grossly overweight, and they have hypertension or diabetes, sickle cell anemia, whatever the case may be, you gonna if you're thinking about family, that is something that you're gonna have to think about. Do you want these type of illnesses to go to your future children? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to have to worry about this person being hospitalized within a year or 2 3 years because their blood pressure is 180 or 200, or they have to be on these type of medication, or they have to have something, take insulin, every 3 hours or an hour or so when they eat and stuff like that. Like you have to think about stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong if you say that you don't want to do those things.
Yep.
you know there's nothing wrong about that.
But I've dated ugly and I've dated fat. One thing I cannot compromise on is broke. Y'all can shoot me up for that. Y'all can y'all call me whatever, but I can't do the broke. Mm-mm. That's one thing I can't compromise on.
No, I agree. I totally agree. I don't do the bro. Like I said, you don't have to make the same amount of money I make, but you cannot be broke. And you definitely can't be hood rich either. Like, no. Absolutely not. I don't like that putting on a facade that you got something and you don't. Like, no. Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm. Gee, that I would have been mean. I'm sorry. Me and him would have been. I would have cursed him out. How dare you come in my house and leave a ring around my toilet? That is just ooh. Mm-mm. I'm sorry. That's just out of line. That's just extremely
Wait,
disrespectful.
what? What? She said somebody came to her house and left a ring on her toilet, like on the toilet seat.
Yes, she said you could tell that the guy was like sweaty and dirty, and when he got up from using the toilet, it was a ring around the toilet.
I will start
Wow.
talking. You got to get that fuck out of my life with that shit. I can't stand that. I can't stand. No, no, no.
Mm-mm. That's just nasty.
Wow.
How dare
Like,
you?
what did he do? Did he just
She said
literally
she
like?
said she almost threw up trying to clean it up.
Wow. I don't understand. Like, what did he do? Did he go play in the mud and then just put on a nice suit and come to her house? Like, what happened there?
That's crazy.
Like, what is
Oh
going
my
on?
god.
That's wicked. That's so wicked.
That is wicked. That's actually just mean. That's mean.
Oh gosh. That's I'm just thinking about that
Mm-mm.
now. I got that
That
in
is
my
so mean.
mind. The imagery in my mind is like
I would just have to throw the whole toilet seat
crazy.
away. I'd be on my way to I'd be on my way to Home Depot or Walmart or something, Target, and buy a new toilet seat. Cause
Oh my
no,
god.
come on.
Bed Bath and Beyond.
Right. How dare you? You nasty
Bed Bath and
bastard.
Beyond and do speed dial too. Like order it online and then tell them that you're coming to pick that shit up.
Right. Just throw the whole toilet seat away. The whole toilet seat just got to go. Forget cleaning it.
Oh my god. Yeah, man.
She said she saw it and she marked for life. That's wow. Yeah, her story definitely outbeats the ketchup and burping story.
Yeah, I don't know. That took it
Because
right
I just
there.
couldn't get
Like,
over that.
and you know what actually probably what happened
I,
was, here is a man who grew up around men who told him, if you clean your butt, you might be a part of the LGBTQ community. And he has been frightened ever since not to even touch around that area. And
man,
that
you
was the
better get
result of
some
it.
soap and a rag to that booty and clean it. Mm-mm. I gotta know how your what's the names are like your what is it called when you wash
Hygiene.
up, what is it called? Your hygiene. Thank you. I have to know how your hygienes are if I'm gonna date you. Like if I think you're dirty, that's a no go. I don't care how cute you are. I don't care how much money you got. Nope.
Yeah, exactly.
If your
And like
hygiene ain't
it's
up to par, I don't want no parts.
at all. Absolutely not.
You keep your money. You keep your looks. No, just get away from me. That is gross.
But like I said, that's all on the basis of, you have to put yourself in the predicament where you can find out those things. You know what I'm saying? But initially, it will always go with there is something that attracts you to that person that even get the conversation going. And I
Mm-hmm.
just think that that's something that needs to be fair on both sides instead of someone telling what women's supposed to be looking out for. No, stop telling what women is supposed to be what they're supposed to be looking for. You know what I'm saying? Let them figure it out on their own and let them read the signs and read the room. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when you tell someone, hey, Look for a guy who pulls out your seat. Look for a guy who wears this type of clothes. Look for a guy who wears this type of car. Look for a guy who has this type of uh like speech pattern, the way how he speaks. He doesn't use hood words or terminology, the things that sort. When you start putting up a list of what women's supposed to be looking for and stuff like that, don't think that these narcissistic men or these men who are manipulating and using women, they're not paying attention either. So all they have to do is just do what other women or other men are out there telling women to do, and be like, oh, okay, so if I just pull out her chair and I act nice and I don't take her to Red Lobster on the first date, if I took her to this nice fancy place for the first date, then I'm already in there. I'm gold. And that's a part of that whole what is that shit called? That whole players book and pamphlet
Mm-hmm.
uh, yeah, that pamphlet or that book, that Bible, that player's Bible that they have, you know, that's all a part of that.
Mm-hmm. Right. I agree. It's all a part of it. Because
Right.
they'll
And
do
I just
whatever
think
they can
that
do to
that's what
get
we
what they want.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's the same thing for for females too. I mean, there's so many books. There's how many books there is for women, for women to recognize this and this and that about a man. And if you see these signs, go with this man. And if you don't see these signs, don't go with this man. Blah blah blah. Right. And it's the same type of book that men have out there too, in regards of this is how you can get women.
Yeah.
This is how you can get this type of women and stuff like
And
that.
if you fucked up, you gotta question the woman that's liking you while you fucked up. Like what about you is attracting her? Do she see a
Mm-hmm.
food? What in this situation? What about you makes her say that's the nigga for me? Like you might want to dodge that bullet.
Right. Right. And that's why, we have to I think that a lot of the dating coaches panels and stuff that we have, and men and women's side, I think that it's been harming men and women, because
Oh, it
they've been
certainly
right,
has.
people been
Especially the
writing down these things.
femininity coaches.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Especially
because
right. And I feel like none of us are coming authentic to the tape, being authentic, bringing that authenticity to the table. None of us are doing that.
I think what is happening is taking situations and scenarios and creating a blueprint. And the problem when you create a blueprint is for everyone to see. It's for everyone to read. It's for everyone to do. So don't you think that it's going to be natural for, if you have a blueprint for women to quote unquote have these type of men or whatever not, don't you think that men are going to create another blueprint to how to get these girls, because these girls are looking for these particular type of thing? And then let's say, for instance, if you have men doing this, it's the same vice versa. This is how you have those Brittany Renners, right? There was a blueprint that was created that these girls was paying attention to, or and was taught, and they knew how to
Mm-hmm.
operate within that, in that field. You see what I'm saying? But that would have never happened if you wasn't out here telling everyone or telling these particular girls what she needed to do to catch your fucking ass. But then you want to complain later
Mm-hmm.
on.
I agree. And everything that we're saying about men right now, I believe the same thing goes for women too. Like men, like don't settle for no woman that come to you and she got stains all over her clothes. Tell her like, and no dirty, nasty female. No, 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 no. Everybody needs to have standards, in my opinion.
Right. Everybody do need to have standards. But see, that's my whole like argument on it, is that men have standards, and nobody challenges them or question them on their standards of why they picked this particular woman to be their girlfriend, their wife, whatever, a mother of the child, whatever. Nobody questions them on that. But it's always the standards for women that's always being challenged. It's always being misconstrued, and it's always trying to be put on a back burner, or having people look for other things than what they wanted to do. I just say let people do what they want to do, and let people hold the standards that they want to hold for themselves, because the ones that will gravitate to each other will gravitate to each other, and the ones who don't will don't. If you're sitting up there trying to manipulate a person who does not accept your standards, and this is on both ways. If you're trying to manipulate a person that doesn't accept your standards of what you see in a mate, then you're always going to have the issues and the problems that you're trying to steer away from. And you have to actually just admit to yourself that the reason why you're manipulating this person to agree to your standards that they won't agree to naturally is because you want to control that person. You want that person to do what you want them to do. Instead of looking for the
Exactly.
person that you don't have to control, that person naturally wants to do those things for you.
Mm-hmm. I
And
agree.
that's why that dating, the whole dating coaching thing and all that stuff, that shit is trash. It's trash. It's setting people up for failure. It's setting people up for failure because you're not going to run across 500 fucking people who's going to be the perfect person for you. And these dating coaches make it seem like there's 500 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 people that's perfect for you, but you're not in a relationship. Normally, you're not in a relationship with 5,000 fucking people. You're
Mm-hmm.
only in a relationship with one. So if it's supposed to be unique and it's supposed to be special, why are you generalizing it to the point of where anybody can fit that position? So if anybody can fit that position, there ain't nobody fucking important. And if nobody's important, then what's the fucking point?
Right. Right. Yeah. I hate the whole dating paradigm that's online. Like, it just gets on my nerves. Because honestly, when you date in real life, what I notice is it's not even really like that. It's just, for me, I think it's more online than it is in real life.
I just think it's more vocal in online than it is on real life, because on real
Yeah.
life, half of the people that say what they say on online on the internet, they don't even act that way when they're presented in front of someone. They're not even like that. They are a completely different person. They have a completely different mindset. They flip flop like crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's completely night and day. But what I do like about hearing and seeing what I see on online, because you actually get a deeper understanding about how people really be feeling, but they don't want to really say it outside in reality, because they know they might lose some friends, they might lose some families, they might lose the person they in a relationship with. They have a lot of risks. So you get to see how people really think and how they really view you, or view women or view men and stuff like that. And it makes you more prepared.
Yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah, it's hard out here dating. I don't even like it. I don't like dating. That's why I ain't doing
I
it. I'm done. Throw the whole thing away. It can all go to hell. I'm good. I don't want no parts of it.
will just say, ain't a priority. You know what I'm saying? It's not
Yeah,
a
it's really not.
priority.
Like, if it happens naturally, okay, but mm-mm. Cause I feel
Yeah.
like Everybody's full of shit, full of crap. The ugly ones, the cute ones, the ones with money, the ones without money, they all full of boo boo. Just full of boo boo.
Well, see, the thing about it is, like, I don't think that people are out here dating to actually date and have successful relationships that lead to something else. I just think that people are literally dating just to occupy fucking time. Like, it's like dating is like a fucking placeholder for these people's lives. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think
Mm-hmm.
and they haven't found any type of other hobby or other interests or what they might want to do with themselves. That's become their solemn thing. Like, oh, like they have an addiction, like an itch. Oh, I need this girl. I need this girl. Oh, I need this guy. I need this guy. Like, chill out.
Yeah,
like
it's not
like
even.
you don't have a hobby. Like, go
Yeah,
play
they
chess
do
or
that.
something.
That's why I say people say I need a girl or a guy like I need a car, like I need a
You
mop.
don't, right? You don't need nothing. You not need no man or no woman. You love yourself. I'm so in love with Tequila. I love
And
her.
then they don't even like their own family. Don't talk to their mama, daddy. Don't like their sisters and brothers. Don't mess with their cousins. But they need a stranger.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because, like I said, their real reason for them even trying to go after these relationships is just a placeholder for the things that they don't want to fix in their life. Like, if you're sitting up there and you have a whole bunch of families and you don't communicate with them and you don't have no type of relationship with them, that, me being an outside person and I'm meeting you and I realize that you have no type of relationship with your family, I'm gonna look at you sideways. I really am going to look at you sideways. I mean, unless I hear that, you had like a very bad situation where, your family, you had to remove them from your lives because they were very horrible to you, or something, very bad happened, then that's one thing. But if I hear that you're just like, oh, I'm living my life and no, I don't contact my mom, I don't see my dad, I don't go see my grandmother, I don't see my aunts and stuff like that, I haven't kicked it with, or I haven't heard from them in about a year, 2 years, how am I supposed to think that you're good in relationships when relationship is all about communication and keeping a connection and knowing what's going on with another person outside of yourself? You don't even do that with your family. What makes me think that you're good for a relationship?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any man that pursues me, because I was going to say that I pursue. Absolutely not. I don't pursue. But any man that pursues me, yeah, I have to see how he is with his family. If we're going to actually move to the next step, because that's so important. Because I love my family. I hold them very near and dear to me. And if I don't know, I can't be in a relationship with a man that doesn't do the same. I want him to love his family because I want to love his family. Like, we're coming together, we're joining together.
Yeah, yeah. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I cannot see you that you even understand what a functioning, normal, successful relationship with somebody is, if you cannot even do that with the people that was naturally put in your proximity. Like, I just can't fathom that you understand that. You don't even hold any value to any forms of relationship if you can't even keep it with your family.
Exactly. I agree.
And that's women too. That's women too. Women, there's some women who be like, oh, I can't deal with my family members and whatever not. And like I said, within reason, if there's a real reason or a serious reason why you can't be with your family member, I can completely understand that, because I would never tell anybody to form or hold on to a relationship that is detrimental to you. I would never tell somebody to do that. But if I'm just really seeing that you're just out there living your life and you don't even try to even keep up with any of these relationships, and then later on you like, oh, my aunt died and I haven't spoken to her in about 2 years. Like, what, was your fingers broken? Like, why you
Right.
didn't speak to why you didn't speak to your aunt in 2 years, and then now all of a sudden you want to show up to her funeral crying and shit like that? Why? You didn't even maintain no relationship with her. You should have gone on ahead and act like how you was acting for those past 2 years, like she didn't exist.
That's right. I agree. I
I
totally
just
agree.
had that happen, sad to say.
You did? Well, I'm sorry. I send my
Yeah, I'm sorry
condolences.
about that. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, it happens too often. It really does. It happens too often. And you know what's so funny? Because I had to even catch myself doing that at some point. Like, I was so focused on working and going to school, getting a certification and all the stuff like that. Then the other day I was like, damn, I ain't even call my brother, yo. Like, how my brother doing? So here I am at 10 p.m. and I'm calling him. I'm like, yo, what's up, bro? And he's like, oh, what's up? He thinking I'm calling to tell him something about mom or whatever. Now I'm like, no, I just called to check up on you, see how life is, how you doing, everything like that. And because it's like, you have to continue on these relationships. They're not going to do it by themselves. You have to put an effort in it. You have to invest in your relationships, whether it's family, friends, as well as your significant other. And you also have to invest in your relationship with your children. These type of relationships you have to invest in. You have to go in. If you're not going to go in, then step the fuck off. But you can't be halfway, halfway half in about that shit. You just can't.
I agree. I totally agree. Because one thing I will say is when you don't better shows relationships of the people that you hold dear to you, it does hurt so bad when something happens to that person. It does. Or if you guys just lose that connection altogether, it hurts. Hurts either way. And
Yeah,
all of that
it
could have been
does.
avoided.
It does. It's a very sorrow feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Because the all you're gonna do is have a whole bunch of guilt if that person, God forbid, that person passes away. Like, oh, I should have called more. I should have did this. I should have called and said hi. I did think about you. There's one time when I was thinking about something, and I should have called and I didn't. I got caught up, and you have a whole bunch of guilt and stuff like that. Sometimes you just gonna have to just do it.
That's right.
You just you're just gonna have to just do it. There shouldn't be no reason why you shouldn't give 110%, a much as possible, to all forms of relationships. That's what I think everybody should be doing. So when I hear that whole 50-50 shit in a relationship, hell no. Everybody's supposed to be giving 100% in a relationship, not
Mhm.
50-50.
Yeah.
You stole that from me, MJ.
I don't know
I'm glad to
what
hear you
you
say that,
talking
man.
about, Suave.
I'm glad to hear you say that because people always talk about it's 50-50. No, it's not. It's 110, 110, nigga. You have to give all of what you got. And then there's a reserve that you don't know exists until you fucking need it. That has to fucking be exhausted too.
Right.
Well, why you
It
gotta
should.
exhaust the reserve?
Because
Is there
when
nothing
life
when
is
when the
not
reserved?
sweet
time
at
needs it.
all. Life is not sweet, and y'all could be perfect for each other, but when life happens, you're gonna have to
Right.
dig down and get that shit you didn't know you had in there. You can't just quit on your partner.
So then, if you exhaust the 10%, that extra 10%, then when you need that extra 10%, you ain't gonna have it.
Oh, it refills. It refills. You refuel.
It
You
refills.
refuel. After you get it done, you refuel, and that extra 10% becomes an extra 25.
True.
And as you survive
Okay.
obstacles and mature and get more experience in life, You end up on 200, like grandma and granddad and shit. Like, oh, that shit ain't nothing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
No, but it's the truth though. Like people should be giving their all into the relationship that they signed up for. There should not be no reason why you are not fully investing in any relationship that you signed up for. Now, like I said, family is a little different because there's some family that is good for you and there's some family that's not good for you. And the ones that are not good for you, stay away. But the ones that are, you need to invest in that. There's nothing wrong in investing into things that you are beneficial to you. Yeah, that should not be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem at all. And definitely your relationship. Like I don't understand why you going to want to get 50% in your relationship. What the fuck? Like what is that going to do?
You know what I hate is when I get a phone call from my kid's school around dismissal time, and I get worried like is something going on, and it be like this bus won't be there to pick up your child at such and such, such and such, but it don't be for you. It don't be for um you per
I
se,
hate
because
that,
my
but see,
kids are
that's why my
walkers
son
because
don't
we
go to
don't
school.
live that far from the school.
Right.
That is so annoying. They send out that one message to all the parents, and I'm like, oh, is something going on? Mm.
No, I know. I used to hate that too when my son
Saying the
was in
purple
public
and the
school.
brown bus is running late. Yeah, that gets on my nerves. Like, y'all need to have actual parents on certain lists instead of just calling everybody.
They don't give y'all like the robot like voicemail.
Yeah, they do give us the robot voicemail, but if it's like an emergency like this, it'll be like the principal coming in, just sending out a mass message to all the parents.
Oh, okay.
And the emergency is that the brown bus and the purple bus, because they go by colors, even though they're all yellow buses, but the brown bus and the purple bus, those two routes are running 30 minutes late for picking up kids. So if you can pick up your own child, they was asking you to do so. But I'm like, my kids are not bus riders. Like, please stop calling me every time y'all have an issue with these buses.
Yeah, I thought that's funny because I thought they had like a list. Like I only know about those robotic calls if it's like a snow day, a school day off, something like that. Not necessarily with the bus. Like I thought they call you personally if there was an issue with the bus.
Mm-mm. No, they sent out this mass voicemail to all the parents. I mean, like it would be. I know it's helpful for the parents who kids do ride the purple and the brown bus, but me, it's just annoying. Or any bus for that sake, it's just annoying.
Yeah.
Because my kids are walkers or car riders. Because we live not that far from the school. We live around the corner from the school. So my older daughter, she's gone there. She walked there with some of her friends because she gets out of school like an hour earlier. So she usually just walks to the store, like to like one of the corner stores and get some snacks and stuff. And then she walks up to her sister's school and wait outside and then walk her sister home.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
So, is there
But yeah,
any
it's just
debates
annoying.
coming up?
Suave
Is there
boss.
any debates coming up?
I don't know. We gotta ask Suave. Suave, where you at, bro? He gone.
He just left us in the hanging again. I'm gonna have smoke for him again.
Long as he don't put that man back on.
Yo, yo.
Every
That
time
man.
I would click on his channel and see that man, I would just click back off. I ain't gonna lie. I give him a like, but I'll leave. I stay for like 5 minutes, but like, I can't do it.
You don't understand, like, Tequila. Like, the other day, I was so mad at Suave. He had him going back to back, like for 3 videos, and I'm like, this man is so long winded. He just liked to hear himself talk. He started using
MJ, you
references
gonna
of.
stop dragging my nigga down. Man, I fucks with
Yo, he
commercial,
was
man.
the worst. He was the worst, man. He started using movie references. I was like, what the hell does this have to do with anything?
Anytime this year, financial interest in any virtual currency. Okay, my bad. Back to work. Oh
That's
no, she
cool.
left it.
Is there any debates coming up?
Oh yeah, me and Pro Black go in today on did the
Pro black.
Egyptians. Yeah, pro black politics, not the weird nigga that's obviously
Oh, okay.
Egyptian.
Thank God. Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I'm like, no, not that dude. I was about to
Nah,
say, not him. Please, no, not him. His
this is
voice irritates the shit out of me. Like,
yeah, I'm mad. His name is pro black, man.
Man, pro black get on my nerves.
he
I don't
ain't
know what it
about.
is
He don't
about
want to
pro black
do
that's
nothing. Yo,
irking.
he's like the epitome of why people can't stand pro blackness nowadays. It's like he doesn't want to do anything. He's not gonna help protect anything. He's not gonna provide. We should just all go over to Africa. He doesn't have a passport, nor do he plan on getting a passport anytime soon. And we all brainwashed. That's coon shit. Like, oh my God. Like,
He's the worst. But nothing. I thought that we was watching a slave play once before, and I thought that was bad. But this he's worse than the slave play. And I was asking, do y'all remember
yo,
that? I don't know who was showing that to us.
yes. I think I've seen that one before as well. He's just the worst, yo. Like, I cannot stand when he talks because he doesn't make no fucking sense. And then when you ask him for some
Yeah.
solutions, he doesn't have any. And then it's like, so what are you here for? You just here to tell everybody that they're on some coon shit and that it's white supremacy. It's like that's all he kept on saying. It was the most annoying thing ever. I'm so glad he don't show his ass up over here, because then I probably get an aneurysm after that, because he just annoys the shit out of
Mm-mm.
me.
Nah, he popped up and got curved stomp. I remember little weird ass extremist ass
He
trying to
used to
be
come over. He
black
used to come
power.
to your channel.
No, he can't. Y'all brought him over here one
He
day.
used to. Oh.
He
We
followed
ain't bring
y'all
him.
over. He followed y'all over here one day. The dog
Hell
over
no.
Oh, hell no. So, Swab, what is the topic going to be about?
Did the Egyptians come to America?
Yes, they did.
I know.
What's your stance?
Yes.
Good.
Oh, well, that would be her social security number for the EIN. Oh, okay. Well, you need that. Yeah, I said the Egyptians made it to the Americas, man. Yeah, you have to have a provider EIN.
No, they did though.
They sure did.
They did.
The Egyptians made it to America. A lot of West Africans made it to America. They used to trade.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, shit. The simple fact that I even
Everybody
have
knows that.
Egyptian DNA, simple fact that I even have Egyptian DNA in me that can be tracked as of today goes to show that these motherfuckers were here.
That's
These
what I'm
are
trying
they
to
were here.
tell. That's what I be trying to tell folks. I think my phone kept conking out when I was trying tell y'all everything that I'm mixed up with. out, but hold on, let me see if I could pull up my DNA results. They're old results though, because I got this test done like a few years back.
They don't
But
change
I'm
though.
literally right. I'm literally from all over Africa. I got. I'm from South
Damn.
Africa. I'm from the middle of Africa. I'm from West Africa. I'm from Asia. Like, all right, so hold on. And I'm from Europe. So, all right, I got people that are from Cyprus, wherever that's at. Cyprus, Sweden,
That's in
Denmark,
Europe.
Southern India, and German people, Germanic people.
Mm-hmm.
And then and then Ireland. I have no British, not a trace of British DNA. And then I'm like 30% Cameroon, Congo. They put it together. I don't know why, because those two different countries. But they put those two countries together, and they say I'm like 30% of
They're
that
very
and 24% Nigerian.
because the Cameroons and the Congos they have similar history, like background, like they pretty much have like the
Hmm.
same like blood. But yeah,
Yeah,
what's
but
your haplogroup?
I was tripping when I saw oh my goodness, I don't know. I never did the jet match,
No,
so I could
it should
find out my
tell you like
haplogroup. It will.
which yeah. So what brand did you use?
I use the one that everybody be using, not 23andMe, the other one, Ancestry.
Ancestry DNA.
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to go on the top, and it should tell you where your haplogroup comes from your maternal line.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on, let me look. Let me see if I can look.
Yeah, because I did all three. I did Ancestry DNA. I did 20, yeah, is it 23andMe or whatever? Yeah. And then
Mm-hmm.
I also did African Ancestry. So that's just the one that just goes like more in detail, in depth with your African ancestry in your DNA. So it can pinpoint
Yeah.
like tribe and stuff like that.
That's what I want to definitely do. I definitely want to do
It's expensive.
African ancestry. Yeah, I saw. That's why
It's
I haven't
expensive.
done it yet.
Yeah, it's expensive, but
But
from
I
what is
don't know. I
it?
don't
I mean,
see
it's
where it
good.
says MJ.
You don't see it?
No,
Do it give you the timeline?
it does give me a timeline. Hold on, let me see.
Okay.
I gotta
Um,
pull it up. press DNA story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it gives me a timeline. They say that it looked like my ancestors came over here during the 1700s.
17, and that's all it says is just the 1700s.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get my computer because there is a way where you should be able to. They're supposed to tell you your haplo group, so you'll know where you come from, like where your maternal line is, like what's your maternal line. It's like, for example, mine's is L1, and that's the second oldest, whereas LO is the first haplo group. Hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm. But I was tripping when I saw that I had DNA from India. I was like, what the hell? India? Like, who was that?
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Did you say anything that I didn't hear?
No, I said I was just tripping mostly when I saw that I had DNA from India. I was like, "Where? India?"
Man, like my DNA, it just confirms everything that I am a black mutt. It is what it is.
Yeah, we
I
all are
have
black mutts.
I I literally have every freaking race, every ethnicity in my DNA. When I looked at my chart, how come everything is lit up? Like I was like, there's some people done lie to me. What's going on? Like I knew about my Native American ancestry popping up because that's not that long ago. You know, my with my grandmother and my grandfather. So I knew that was gonna pop up. But I wasn't expecting the Asian. I wasn't expecting the Melanesian. And I definitely was not expecting the Egyptian. That I wasn't expecting. I was like, what the hell is that? And then it said like I had
You
like
got Egyptian
0.2.
in you?
Yeah, Coptic Egyptian.
You hear that pro-black politics? Did MJ come to the Americas?
MJ was born in the Americas.
Did MJ
MJ
people
was
come to the Americas? All right. Nah, that's
MJ
what's
was
up,
born
man.
in Americas. Yeah, when I seen that Coptic Egyptian pop up, I was like, somebody done lied to me. Like, hold on, how is
Hey,
that
fat, what
popping
you
up?
talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, but that was kind of crazy. I was because like for me, if anything, when we always talk about ancient Egyptians and all the stuff like that, and possibly those being our ancestors and stuff, right? I'm thinking like that would never pop up in my body because that was so many years ago. So for them to even find that was kind of like creepy.
I agree, MJ. It is real creepy how they can pull up all that stuff. What's even more creepy is just the mere fact that people be like, you can't even trust those DNA tests. They be lying. And I'm like, how do you lie on DNA? I be so
Not even that.
confused. Like,
It's more so as like I would say it was more with me. It was when people was like, "Oh, don't you give your DNA to those sites?" Like, newsflash, you've been giving up your DNA since you was born. All right, they literally still have your. They literally still. They literally still have your sack from when you were born stored somewhere in a hospital
you
using
ain't
it for
never
stem
lied.
cells.
And just the fact that
Like,
we always, every time we have to give blood work, you don't think that they're keeping some of that blood work. You don't think that when we were born, when they took our footprint and our baby, our thumbprint and all of that kind of stuff. Hold on right quick. Hi, baby girl. Hey, where y'all at? I said, where are you? What, Nia? Hurry up and bring your baby sister home. Come on. What'd you say, Mom? Hurry up. I did. Hurry up and come home because the weather's not good outside. Just hurry up, come home, y'all. You did. They were in your coat pocket. No, we're not. I checked all of them. I didn't wear any gloves today. Going to school because we didn't walk. All right. Bye. I'll see you soon. Okay. Hello.
yeah, aw.
Yeah.
So what happened was, I think they did. Well, they said that for ancestry DNA that they don't provide the Y haplogroup, but they should be able to provide you the maternal. I'm trying to see where can you find that at, or do you have to just take the raw data and use another website to read for that.
Glad your hookah on ain't around. They be talking about that DNA like they know what the fuck they be talking about.
Yeah, man, but like with DNA, it's pretty cool stuff, and I think people should get a understanding of it, and but just don't just don't let it go to your head, right? Because at the end of the day, I can be mixed with all these things DNA wise, but I'm black. I am definitely black. Ain't nothing gonna change that.
Wow. So you didn't mess your keys up? Because of the puddles.
Hmm.
Mia, do what I say now. I'm gonna order some Chinese food. My baby girl said, I want some Chinese. I'm gonna order some Chinese. And then my older said, I want some Chick-fil-A.
They hungry. They are hungry. Yeah, so
Usually on, I was gonna say usually on
tequila,
Fridays. I Oh,
they
go ahead.
should
Go ahead,
you
Tom.
should I'm sorry. You should be able to pull up your haplogroup from ancestry DNA, your mitochondrial DNA. They should be telling you that, because they said that the only thing they don't give is the Y haplogroup, which will most likely be paternal. So
All right. So how do I find that? I'm confused. So what do I press?
let's see. I'm trying to get on the website, and because maybe if I look at it, um, I could find where they would say that at.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can log in. Mm-hmm. Okay. Username. Oh, so good thing while y'all here. How do y'all feel about the Whoopi situation?
What did she say? Because I didn't see it, and I haven't watched any
Okay.
commentary on what she said.
All right. So Whoopi said that in regards when it was talking about the Holocaust, she said that the Holocaust had nothing to do with race. It had all to do with human beings being evil and cruel to other human beings. And the other ladies on the panel was like, no, it was about race, and because Jewish people are considered a different race. And she said, how are they considered a different race when that was amongst two different groups, two white groups. But they were both still white. And because she said the truth, they pretty much, gave her N-word card and quote unquote put her back in her place and suspended her. And you have this guy, Ben Shapiro, talking about, oh, she needs to be fired, right? And me personally, like, what are you firing her over? Her telling the truth? The Holocaust was not about race. I
She didn't
mean,
even say
Is
nothing
that what
bad.
Whoopi Goldberg said? I saw somebody trying to talk about her. Whoopi Gold
Yeah,
said
because
that
I
the
didn't
Holocaust
even
wasn't
know.
about race.
yeah, she said it wasn't about race.
She tired of
That's her
working.
exact words.
She tried
She
to get
said that
fired.
it
She wanna
wasn't.
go home anyway.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't about race. It wasn't about race. She said that how could it be about race when that was amongst two white groups?
Yeah, but right now we're occupied by people that's trying to act like they not the same people. Oh, the Greeks was conquered by the Romans. No, the Greeks were the fucking Romans. And the Jews are the fucking Romans. So that is the race thing. The Jews are they're not black, but they're not white, and everybody hated them and displaced them and wouldn't let them seek refuge in their land. So yeah.
Right. So the thing about it is they're criminalizing her because the Nazis at the time, when they did that to the Jews, they considered the Jews the inferior race. So because they had their own social construct to a white tribe that they felt that was beneath them, they want to say that it was about race. But there is not about race because they're both white people. Now, if they want to talk about it being feeling that they're in inferior white tribe, okay, that's fine. But that's not race. So I don't understand what this whole oppressive Olympics that they're trying to do, and they want to crucify her about it. They wouldn't say it would be about race if it was Africans versus African Americans. They don't say that, oh, that was a race thing if it's Caribbeans against African Americans or Caribbeans against Africans. They would never say that's a race situation. They'll say that that's an ethnicity issue. It's a cultural issue. It's even a tribal issue, but not a race issue. So how come they get to stay under the protection of them being associated as being a particular race when they're not? When they go to the census, they put white, like any other white group. So that I don't understand. I just found that was a way to just, give the big F you to black people on Black History Month, like they've been doing all month. So
I agree. They just wanted to find some kind of reason to be upset with her and to embarrass her and belittle her. That's all that was. Because she literally didn't say anything wrong. I don't even understand what the big issue is.
she didn't say nothing wrong. And even if anything, she was so, she was very careful in the way that she even expressed herself. She was saying that it's about, she said, let's just talk about the big issue. Is that it's just human beings being fucked up to other human beings. She said that if you try to change this shit to race at this point in time, you're taking away the you're taking away the bigger message that human beings been doing fucked up shit to other human beings for stupid reasons for a very long time. That's what she wanted to stay on it. She didn't want it to be about race because, again, once we get into the realm of race, now it's like, okay, well, people are right to have their biases against people, which that is true. You can't really fault anybody if they're biased against you. That it is what it is. It's fucked up. It's stupid, but you can't fault people for having their biases against you. But now you can't use race as a reason behind that. That's what she was trying to remove. Like, don't use race as, oh, they did it because because they feel that they're an inferior race. They're not an inferior race if they belong to the white race. You don't deem yourself inferior. So how can you say that they're inferior? And I think that, like, it puts away, or it takes down the it takes down our argument, or what we deal with as people of color, or as black people, and the racist issues that we have. You can't use the same type of storyline with them that you would have to use with us, because what they, I'm not trying to say what they experienced was horrible and it was cruel and wrong, but what they experienced did not have to do about their race, as is what happened with us. Like, that's two different things. Two different things. It's not the same things. This is not the oppression Olympics. It's two fucking different things. Yeah, well, and it also went on, she went ahead and she went and apologized and everything like that. And
So
we'll
what are they
see.
saying now?
I mean, right now she's suspended. There are rumors that she's been suspended without pay. I don't know how true that is. All I know is that was just setting another example, just like how they set the example with Nick Cannon.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And when they want to show their force, or they want to show their power, they don't have no problem showing their power when they want to. This is why I say, when a lot of people saying that, oh, they doing this and they doing that and all that stuff like that, like, nah, they're really not. Because if they really wanted to show their power, they can show their power. They can show their power. Right now, they're just leaving you be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the thing, it is sad that we don't have that type of power. GDAP, we don't have that type of power to control what people say about us. The only thing that we can possibly do is correct it, or not pay, or don't give a fuck what they say. Though that's the only thing that we have as of right now.
You know what, MJ? I'm still trying to figure out how I can find my mitochondrial DNA. I don't know
I'm
what
still up
name.
here looking. I'm up here looking for you. I'm trying to get onto this thing. I'm trying to get onto this thing for you so I can see how to do it. And it's giving me a hard time, and I don't know why it's doing this to me. But I'm gonna try to make it work. I've been trying. I've been trying. Yeah, but I just felt that was just like, I was just like, okay, they did it just because they felt like, they felt like showing their muscles. You know what I'm saying? They felt like showing their muscles on Black History Month.
They just wanted to be jerks.
Hmm. Now I just want to know, like, and then on top of that, so India Irie has gone on a campaign now to basically boycott Spotify because Joe Rogan Joe Rogan has been caught numerous of times saying the N-word over a course of decades, and Spotify pays him almost over $100 million or more, versus the artists who are mainly Black artists that have their stuff on Spotify are only being paid what, like 0.0006% off a cent for their stuff. So India Ari was like, listen, if you ain't gonna pay me, what we deserve to be paid, and you allow this guy who doesn't contribute to your platform other than, I guess, what, producing or whatever, not, but he gets to say the N word, or or say these, derogatory comments throughout the whole time, and you pay him millions of dollars, then just remove my music from Spotify. And she's actually, advocating for all artists, especially all the Black artists that uses Spotify for their music, to remove their stuff from Spotify before changes, so changes can be made or done. And I'm in agreement with her. I'm totally in agreement. Like, it's nothing wrong with you for having a boundary. And if the boundary is, listen, you ain't gonna pay me like 0.006% off a penny for my music being streamed on your system, but you pay this racist dude who says N words $100 million. Matter of fact, I don't want to be associated with you or him.
Right. I agree. Well, I probably gotta hop down for like 20 minutes and talk to these kids, and I'll come back up.
Okay, that's cool. Go ahead.
Alrighty. Suave.
He gonna leave me there by myself. Somebody else come up on the panel. Suave is busy. He making moves. Don't have me up here talking by myself, please. Of course, yeah. White people are not going to cancel Joe Rogan. Why should he? Why should they? He's not saying anything that's harming them. He's not saying anything that is affecting them. If anything, the stuff that he does is probably entertaining for some of them. So, I mean, they're not going to be really, they're not going to really do anything. I think that's where we have to, like, we gotta stop putting so much faith into others to be worried about shit that we supposed to be worrying about. Like, it's not white people's job. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's not white people's job to make us comfortable. We gotta get out of that mindset. It's not white people's job to make us comfortable, make anything easy for us, do for us before they do for them. It's not. We just gotta just accept that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he does say what a lot of them want him to say. And that's true. And they pay him a whole lot of money for it. And you know what's so funny? They pay a whole lot of other people um to say shit too. Right? I mean, look at our comedians and stuff like that for decades. They paid them a whole lot of money to say fucked up shit about their community and the people in their community and stuff like that. So whatever makes them a profit, they're down with it. They're definitely down with it. So, how do everyone feel about the news of Rihanna about to have a baby with ASAP?
See, this why I be playing that Merkaba. You said, oh, Rihanna, and okay. I did not want this to be important in my life. I didn't. Rihanna got pregnant by A$AP Rocky. I said, yeah, this got nothing to do with me. Somebody else started off a conversation yesterday, like, oh, so I think it was Solar. He was like, Dwight Howard's baby mama. I said, yeah, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Oh man, but y'all been waiting on Rihanna to fall off,
No, it's
huh?
look, man. I'll put it like this. I'm not gonna say it's a fall off. I just think that what is happening is there's a lot of women who are disappointed. There's a lot of women who are disappointed in Rihanna, but at the end of the day, I do think that she is a wise woman, and I'm probably sure that she crossed all her T's and dotted her I's in regards of ASAP Rocky. I'm not going to say that she has been, bamboozled. I don't think she has. I think she has made that decision. She just made a conscious decision that this is what she want to do, and everything is rocking very, good with her. ASAP Rocky, they seem like they're on a different type of level than the other levels that she had with other said men, Drake, Chris Brown, and I forgot the other person. But yeah, it seems like their situation is a little bit more real than the other ones that she has. I just think that she just made the decision for herself. And if that's what she's happy, then I'm happy for her. I'm happy for her.
Yeah, that's what's up. I hope he's okay.
I hope Lil Polo ASAP. He just don't come off as a, he kind of a pussy to me, but it is what it is.
I mean, shoot, a lot of people, and here's the thing, right? I think a lot of women, the reason why a lot of women are disappointed, Suave, is because ASAP, he is perceived as a rapper Dusty, right?
Absolutely.
And it seems like he hit the fucking lottery, right? Because at the point, you're dealing with a woman who's a billionaire, so she makes way more money than you. She has way more establishments than you do, right? So at the end of the day, like, shoot, he has kind of, he has actually kind of fallen in the line of being hypergamous. He's the example of a hypergamous man, because he can
Okay, put me
actually
on game. What's a hypergamous?
well, hypergamous person is someone who who seeks to elevate, who seeks to be with someone who has stature,
Oh, they're trying to
money,
date up.
financially.
Somebody
Yes,
trying to date
exactly.
up
So he,
for
he
okay
dated up.
person.
Right,
Okay,
he dated up. And then also to solidify a baby, you know what I'm saying? Shoot, who knows? You know what I'm saying? He might have to
And they're
pay.
not married, right?
No, they're not married. They're not married, but if he says, "Look, I mean, I want to take the kid or whatever, not blah blah blah," you know what I'm saying? She could have to pay like a nice little child support, or
Okay. Well,
whatever.
we are
So
rooting for them, right? We rooting for them though. So
I'm rooting. I'm rooting for it to be real. I'm not rooting for this situation to play out like what happened to Mary J. Blige when she went with a man who was hypergamous, and she ended up paying for his divorce, paying off the wife so he could divorce her, so she can marry him, so he can quote unquote become her manager slash husband, who she's actually paying his salary. And then when he wants to divorce her, she has to pay him alimony. And yeah, like, I just hope it's not that process. That's what I'm hoping for. Yo, I know he did, right? He sure did trap her with a baby. He did. He sure did. But you know what? Like I said, I it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just hope that, like, everything works out. I hope everything works out, and I hope everything is going the way it's going, because it's natural and it's something that they both want, and everything is moving toward the correct way. But my thing is like, there should be no reason why. It should be no reason why it shouldn't be no reason why it shouldn't work out, but we just know how everything goes today, where it could most likely lead out, right? And what's going to happen is it's going to be a big L and a big attack on women, right? Because you do see a lot of men out here who's bigging up this whole situation, and they saying, see, there's nothing wrong with being a baby mama when you got money like that. And look, she didn't have to have a man who made more money than her. She's a billionaire. Or they say, oh, this is the reason why that women shouldn't be trying to get to those type of levels, because now it looks like she's taking care of him because she makes more than him, when that's not the situation of the relationship. So, like, looking at it, like, it's the imagery behind it. It's the imagery behind it as why it's going to cause problems. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, like that was a big dig. That was a big dig for her to do that. But let's talk about Nick Cannon. Your favorite daddy of the year, Nick Cannon, with his 8th child on the way. He's making his whole basketball team, his whole football team. They're going to be the new Raiders or probably the new New York Giants. I'm just saying. They're the New York Giants of 2040. I'm putting it out there in existence. So what do you think about that?
Did you say Nicholas Cannon?
Yes, Nicholas Cannon.
Okay. Yeah, he's kind of being irresponsible with his sperm. I can't lie.
Kinda is an understatement.
Yeah. Kinda is because I'm a weak, pathetic man, can't check him. No, yeah, he fucked up. And I mean, it's obvious he just lost a child. You know?
Right.
So it's like,
Right.
hey, come on, bro. Like, come on. What you doing? What happened to pedigree and uniformity? I think it's just because he has access to the women and means to support the children. Like, come
But
on.
he doesn't
None of that.
really have the means to support these children because
He
these
do.
children are not really being supported.
He can pay
This man is actually, he's more focused on going around impregnating women to have his child than to actually be a father for any of his children's life. I mean, shit, like, have anybody seen him have a picture with his two twins that he had with Mariah? Like, you don't even see him even being active in these kids' lives. All these kids live in different homes with different mothers. He is no way in hell that he's being a full-time dad to this whole tribe, this whole community he's trying to create of his offsprings. And I just think that he's being selfish because he knows that he's about to die, because he has a illness, a hereditary illness, a sickness that at any day he can die. And because of that, he's all he's thinking about is his mortality. He just wants to just plow the earth with as many people and many women as possible. And what's going to happen is you're going to leave all that turmoil to your children who are barely even adults. Like, all of them are children. All of them have different mothers, and they're going to be fighting. When he's gone, they're all going to be fighting over any type of any type of wealth that he left to them. They're going to be nothing but in turmoil. It's going to be confusion. It's going to be resentment. It's a piss poor job as a man. Irresponsible on all levels about being able to help fertilize to
Okay,
create
so let me
children.
ask you this. Are you surprised? I mean, because Nick Cannon was the lame ass square ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? And then he hung in there with the white folks, got that bag, and all of a sudden the niggas he wilding out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But see, he was wilding out before, though. He messed up the bag with the Jewish people. Okay, he was wilding out before.
But remember, he was like Nickelodeon. He was Nickelodeon.
Mm-hmm.
Square with the white people. Then he was America Got Talent. And then once he solidified his bag, then he was Urban, the Turban, wilding out, black, speaking against the Jews and all of this shit. So yeah, I think he's just one of them lame niggas that got that bag, and he's still lame. He's impressed by the vagina.
I don't even eat. But see, the thing about it is the way how he's impregnating women. I don't even think that he really even likes women. I don't think that he actually even ever been in a real a real relationship outside of his marriage with Mariah Carey. I think this whole entire time he's just been in a whole bunch of hookups and a whole bunch of dating and a whole bunch of impregnating these girls saying, yo, listen, I got millions. So you're not having a baby by a Dusty. That's about it. He has not brought anything to the table. He has never, positioned himself to be a benefit to our community, let alone himself. So I mean, like I said, he's bad. He's bad. And he doesn't do good for black men's image, because you can't say this you can't say this is a biracial. You can't say this is a foreigner black man. This is a homegrown black man
Man,
from America.
that's what I'm saying. We didn't fuck with Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon was right from the beginning. We knew that nigga wasn't no nigga, man. We knew that nigga wasn't no nigga. This shit didn't fool me. Like I kind of tried to appreciate it for what it was, because he was putting on people that wasn't getting the light, Corey Holcomb and fucking Hitman Holler and what's old girl name? Like a few of the females, like they would have never been seen if Nick Cannon didn't do that wild and out shit. But
Yeah, like I wish we can unseen like Danny Lay, because then she get discovered by his ass too.
did she? You might have got me on that one out, cause yeah. But that was the girl who did the yellow bone.
Yellow bone is what he wants. Yellow bone is what he wants. Did it?
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Damn. Okay. Well, yeah, man. Oh crap.
Nah, man. I just think that I think he's like solidifying the imagery of what a lot of people think black men do. They impregnate women, they make them single mothers, broken homes, and he's like literally just like staying true to that. He's staying true to that stereotype. And for him to be in the position that he is, and to do it so freely, where every other month you're seeing him pop up at a baby shower with someone being pregnant with his kid, that doesn't do good for black men, because at the end of the day, he's on a platform where everybody's seeing that he is a black man. They're not saying that here's this biracial, here's this quote unquote foreigner, here's this old British born person. No, this is a full blown black American man who came up from quote unquote nothing, or doing like little kid shows on Nick Jr. and stuff like that. And then this is what he's doing now. This is exactly what he's doing now. And Azov, his kids might not be fighting over money. Like, let's be perfectly clear, okay? And this is why I'm trying to say this. By the time he passed on, he probably might not even have any money left to give to these kids. The women that he decided to have children with are hypergamous women, meaning they did not get with that man if he didn't have the funds or the financial means, meaning that they're going to want a certain type of finances from him. By the time, if he keeps on having kids the way he have, and if they all go and file child support for him, you really think that he's leaving his children with anything? No, he's not leaving them with nothing. He might even potentially leave them with debt. It just seems like he's just going out with a bang. And the bang is just populating the earth. Right, exactly, GDAP. He's not in love with none of these women. In fact, I don't even think that he's even capable of loving anybody at this point. And you can just see that with the way that he's moving. He don't even love these kids. That's why his ex-girlfriend, who he just lost the child with, is so mad with this new with this new news of him having a new baby with this new woman. Because like your son haven't even it haven't even been a whole year yet, and your son is not even like cold in the ground, and here you are just moving on to another kid like he didn't matter, like he was nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like he was nothing. And it's just not a good look. It really isn't. It's not a good look to black men's imagery on whether or not they're good fathers, good good providers, good protectors, good husbands. It doesn't look good. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's for y'all to correct. But you have to tell me what is taking care of his kids, Judah, because if you're saying that you think 60 million is more than enough money to take care of 8 households, and I don't think 60 million is gonna all be going to those 8 households, because until he passed, he still gotta live, right? So I mean, I'm not really sure about that. I'm not really sure. I don't think that those kids are going to be taken care of. They can't even be taken care of as him being a actual father to them, you know. So there's no way that he's splitting his time 8 ways and also being able to work. So those kids are losing out regardless. They're losing out. They're not winning. And then you also have to take into consideration, you don't know what debt he has. You don't know what debt, I don't either. You know, what if he has a great amount of debt or things that has to be paid off from his estate if he passes away? Yes, he did. He's dying of a disease. He's dying from a disease. It can actually take his life. Right now, like I don't even think, I'm not, how old is he? Is he like 42 or something like that? The disease that he has, I don't even think that it's like, I think it's a miracle that he even lived that long. But it's not legacy. Like, it can't be legacy. I don't consider what he's doing legacy at this point. It's not legacy. Because all he's doing is just leaving a whole bunch of dysfunctional. Oh, he's 41. Okay. Yeah, lupus. Thank you, Tequila. Yes, he has lupus. What he's doing is he's not leaving a legacy. He's leaving a whole bunch of broken homes. He's not leaving a foundation. He's leaving if anything, if he's leaving a foundation, he's leaving a foundation of dust. He's leaving a foundation of kids feeling that they're not special, that they came from his loins. This was something that he decided to do with any woman. I mean, yeah, he's not leaving a legacy. And if you consider that a legacy, that's a horrible legacy. Horrible legacy to grow up and be like, yo, my father was just out here just getting any woman pregnant off the rip. And he knew he was about to die, and he was just like, yo, I just want to just impregnate. Like, that's not something to be gloating about. That's not something to be getting a pat on your back for, especially when most likely most of his kids, because since they're all around the same age, since he's impregnating someone every fucking month, all these kids, they're gonna be like, yo, I ain't have a dad. I ain't have a dad. Like, they're gonna be like, I don't even know what a dad is. That man wasn't around. That I don't know that man. But I gotta live with the legacy that this man is notoriously known of impregnating any old kind of woman, any woman. As long as she looks this particular type on the outside, she can have his kid. That's all they're gonna see. And that's all he's gonna actually be remembered for. He might be remembered for wilding out. They will, I mean, depending on how good people keep up with history, they might remember him for Nick Jr. when he owned Nick Jr. and stuff like that. But this is what they're showing. They're just showing that he didn't really care about them. He didn't care about them at all. It wasn't special to have them. This is what happens when you spread your seed like this around to so many women and stuff like that. You're showing your child that it wasn't special for you to create them with their moms. It wasn't a special moment. It wasn't a thought out process. It was just Tuesday. Like, okay, so even with the Nick, even with the Nick Cannon situation, he even made the mistake when he was introducing the upcoming of his eighth child. He actually mentioned the other child who passed away, the one who recently just passed away, and that's why the mother was so upset. That was the reason why she was so upset with him, not because he was having the eighth child, but the way how he made it seem as the eighth child is going to basically fill the void of him losing, I guess, his son Zoe to that rare brain cancer. And that's what upset the mom. That's what upset the mom. Even to the point where Mariah Carey had to come out and say something to him about it. Like, you know, like, you wrong for that. Like, no one can replace what was his name? Zoe or Zion? No one can replace that boy. How do you think that you could just birth another child and that replaces him? Yeah. That's what he said. That's what he said, Nikwa. That's why the lady was mad. That's what's going on right now. That's why she was mad. Cause he did it at the baby shower. He did it at the baby shower talking about his expected eighth child. Yeah. It is. That's very insensitive. Just like, literally, your son was 5 months old. He died of a brain tumor in December of last year. Here you are at a baby shower, announcing your eighth child, and you mentioned your son Zen. Your son, that was the boy named Zen. You mentioned him in the process of the baby shower. Like, that, the mother have not healed that she lost her son, you know. um and like I said, it's very insensitive to the situation, and make it seem like you didn't really care. You didn't really care. And then that's why I said, like, how are these kids feeling like they're special and important if all he's saying, like, oh, if I lose a kid, all I have to do is just go impregnate another woman and there we go. And that's it. So I don't know. It's a bad look all around. I don't think it's wise. And I think men who think that's cool need to stop that shit. Absolutely. I would have did the same thing. I would have did the same thing. I was like, oh, you were gonna hear me. You was going to hear me. And then see, like, the argument on, like, internet is that, oh, she knew what it was. You know, she knew the arrangement, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, see, this is why men should not really have a say so in regards of what women want to do when it comes down to coming to pregnancies, because you just think that it's not serious. You know, you think pregnancy is not a serious thing. You know, you make it seem like it's not a serious thing. Like, It goes through a lot to be carrying a little body in your body, right? And to possibly lose your life in the process of trying to bring this person into this world. It's a very serious thing. It's not something to joke around with. Right, exactly. It is it's the loss of a child. It's a loss of a child. But people just but that's how people are, and you know how the internet is, they love to be controversial, and but it's a child. It's a child. And for to be that, and to be that insensitive to that mother who just lost her child that she carried for 9 months. She carried for 9 months, and put her body through that risk and pain, and tried to be the best that she could do, and be for that little infant, and she lose her child, and you just like mentioning his name, like, oh yeah, this is for Zen. Here's Zen. I'm recreating you with another woman, not your mother though. I'm gonna recreate you with another woman, Zen. You with me, Zen? That's hella crazy. Yeah, took care of for 5 months out of room, and you just think about how hard that is, right? To be watching your infant dying from a natural illness, like they didn't even get to make it to their 1 year birthday, and their little body is dying from a very bad illness, a very bad rare illness. Just think for like how hurtful and painful that is.
I'm sorry, who are you talking about?
No, I was still talking about uh Nick Cannon and the
Oh,
son,
you talking about
because
his baby he lost? Or they
yeah,
lost?
because what the reason is, the baby mama of Zen, that's the son that he lost. She was mad because Nick Cannon mentioned him at the baby shower of the eighth birth, the new eighth baby.
You can't get mad. You baby mama number 7.
Yes, she could get mad.
she want exclusivity. What was she get mad? Okay, maybe I misunderstood. What did she get mad about?
Okay, so he mentioned the baby, like, okay, so the way that I guess the way that
Oh
he did it.
snap! Did he say like this baby helps fill that
Yeah,
void
like,
from the baby I lost?
yes,
Oh,
yes, yes,
Nicholas,
exactly. I'm complete again.
I'm
I
cool.
lost
Yeah, I'm cool
Zen,
now.
and yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, Seven's baby mama. That was insensitive. I mean,
you know what?
sometimes people just don't know. Yeah, I apologize. I gotta apologize, Nick. But like I said, man, Nick was never on our Nick. I don't know. Niggas was not checking for Nick Cannon. He was the nigga. He was the corny nigga that was acting like the white folks. He was white folks funny. He was white folks, entertaining. He could rap good to white folks. Like everything was like up there when it came to white folks, but in a black environment, he was like, man, sit your non-funny lame ass down, nigga. And then he got that bag. And niggas was like, you know who cool? Nick Cannon. And I was like, how? How did Nick Cannon become cool?
And then on top of that, I guess why she was mad too is because he went on a talk show, and he said that he knew about the new girl, baby mom, baby mama number 5 or something like that. He
Mm-hmm.
knew that that woman was pregnant while his youngest son was before his youngest son died in December.
Damn. Damn,
Yeah.
son. Where'd you get that
Yeah.
from? And they don't know each other? They don't fuck with each other, his baby mamas?
No, I think what it seemed like might be happening is maybe like Mariah Carey is kind of like a mediator per se, But I don't think that those the new ones they're actually knowing of each other or anything like that. But that's kind of crazy when you're revealing that you knew about this woman being pregnant even before your youngest son passed in December. It starts to kind of like, wait, hold on. You start to do the math. The math ain't mathing. Was you fucking like? Was you messing with this girl? You know what I'm
Yes.
saying?
He's not in a
Yeah, it's pretty
relationship
much
with these
exactly.
women. He's not in a relationship with these women. He just
Yeah, but then, like I said, that's kind of insensitive. That's definitely insensitive. And then to be talking about your son's death during the announcement of a birth, another birth is just very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. Where are you going, Suave? He's on the move. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. Oh, okay. So I got a good thing to ask. Who's seen the KS show with Nicki Minaj? Damn, y'all got hit hard. That bird is cold. Poor bird. We cannot hear you.
oh, you can't. I said, you know y'all you know y'all the cool kids that y'all once didn't like, right? Or was y'all always the cool kids? Was you always the popular cheerleader, football
Nope.
girl player for no? Okay.
Mm-mm. I was, what you call it? I knew all the cool kids, but I never wanted to hang around them.
But you was on the
I was that
outskirt of
person.
that, yeah, you was on the outskirt of
I,
the cool kids. Like, man,
I was
y'all
I was
go
that one.
ahead.
Like I knew them. I knew them all. I was around them. But like they was annoying, so I didn't want to be around them. And they would just come around me, and then I'll move over like that. I was that type of person.
That's hard. That's hard. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I thought I was the cool kid until I started noticing like, until you get to high school. It was like we was competing to see what was cool. It's cool this or it's cool that. And then once you got to high school, it was like the football team, the cheerleaders, like, all right, nigga, so y'all cool in school, but come outside and watch who cool.
Nah,
I dare you
you
try
see,
to
like
come
even
outside and
that.
be cool.
Like, I was a I was a cheerleader, but I was never a cheerleader for school. I was a cheerleader for my brother's football team. He was like in the peewees and the midgets outside
Oh, that's
teams.
fine.
So I was a
Man,
cheerleader for his team. In school, I used to do gymnastics, basketball, and touch football. But yeah, what the hell is that?
What the hell are you doing in my office? What the fuck is you doing?
I was looking out the window at the birds, and I turned around and saw this. I said, I bet they would love to see this right here.
Get the fuck out of my office, bro.
It was
Come on,
so
get y'all friend, man. Get out.
she gonna say, get y'all friend. My baby, y'all be practicing trying to get that hair whip game proper. Shout out to you.
You done
Yeah, they
scared
got
the
the.
living daylights out of me.
Is that what happened? She said you scared the living daylights out of me. They didn't
I
compacted
was
the
like,
snow
yo,
bouncing
what is
across the.
that? I was bugging for a minute. I was like, hold on, wait a minute,
They
who
done
had
got
he got?
Suave.
What's going on?
Like, I knew he was crazy. They say that's Trina. Katrina White. That's bogus as hell. Yeah, nah. G-Dep said you scared me, Suave. He thought it was on. He thought I had a white boo. My boo. Suave Boss versus pro-black politics, man. Today, did the Egyptians make it to the America? I say, yeah. He say, no. One of us gonna quit the league after this. We already said whoever lose gotta quit and can't come back.
What? I know
Nah,
that is not.
yeah, you know that ain't the truth.
That is not the truth.
Yeah,
That is not happening. But I definitely believe that that's truth. Yes, the Egyptian did make it here, and you can definitely see with a lot of the statues and um things that we have here in America that can prove that. So
fuck you just. Hold on, my shit messing up. Hold on.
now, how the hell he gonna just done leave me like this? Mm-mm-mm. So what's supposed to be the new verses? I mean, I haven't done it in a while, and I was looking forward to the verses. What's the next one that's on the list? Does anybody know?
Darn.
Hey, Nikwa.
Hey, boo.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little better. Feeling better than I did before. I'm getting beat
Oh,
up by
that's
my eighth
good.
month. My 8 month old is beating me up right now.
Oh, Lord.
I'm trying to do a versus with Suave right now. Not right now, but I'm trying to get one in with him.
Okay, what's gonna be the genre?
Motown. I wanted to do. I wanted to.
Ooh,
It was gonna be. I'm gonna
that's
be Marvin.
amazing.
Yeah, I was gonna be Marvin Gaye. He was gonna do Al Green.
Ooh.
Yeah, but he running right now.
Well, Suave have not been winning so far when it comes down to the verses. I don't know how, but so he's trying to be like, I don't know. I
But
don't
he's
know that they
confident
might
about
just
this
go
Al
for the women.
Green.
You
He's
chose Al
confident.
Green?
I chose Marvin Gaye because I already know about Marvin Gaye, but he's confident about Al Green. So I'm like, all right, let's get this going. So I'm just
Mm.
waiting for the date.
So
How
when
have
was the
you been
supposed?
doing?
Say that again.
How have, how have you been doing?
I'm fine. Thank you so much for asking. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I've just been tired. I took on another certification that I'm trying to get down, on my belt. So like I've been focusing, and I just had a little free time today,
Oh,
to just
nice.
come and talk and stuff because I haven't really been able to talk or be a part as I normally am. So I was like, let me just take this time to just see how everyone is doing.
That's crazy because it's been like that for me. I've been like really busy and like I'm gonna try to get my health together honestly and like trying to stay. It's been a lot of drama going on YouTube and I don't like drama, so like and it actually exasperates my fibromyalgia and stuff. So I just say,
Right,
I'm just gonna just stay off of here so I can really get
right.
myself together. So I try to stay off. But let me
No,
say hi
I
to
don't.
Suave and everybody and really see how everybody's doing because, you guys are family. So,
Oh, so GDAP, I am working on my advanced EMT, Advanced
oh,
Emergency
nice.
Medical Technician certificate.
That's what's
So
up.
yeah, it's a lot of work because normally it takes 6 months to take that course, and I'm doing it within a month. So I'm doing like the fast track version. So yeah, it's a little intense, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make it through.
You got that. You got this. Yeah, that's what's up. Wow, that's what's up. Like, so you're gonna be able to do like the IVs and everything.
Yes.
Nice.
But
Okay.
the only difference is like if I was like to like want to become a paramedic, then I will be able to, provide different other medications as well as with the IV. But now I'm not trying to do all that.
Oh, I get it. I get it. But that's what's
Yeah,
up.
I was just thinking,
Congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, I just figured like, I'll just do it. Well, so GDAP, yes, I was in banking when I was younger. So in my 20s, I did banking. And then from there, I went into aviation. Then from there, I joined the armed forces, and now I'm doing this. But I did so many jobs, it's ridiculous. Like I have a lot of degrees. I have a lot of certification. I'm what you consider one of those jack of all trades who like if I just have an idea like, I want to learn this. Let me go do that. That's me.
Girl, I'm the same way. I'm like, my mother called me a professional student. Cause like, I just like to, I think I just like to learn and be able to do everything. So,
Yes, and that's what your mom hit it right on the nail because that's exactly what I am. I'm a professional student. Uh, I, I just be like sitting up there. Ooh, I don't know this. Let me find out. Let me find out. Let me know about it. So like one day if I have a conversation with someone, I know what the hell I'm talking about.
exactly. And like people be so like, when they talk to me, they're like, wow, like you know so much. Like, how do you know so much? And, you know, I just tell them. And like, so, it works for you, and then sometimes it works against you when you're trying to like get employed because they feel like you're overqualified. Like.
Yes. Oh my God, Nikwa, let me tell you about a story. Okay. So when I was about like 25 years old, and I wanted to get out of banking because I worked at the Bank of New York. I also worked at Washington Mutual, and then I also worked at SunTrust in Florida. And I was like, all right, I don't want to do banking anymore. I don't want to do nothing financial anymore. I don't want to do anything capital markets. I want to just try something else. But in the process, I still had to make an income, right? So I was like, yo, let me just go work at McDonald's real quick, just put up an extra couple dollars and whatever. Tell me why they wouldn't hire me.
I can see why. Like,
They
why you
would
want to work
not
at
hire
McDonald's?
me.
You would have to be in a
they
managerial position in order to work for
yes,
McDonald's.
they
Yes.
told me They straight up told me that I was overqualified to work at McDonald's. I said, what kind of bullshit is that? Like, what if somebody is down and out or they lose their job and they don't want to go on unemployment? They can't fucking work at McDonald's? They're like, well, see, this job is for like, college students or and stuff like that, and you're too overqualified and we don't have any manager positions right now. I just like that manager was scared that they might give me their job.
No, they are. I had actual people like look at me like, I'm scared that you might leave us. Like, like, because they want somebody who they feel like is gonna be there for a long haul. And when they see that you have all these qualifications, they're scared to hire you because they feel like you're gonna like move on and like or take their position. And I've actually had that so many times said to me, and this is why when I was telling people about when the whole pandemic happened and people was on unemployment, and then it was like, oh, they should just get a job. I'm like, yeah, they can go ahead and try to get a job, but this is what happens when they try to get a job, especially when they are career individuals who work in these high salary jobs and they have all these credentials. They're overqualified for just working at these nothing against like McDonald's and stuff like that, but they get turned down, you
Yeah,
know?
they do.
So
They
they can't just
absolutely do
work at
get turned
any
down.
job. They can't just work at
They
any
can't.
job.
They really
So like
can't. So it's kind of crazy because then if you really think about it, is it a good thing to be a subject matter expert in one thing or just stick to one field, or is it good to be fluided in other different fields? Because if it comes to a point where your career field that you are the subject matter expert on doesn't have an opening for you, or there's not one opening up anytime soon, doesn't that put you in a stagnant position?
I think it goes both ways because right now I'm going all the way up to my PhD and
All
um
right.
yeah. And when they see that, I'm telling you, like, and I have years of experience in my field. I have over 14 years of experience. I've trained people, I've done management, so forth and so on. So when they see that and I'm trying to work or move on into different positions, it's like they kind of like side eye me or like they like, well, why here? Or do you think you're gonna want to be here for the long haul? Or they won't give me a job because they feel like I'm overqualified. Or it's like you gotta kind of prove yourself, even though your resume speaks for itself. So I feel like it
Right.
works against you. And then like they'll give you the job, but they won't give you the pay that you deserve because they don't have the income to do so. So it's like, okay, so I have all these qualifications, but okay, well, okay, am I gonna get the income or the salary that that I deserve, that I went to school for to get? Should I lower my standards to get into the position that I want? Or am I gonna get turned down because of the qualifications I have? So it's like a double edged sword. Like sometimes you gotta bite the bullet and get work in the position that you worked hard for to get for lower pay, or actually get turned down because you're overqualified for the qualifications that you have.
No, it is. It is. And it's a hard situation. It's a hard situation. Sometimes you're just gonna have to just bite your tongue, when it gets to that situation where, you're just gonna have to take what they're willing to give you. But yeah, you start to think about in that process, you start to think about, damn, all this studying and all this work and experience that I took on and I work for where I'm at right now, and they know they lowballing me, but I'm at the point where I really don't have no choice. So, yeah, it's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, I trust me, I've been in situations. I know that I've been in situations where I had to like, because of my name, I'm not gonna put my name out there, but like I had to switch my name up to my middle name to even get an interview. Like it's like so crazy. Like when people say, "Oh no, you just gotta work hard and you'll get the job," and there's no such thing as discrimination and stuff like that. It is definitely a such thing as that. Like, and
Oh yeah.
I'm a living testament of it. Like,
And even when you're in interviews and when I go by that name, they think I'm probably a Jewish person or whoever it is. And then when they see me and
They
they're
always
like,
think I'm
oh,
Jewish.
yeah. And then when
With
they
my
see
name, they think
me,
with
then when
my
they
name,
see
they
me,
think
they're
I'm
like,
Jewish.
yeah. When they see me, they're like, oh, this is not a Jewish girl. You know, like, and then they see my qualifications, they automatically think that, oh, well, it's not that you're they'll say you're overqualified, but what they're really saying is that you're not what we thought you were going to be, you know, who we thought you were going to look like, you know, you don't fit the description of what we wanted, you know, and like I get that too. So like we always have to work 10 times harder and be 10 times smarter. And like I've seen people with like messy buns and not even trying to look presentable and get the job that I sit up there and make sure my hair is done. Got on a 3-piece suit and my resume and everything I need and won't get the position.
Yep. I had that happen to me. I think the one of the discriminate. I'm sure I've probably been discriminated on many different levels, but one that always kicked out to me was my age. There was one time that I went for a position where I was supposed to be like an executive assistant to this guy, and I was supposed to help him with his clients that he particularly had, and it was in the banking field, and I nailed the interview. He was very excited about my resume. But the next following day, he gives me a call and told me that he couldn't give me the position because of my age. I was too young, and he felt that his clientele would not feel comfortable with me dealing with their accounts due to my age. I was like,
Wow.
excuse me?
And they
I was
actually are
like,
supposed to say that to you. They're
no,
not even
and
supposed to say that to you.
he said it. He said it. He was a Jewish guy, and he said it straight up to me. He was like, look, I want you to have this job, but I don't think my clients would accept you to have this job because you look too young to be working on their accounts.
Wow. That was bold. Because they're not even supposed to say that to you.
Yeah, I know. I know. I was like, when I had got off the phone with him, I was like, I should call the I was like, I should call the BB the triple B's on you and everything. I was like, I should go, but I just left it alone. I was like, no. At that
It
time, I was
is
like,
what
it's
it is.
whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you know what? They're scared of young people too. 'Cause I get that all the time. I'm of age and they still don't believe my age, and they do that to young people. They try to discourage young people from getting into those big positions because they feel like who is this young person? Who this young person think they are? You know, to be trying to
Right.
tell me what I need to be doing. But like
Right.
when in their age and their time, they weren't told that education was a big thing. They were told to just get a job and be loyal to that job. So they never really had that backing to just go and get education, get their degree, so that they can move up in the rankings and stuff like that. They just stayed at the job. So when they see that, okay, well, this young person has their master's degree, and now this young person has their master's degree, can move ahead of them because of their qualifications. They like, oh, so who they think they are because they got the degree, they can be my boss, you know?
Right. Right.
So they find it insulting. So like they try to avoid that. And it's insulting to us with people who have the degrees who work hard because now they're trying to make us feel like we're wrong for having those type of qualifications. They try to downplay it.
Right. It is. It's sickening. It's stupid, and it's just something that you have to go through. And like I said, like yes, I was young. I was younger at that time, but I had all the qualification to do the job, and I proved to you that I had experience and I knew what I was doing. So what would be the problem, And for you to peg it to say, "Oh, I look like a little girl," is like, that's just like that was just totally wrong.
Let me tell you a story what happened to me. I was training this older lady
in nursing, and it was this patient, and I was training the older lady how to put the IV into this patient. The older lady said, "Oh, I want her to do it." And this is the older lady who I'm training, right? And she was asking for the older lady to do it because she figured since the lady was older, then she was more experienced than me. Meanwhile, I'm training the older lady. I'm like, okay. I didn't yell, I didn't scream, I didn't get an attitude, nothing. Because I knew eventually they was going to call me back in there to do it, you know? So I said, oh, are you sure? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay. So the old lady tried to do it. She missed like twice on this lady. So they called me in, and I did it in 1, 2, 3. She said, "Oh, you did it so fast! Like, oh, you trained her well." This is the older lady who missed 2 or 3 times, saying that she trained me
Wow.
well. So that she trained me well. I was like, no, I was training her. I've been here for years. She just started today.
Like, shut your mouth up.
She just
You
started
don't know
today.
nothing. Yeah, but see, that's another training too, because we have this idea that because you have whiskers and gray hairs and stuff, that you supposed to be wise and all knowing, and sometimes that's just not the case. It's not the case at all.
And I showed nothing but respect to my elders. And the older lady did have experience, but she just wasn't as experienced. And she didn't know how to put in like IV. She was like a CNA.
Oh,
For
okay.
basically all her life. She wasn't an RN, so she never knew how to put
Right.
in. She never knew how to put in like IV. So I was showing her how to do that. you know so like it's the simple fact of like assuming something about a person, and that's why I always tell people stop assuming stuff about people off the way they look, off, or like I can walk outside in a scarf and some sweats and stuff and go to the hospital because I'm sick, and they automatically treat you like crap because they don't know who you are. And
Yep.
I never tell people who I am when I go to the hospital. I never tell people what my titles or anything, because I really want to know how you treat me. And
Mm-hmm.
my husband always say like, why don't you ever tell them what you are? Like, why don't you ever just tell them so that they can treat you better? I said, I want to know how they treat their patients, you know?
Right.
And then when they look me up and see, they're like, oh, hi, how you doing? Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Everything changes with the quickness. They're like, oh shit, hold on, we gotta switch gears. Switching
But I'm
gears.
always
That
pleasant. I'm
happened to
always
me
pleasant.
before.
I'm
That
always
happened to me
pleasant.
before. Huh?
That did. I'm always pleasant, regardless of how they treat me. I'm always pleasant. You know,
Yeah.
I'm always
It
pleasant.
happened to me before one time. I went to the doctors, and I was really sick, and I was just like, look, I'm not getting all dressed up, or I'm not whatever. I'm just gonna come with my nice little sweatsuit on, a nice pair of sneakers, and I'm gonna come with a hat on, just to keep my hair, out my face, right? And I went in there, and I guess they assumed that I was some hood girl or whatever, not wherever, and they wanted to give me attitude. They didn't want to they didn't treat me right in triage. They had me waiting in the waiting room for forever. And I'm like, okay, bet. I was like, so once they release me, I was like, I'm going to go back to the hospital, and then I'm going to come in uniform to pick up my records. When I came back in uniform to pick up my records, now all of a sudden it was like, well, how was your stay, Miss Johnson? How are you doing? Is everything okay? Oh, listen, the nurse said that you were such a sweet lady, and she hoped that you was okay, and everything changes. Everything changes. And I'm like, mm-hmm, you little dirty little suckers.
But you know what it's all about? That's why I tell, like, even when I'm looking for like a place, or like if I'm moving anything, I try to dress up. Like, it's like sad, like how like we have to like literally dress up. We have to get ourselves looking presentable to the T for them to like feel comfortable around us,
Yeah.
to even like take us seriously, to even consider us for a home,
for
Yep.
a job or for anything. And that's why I always try to tell my children, like, listen, how you walk out of this house, regardless of how good of a child you are, they're looking at you based off how you're presenting yourself as far as what you're
Yep.
wearing, how your hair is, all this stuff. And it's sad, but it's true. And like and I don't care what anybody say, oh no, that's not, like, it's 100% true. The
That's what
first
I was
time my
saying
son had
earlier.
the first time my son had a racial encounter was when he was in elementary school and he was trying to be friends with these two white girls. You know what they said? My mom said that we cannot be friends with niggas. And he was
Ooh.
in what? Yes. And he was like what, in second grade?
Ooh. Ooh.
He was in
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
elementary school. Imagine that. And he didn't know what that meant, what that word was. He just knew that it didn't feel right and it wasn't nice. No teacher
Right.
called me, no nothing. My son told me that's what they said to him. And I had to call the school and say, so what are y'all going to do about this? And this is what I'm saying. Their kids are being taught this stuff. Their parents are this way, and these parents are hiring us. So it's important that we carry ourselves a certain way. It's important that we treat each other with respect and dignity as well. So that's why I try to stay away from drama. I don't like drama. I don't like any of that argument stuff. I don't like that talking down on one another, cursing each other out, none of that stuff, because it doesn't do anything for us. It doesn't do anything for us. We need to be more uplifting, because when you uplift one another, they take something from that, and they feel better about themselves the next day or that night, because we're only here for a moment in time, you know, and life is fragile. And regardless of what anybody, I might sound preachy, but regardless of what anybody say, you might curse that person out and you don't know what the heck they're going through, and something might happen to them, and you might feel terrible if something happens to them. I don't want my last words to be like, oh, F you, I hope this happens to you. The next thing you know, you hear something happen to them. Like, I just don't want to be that person. So I try to uplift everybody, and I try to help them understand that, you know, all this backing and forth and all this negativity is not beneficial, because we get that every day at work, coming from the store, in the store, everywhere we go. Some people get that at home from their parents, from their husbands, or from their wives, from their kids, wherever they're getting it from. You know? And that's, you
I
know.
mean, I totally understand like the negativity, but sometimes like the conversations that we have are conversations that needs to be had, and it just takes a negative life because some people don't want to hear it and some people don't want to change. Um yeah, I don't think the bashing each other situation, yeah, I mean, I always thought that should stop, but I mean, at the end of the day, if someone's being bashed, I mean, you have the right to defend yourself. You don't have to sit there
Yeah,
and
of
take
course,
it,
yeah.
you
You
know?
don't have to take it, of course. Yeah, when you're somebody's
Yeah.
bashing you, yeah, you gotta stand up for yourself and not just sit there and take somebody. But I can also say, like, you know what? Obviously, we can't have an educated conversation. I'm getting off this panel. You have a blessed day. Cause I'm not gonna sit there and argue with nobody, and I'm not. It's not even making me any money. Like, I'm not arguing with you. It's not serving me. You can call me every name under the book but the child of God, and it's not serving me any purpose. I'm gonna get off the panel with you. I'm not. Oh, okay, that's how you feel. Whatever. I'm getting off the panel. Um, because sometimes, to me, I feel it's very poisonous when you let that enter into your spirit. When somebody's calling you all kind of names and saying they're gonna kill you, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. Nah, like, you're not letting that enter my spirit, because guess what? I gotta go to sleep. That gives people anxiety. Like, I already have bad anxiety. So when somebody's saying they're gonna do something to me, or they're gonna where my addy at and all that stuff, like, no, like,
Well, see, yeah,
like,
that's on a whole nother level because, like, you're not gonna make no threats to me and just think that you're gonna sleep at night comfortably. That's
Yeah,
just that's just not how it's gonna go
that's
down.
not
So
how it works. Yeah, like I don't agree with that. And I love everybody. Like you're a beautiful person. Suave is a cool guy. Like that's my bro. Everybody. Like, and I don't want nothing to happen to none of y'all. You know, it would hurt my heart to see anything happen to anybody. You know,
oh, absolutely,
and
absolutely, and
I want everybody to be successful, and I want everybody's platforms to be successful because all this money everywhere, and there's enough to go around, and there's enough to be successful and to grow. You know, this is not the end all be all. You know, so
right. No, I totally agree. Like, I mean, I don't wish harm on anyone. And the ones who do wish harm on me, you know, you're gonna get what you want to get regardless because I don't live my life wishing harm on anyone. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
But at the end of the day, you know, if I have to defend myself or if I have to defend someone that needs to be defended, then I'm going to do
yes,
that. You know,
yes, yeah. You're
that's
such
just
a good
that's just what
person.
that you know,
Yeah.
that's just where I'm in. But
Yeah,
I
you
do
don't like
understand what you
you
mean.
bully the bully. Like
I bully the bullies. Exactly.
yeah.
That is me. That is my thing. I definitely bully bullies. I don't like bullies at all. I always bully bullies. And that's on any side, you know what I'm saying? Like I
Yeah.
don't like when I feel someone's taking a jab or attack or dig at someone for no reason at all. Like
Mhm.
I that doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah.
And you know, I have always been like you know, spoken out about it. I have always spoken out about things about that. If I catch it, then I'm gonna say something about it because you're not gonna just say something or do something around me and think that I'm just gonna stay quiet. I'm not that type
Yeah.
of person. I'm not gonna just sit there and allow that to happen. But I do totally understand what you mean about the bashing and the back and forth and stuff like that. Yes, it does make people outside of our community happy or it's entertaining to them to
Yeah.
a certain extent, but you know at that we you know certain the conversations that we have are controversial. You know, they're
Yeah,
controversial.
they
They have
are.
a
They're
lot of
very
things that they're you know, they have a lot of things that is attacking things at our core of our culture, you know what I'm saying, which is strong when it comes down to religion, which is strong when it comes down
yeah.
to how we view male and women relationships. It's strong when it comes down to the education of our children. So once
Yes.
we
I'm big on
tackle,
education. Yeah.
you know, once we tackle any of those type of situations, it's going to bring conflict. It's going to
Yes.
bring some type of form of conflict where it's going to be personal, and people are always going to take it personal because at that particular time they have to start to view their mindset about certain things. And if some people don't want to view the other side, you know, they're going to be very defensive about it.
Yeah, everybody has a different viewpoints and it can get a little it can get a little ugly. I've seen it. It's
Ugly is
not like that.
an understatement. It get crazy over
It's crazy.
here.
That's why it's the
You know,
argument league. As long as nobody's like down, nobody's like threatening each other, it's cool. It's the argument league. Everybody is like a debate, and that's what debate is for. As long as it's healthy debate and it's it's cool when you see people have different perspectives and stuff like that. And that's why I love this platform because everybody has different perspectives. And I'm like, oh wow, I never even thought about it like that. And that's what's so cool about it.
hmm
But and once it gets I'm gonna do this and do that, I'm like okay,
yeah, I don't like that shit. Like that shit,
I'm
that
like,
shit
damn,
is,
we just
I
talk
hate
about
to say it, but
education,
that,
Jesus.
yeah, that one is for the birds right there. I do not like that. Like when it gets to the point where I'm gonna beat you up, I'm gonna send somebody there. Where's your addy and all stuff? Like for real, like you willing to hop on a plane to prove you tough, you know, online, but you won't hop on a plane and go down to an area where our kids, our
Are
foster kids need food and
suffering.
clothes and computers
Yeah.
and shit like that. Like, you know where to be found for shit like that when someone needs you to, take a flight to flex, but you want to flex over some nonsense stuff.
Yeah, we need to get our priorities straight. That's all. And I think that's just for many people in our community. We need to get our priorities straight. Yeah.
and really think of the bigger picture, you know? Understand that our
Yeah.
kids are suffering. Yeah.
I do.
It's so
I do. Yeah, we
important.
do definitely need to do that. But I think that where we at right now in our community, I think that men needs to be having that conversation with men about what they
Yeah.
want to do and what they want to contribute in regards of the community, how they want the community to look. And women needs to talk about what women talks about in regards of what we do within the community and how we protect our children, from our angle.
Yeah.
I don't really think that the men and the women need to be having those kind of conversations together per se, because of the simple fact is that the men or the collective of men has a different view about how things supposed to go as the collective
Yeah.
of women does, right?
Yeah.
And when it comes down to children, that conversation should happen between both parents, right?
Yeah.
But so like that's my thing. I think that there's too much of like where men is like, well, women, we need you to do this or be this way, and if you do this and be this way, then everything gonna be good. No, it's not gonna be all good. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah. Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I
and
agree. I feel like that certain conversations need to be held with just men, and certain conversations need to be held with just men, with just women, and then there's certain conversations need to be held with the parents, like between the male and female, because it would avoid a lot of like confusion, and I feel like but then there's certain things like you can't get through to everybody, but at least try to get to most people, and that's just what it is. Not everybody's gonna have the same perspective and the same kind of mindset, but as long as you can get to most, I feel like you'll be fine. I feel like everybody will be fine. And I honestly feel like our community will get better. We just need to just get through the hard parts and get. My son is going crazy right now. Um, get through the hard parts, and take some accountability. As soon as we get through the accountability part, we'll be straight.
yeah, but the only way that we can get to the accountability stuff is when we have to self reflect, and
Yeah,
we're not ready to self reflect, right? Because
yeah,
everything is just being like, oh, this is happening because this is your fault, or this is happening because of the other side fault. That's not the case. You have to self reflect.
Do you think we have to do a lot of mental illness too within the community if we get rid
We
of the
have
mental
a
illness?
lot of mental illness. We have been in a trauma fused community for hundreds of years.
Yeah,
And we have not gotten over the traumas that we have endured with the system that we live in, as well as all the other things as just being men and being women and having children. Because
yeah,
there's natural trauma there that doesn't even have anything to do with society or politics or government or whatever, not, or social constructs. Just being men, women, and having children is its own trauma in itself. So
yeah,
how are we ever supposed to actually really, grow into being better men, better women, and providing a better situation for children if we're always being stuck at one point? We're only
right.
being stuck at one level, like, and we can't even fix that. We don't even understand how to fix that or how to get over that hump, how to let it go, or how to just be accepting of what has happened. But what has happened doesn't determine what your future gonna be.
Yeah. And I feel like once we get down to the nitty gritty of like getting everybody, and I feel like that's the reason why they don't really focus on mental illness, is because they know that once we actually focus on it and stop putting so much stigmatism against it, that our communities will be a lot better, and that the families within our communities will be healed, and we will actually be better on point as far as getting things straight, like as far as like having more money in our community, building more businesses and people more willing to invest into our communities too, and us investing into our communities. Um, I just feel like that they don't want to focus on that. So this is where I feel like the biggest thing is that we have to focus on mental illness first, and that goes with accountability and admitting that mental illness is one of the biggest focal points in our community and within the Black community. We go through
Yeah,
trauma.
you know how we are. You know how the Black community is about mental health. Okay, mental
Go to
health
church.
has always been a taboo subject, and
Hmm.
we has always left religion in the church
Yeah.
to be our counselors and our mediators for mental health issues. Even though that the church is not qualified nor certified to be counselors to help you with your mental issues, we have relied on religion and faith to be able to get us through these things that we actually need professional help to deal with. You know, like
Yeah.
I had a girlfriend who was married, right?
Hmm.
She was married to her husband. Her husband didn't make a lot of money, and he was really into being an entertainer. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to be an entertainer. So she was actually working two jobs. They had four children. She was working two jobs, and he was working on trying to be an entertainer or a comedian. That's what he really wanted to do. She was supportive for him for out 4 to 5 years. And then on the fifth year of their marriage, she was like, listen, I've been breaking my back and I'm tired. I need you to help provide financially. I know you want to be a entertainer and a comedian,
Hmm.
and I support your dream, but you still have a family here with four children plus me. I need your assistance. He took it as her not being supportive of him. Went to the
Wow.
church. Yeah, went to the church, had marriage counseling at the church, right? And the church was convincing her that she was not being a supportive wife.
Oh
Come to find
no.
out, he was cheating on her because he felt that she wasn't supporting his dream of being a comedian and asking him to help financially support the family that he created. He was cheating on her to boost his ego about him being a comedian with another woman. He
Oh
didn't
no, he
want to
didn't.
divorce her. She wanted to divorce him once she found out. He went and took them back to church for the marriage counseling, and tell me why they blamed her for him cheating on him. They tried to blame her for him stepping out of his vows and her not being a supportive wife to him. That
Oh no.
what led
Oh
for
no.
him
What
to
kind of
look
church is
out.
that?
This was a Christian church too.
Oh wow. Mm.
A Christian church literally
That's why
sat
you
up
don't go
there
to
and
church for
told her.
counseling. You go to actual their like marriage counseling, like
Right.
to like outside counseling, like who actually specializes in stuff like that.
Right. I mean, like, thank God she didn't listen to them. And then she
Yeah.
actually, she tried to, but she tried to for like, I think another year. And he ended up cheating on her again with another woman.
Oh no. Oh
And
no.
and after he did all the begging and crying, please don't divorce me, don't break up our family, and all this stuff like that, I'm going to do better, blah, blah, blah. He ended up cheating on her again. And she was just like, I'm done. And when she had told me that story, I was like, see, this is our biggest problem. That's one of our biggest problems and we had there, because how that church turned on, that church was biased. That church was all for this man. Like, the man is talking about he has a dream of being a comedian and an entertainer. Like, you're well over in your 30s. And I'm not saying that it's never going to happen, but when does your
He still
priority
has to
kicks in to
provide,
your
and it's in the
family?
Bible that he has to provide for his kids, his family.
Right. Right. And like, how are you okay for your wife to be working two jobs and then have to come home and be mom to four children and then cook and
Wow.
take care of your her wifely duties? You know what I'm saying? And when she
Yeah.
comes to you personally, because you're her mate and you the one who she sleeps with at the night, and tell you her feelings and everything like that, you use that against her.
and try to have other people get into your marriage to manipulate her to stay in the situation that she's in.
That sounds crazy. That sounds
But
crazy.
but how many times does this happen in our
This
community?
happens all the time.
All the time.
All the time. That sounds
All
so
the time. It's
familiar.
acceptable. In our community, it is acceptable. But I
And
I
there's
really
people
never
I know
hear
that's
about
still in
any.
situations like that. I actually had people, man, listen,
Yeah.
had kids on their wives and everything. Man, listen.
Yes. Yes. And
Mm.
the church, what does the church say? The church say that, oh, you marry this person. They say, you're with him for good and bad, sickness and poor, right? But when and in all of that, when did God say that you're supposed to make yourself a doormat to someone who has
Or
proven to you,
suffer.
yeah, it's
That's
suffer.
suffering.
And prove to you that they do not value you the same way you value them or value the relationship that you have, because that has to take two people. That just can't be one person to hold the load.
And it says to love thy wife as Christ loved uh, thyself or something like that. Like,
Right.
what,
And then I forgot what verse it is in the Bible, but it even says that it's a sin to allow yourself to be misused and abused by others. For
it's
you was
part of the
created
commandments to
from
not
God.
commit adultery. What in the world? What is going on? Like people pick and choose what they.
Yes,
I'm
and that's the
confused.
whole point. People pick and choose what
What
works for
works?
them
Oh
when they
my
want to
god.
quote the Bible and stuff, and I'm not trying to say that, it's not an attack on religion. It's just that
No, no attack, guys.
religion, religion is good for some people. Like religion have
Yeah.
made people better people, but that has
Yeah.
made people far worse. It have made people horrible people, and you have to acknowledge that some
Like some people
people
use
have
religion
taken the.
to bind people into
Yes.
things. Yeah, to bind people. So you gotta be
Right.
careful about those type of people. You
Right.
gotta be
That's what I'm saying.
careful.
Like you can't be blind to the fact of all the great things that the Bible have done to people and not seeing
Yeah,
how
yeah.
people have used it for destruction as well. If
Yes,
that's a
yes.
powerful book, it can be used for good and evil.
I mean, well, they say the devil knows the Bible from front to back as well. So you have to be understanding that. I mean, if this is something that you worship and that you believe in, that you also know that there's devils out there who can quote the Bible from front to back and will scripture you to death to get their way and to
Yes.
manipulate.
Yes.
So understand that there's evil energies out there, and that's why I'm a very spiritual person. My mother is an elder. She preaches and stuff like that. I've been in the church all my life, but I'm spiritual. I don't really do religion. And
Right.
I'm not really against anybody who do religion. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm against it. However, like, I chose to, I believe in a higher power and I believe in energies and
Exactly.
like and karmic energies and whatever you put out there will definitely come back to you. And that's why I try to be as
Exactly.
good of a person as I can possibly be, and show gratitude and do and just do unto people as I want to be done unto myself. And that's all you can do in this life that we live in today. And I just feel like a lot of some people, most people use religion to get over on people, even with slavery and everything else. They use it to manipulate, and there's a lot of people who use it that saved their lives, that got them through a lot of struggles and stuff like that. So there's good and bad in it, and I can't go against that. I can't go against the good of it. So I understand
Right.
both. I can understand that part of it, but people need to have used their, you know, discernment. You know, everybody has discernment. Like, you have to be able to understand where certain things is coming from with people, because not everything is not coming from a good place.
Right. Absolutely. It's not coming from a good place or it's not coming from a good person.
Yeah.
And I think that we like we're blind to that when it comes down to religion, because I mean at the end of the day anybody can pick up the book and read the scriptures, anybody, but does the same, perception go
Yeah.
across the board? Do the same person who picks up the Bible preach the same word as everybody else is preaching it? Or do they find their own way to get their point across of how they read the scripture? Because it's all about perspective.
Yeah.
And that's why what you said is perfect. Discernment is important. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Yeah.
you have to be conscious enough of where you're getting your information from, who's giving it to you, why is it being delivered to you this way or that way, and it's not a bad thing to question those things. In fact, I think that that's the one of the most important things that you need to do is question things and
Yeah.
question whether it fits in your life.
My mother, like, even though she preaches and stuff like that, she never like uh went against us questioning things and stuff like that. And she always said, "Don't let any like." She'd be like, "No, don't let anybody just lay their hands on you. Not everybody has good spirits. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not everybody. You don't know what kind of spirits they got attached to them. You know, like
Absolutely.
she's very like big on that. Like, so that's one thing with my mother that I appreciate is that she doesn't just like, oh, she's not a strict um Christian, like she was an evangelist and then she got ordained into an elder, and like she always educated us on certain on the Bible and stuff like that, but she always gave us the opportunity to look into it ourselves and see, you know, what we wanted to do, and she never like judged us on what we decided to take on. So I look into all that, like all the different religions, and like I respect what anybody believes in, and I respect all the religions that people take on, like the Quran and Buddhism and Hinduism and stuff, like polytheism and monotheism and stuff like that, like more than one God and then one God and stuff like that. But for me, I I take it all and I respect them all, and then I take what I can get from it, and then I just create my own spirituality, and then just go about life the best I can, and that's what I do.
And I do the same exact thing. I mean, like I said, I have been in religion. I used to go to church. I used to sing in the choir. I
Me
used to,
too.
yeah, I used to do all that stuff.
I used to do
And
praise
I've been on,
dancing.
yes, all that. I used to do all of that. And then when I got older in age and I even tried out other religions, right? I tried out other
Mhm.
religions as well to see if it's the best fit in my life. And what I have come to in my age of today is that I am a spiritual person. I do believe
Yeah.
in a higher being.
Yes.
And I know what is right from wrong. Like, I
Yes.
have an understanding of what is right from wrong. And I'm not saying that I always have everything right. And I'm not saying that
Exactly.
I won't make mistakes that I will have to deal with
Exactly.
my consequences for. But at the end
Mhm.
of the day, I'm being true to myself. And I don't like, for me, is that most religion, it just seems like it's a binding to women per se. It seems
Mm.
like it belittles women, it belittles
I believe that
motherhood.
too. And I'm gonna be
It
100% honest with you. I think the Quran binds women more than the Bible does.
The Quran, yeah, I mean the Quran does bind women a lot, because the Quran, it puts all responsibility on the men, right? So if you're with men who are corrupt in mind and heart, it leaves you vulnerable on every angle, every corner. You're vulnerable, where you are at the mercy of the men the man that you married and the community that you're in. You know what I'm saying? Like, you will be persecuted. You will be judged. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you will be
Yeah.
dealt with a mass consequence because of that. And with the Bible, I say that the Bible, the only reason why is less confining, because
with the Bible, there is a way for you to get out. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
they're gonna damn your name and all the stuff like that, and you're probably not
Yeah.
gonna be in their clique anymore, or go to Sunday brunch with them or anything like that anymore. But it's not like a severe consequence as what can happen
Yeah.
in the Islamic community.
Islam. Yeah. Yeah.
Like in the Islamic community, you can be banned.
Yeah.
Like
You can
you
be
can be
banned.
banned.
Definitely.
You know, like you lose all form of protection. They scrape your fucking name off. You could actually have physical, consequence or whatever. Not it gets a little severe after that.
Yeah.
So but all in general, I just feel like most religions is about belittling women. You know,
Yeah.
it belittles women. It belittles motherhood. It belittles what females bring to this earth. And like in most of the Bibles, it expressed that women are not nothing if they're not with a man, or they're not in servitude of a man in his mission and his goal. But if man is so highly, is so highly, he wouldn't need a woman for anything.
Exactly.
But he can't even produce himself without a
And you,
woman.
and you
You see
know,
what I'm
I don't
saying?
mind.
So
I don't mind being like, and like to me, my husband, like I don't mind being submissive to my husband, whatever, as long as he's being submissive to me as well. Like it has to be it has to be a like we have to be in it can't be just a one way thing. Like we have to be able to be submissive to one another. So like I can't find myself feeling like, okay, well, why am I the only one making him feel good, but I'm not feeling good? Like I have to feel good too. Like I want to feel like a queen, just like how you want to feel like a king. So like I don't want to feel like a slave in my home, like the house nigga. Like what I'm
right.
saying?
But see,
Like,
that's what submissive is all about. Submission is a two-way thing. It's not a one-way thing. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because if you're a ruler, let's take it back to old school times. If you're a ruler and you have someone doing everything that you say, and you don't have to give them back anything in return, you are a slave or you're a servant. You're
yeah,
not, that's not your that king is not being submissive to his underlings. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? It's only his underlings are being submissive to him. So if you're in a union with someone, you are supposed to submit to each other. There should be no
yeah,
reason why you're not submitting to each other. You're
yeah,
actually submitting to that relationship and knowing the sacrifices that you're both are going to make to have this relationship, because you're invested in this relationship because you deem it worth it.
yeah,
It's not going to be deemed worth it if you're sitting up there and you're the one who feel like you're giving everything, and the other
yeah,
person is just only giving bare minimum or nothing at all, and you're not satisfied and you're not happy. But you know
yeah.
what I'm saying? What kind of union is that? Like
No,
that's not
I don't
even a
want no
good.
parts of that. I don't want no parts of just a one way street. Like,
Right. That's not even a good, like, even if it was a business contract, that's
mm-mm.
not even a good business contract.
That sounds
Like
like
what?
a graveyard shift with no upward movement. No,
And no
I,
overnight differential.
no, I don't got no time for that. No, I will not sign that contract. No, it has to be
No,
some kind of benefit
exactly.
for me as well. But my husband and I,
It
like
has to.
right now he's cooking, and he allows me to do me, and I allow him to do him, it's a beautiful thing.
Right. And that's how it's supposed to be. And that's exactly how it's supposed to be. So like, when you have these guys who are out there talking about submit and submit and submit, and that's the first thing that come out their mouth, those are just men who want control. Those are not men who wants to actually have a functioning normal relationship. They want a relationship where they control women and they get all the say so. They feel like, they feel special. They get everything that their hearts desire, and you should just be happy because they're in your presence. And that's why
But what
they
is
talk that
fruitful
way.
about that? Think about it. Like, what is fruitful about that? Because, like, if you want somebody that you can control, then what is fruitful about the person you're with? Like, what is she contributing about herself, like her true self? Don't you want a woman that can just contribute her true self and really be able to like express herself in a way where that's gonna bring joy and happiness to the home, and y'all can laugh together and be yourselves together, and like like you don't have to control everything because then it's not fun. It's not fun. It's like servitude.
But let them tell it. They think that you're supposed to be having a good old time.
Well,
They
no,
make it seem like,
master.
is that why you mad? Why you mad? Ain't you happy you cleaning my dirty drawers? Ain't you happy for cooking my food? You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing. You would be happy for doing all that stuff if you felt that you was being mutually taken care of and respected at the same damn time.
Yep.
But like I said, none of these guys never mention that. So if they can only mention what they want from women, but they can't tell you what they provide to you, then they full of shit. They're not providing anything.
I don't know who these men are. All I know is that I respect my husband. He respects me. I respect you. I respect everybody. Hopefully, these men will come to terms with real life and real situations and what real companionship is. I mean, if they find a woman who's willing to really, who wants the same thing as they do, then maybe, I guess. But like in the real world, I mean, in marriages and in a relationship, everybody wants somebody where they can have a voice and where they can be themselves, where they can feel like, they won't be, I guess, have some kind of consequence if they don't do something the correct way, or like, like it's just not a right feeling to feel like you have to walk on eggshells in your home. Your home is where you lay your head at, and is where you're supposed to be, where your peace is at. You know, it's supposed to be peaceful. It's not supposed to be where you feel like you have a boss versus a husband. You know, I don't want to feel like I have a boss at home. Like, I just don't want to feel like
I
that.
don't think no woman does, and that's I guess one of the reasons that's where the issue, is because if you're coming home and you have to work and you're out there hustling and dealing with the day-to-day microaggressions that society place on you, and then to come home and have someone just tell you all the things that you're supposed to be doing inside this household, or where you're lacking at, when you know that you're trying to do the best that you can,
It's gonna
it,
cause
it, it
depression.
yeah, yeah, it causes depression. It gives you anxiety.
Hmm.
Then you don't feel like you can talk to anyone because everybody gonna be
Or your
telling you that.
companion.
Right. Right, exactly. If you can't talk to your companion, you don't even think that he even listens to you. He's not concerned about your emotional well-being or your mental state or nothing like that. And then you don't want to talk to family because family, sometimes family be like, oh, well, stay with him, or you're wilding out, and maybe you need to learn how to take a back burner for a while,
Or you're too
and
embarrassed.
yeah, yeah.
Because sometimes family members, like, sometimes your family don't play that. Like, they like, then leave them. Like, do we need to come over there? Like, 'cause some family members, like, they don't know what's going on. Because, you might have faked the funk in front of them. And they don't know what that man is truly about. Or how they truly treat you. And then when you actually tell them, it's like you're too embarrassed or too afraid. Because you want your marriage to work, or you're too afraid to say because you don't want it to be no big risk, because you're the one who has to live with this person. You know, there's so many instances that can be in that comes into play. But sis, I have to eat dinner and stuff. So it was nice talking to you, though. I really
It was nice
appreciate
talking
it.
to you too.
I really, really wish peace and blessings onto you. Sorry, I almost burped. I really peace and blessings onto
Same
you.
to
I
you.
really
Thank you
appreciate
so
you.
much.
No problem, and you stay safe out there, okay? And
You
good luck
too.
with your certification.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Alrighty, no problem. Have a good night.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, Suave, you done left me up here by myself. I'm about to go back to studying. I'll check you guys later. Take care. Enjoy your weekend.